Scleroblasts, plural of scleroblasts. Sclerobunine, any harvestman of the genus Sclerobunus. Sclerobunines, plural of sclerobunine. Sclerocarpic, having a hard pericarp. Sclerocarpy, the condition of being sclerocarpic. Sclerochororetinal, relating to the sclea, choroid, and retina of the eye. Sclerochoroidal, relating to the sclea and the choroid. Sclerochronological, of or pertaining to sclerochronology. Sclerochronologically, in a sclerochronological manner. Sclerochronologies, plural of sclerochronology. Sclerochronologist, one who studies sclerochronology. Sclerochronologists, plural of sclerochronologists. Sclerochronology, the study of physical and chemical variations in the accretionary hard tissues of organisms and the temporal context in which they are formed. Sclerocitrin, a yellow pigment found in Scleroderma citrinum. Scleroconjunctival, relating to the sclea and the conjunctiva. Sclerocornea, a congenital anomaly of the eye in which the cornea blends with sclea having no clear-cut boundary. Sclerocorneal, related to the sclea and the cornea. Sclerocyte, a cell which, in some invertebrates, secrete calcareous or siliceous spicules to form the mineralized body wall. Sclerocytes, plural of sclerocyte. Sclerodactyly, a localized thickening and tightness of the skin of the fingers or toes. Scleroderm, alternative form of scleroderma. Scleroderma, a chronic systemic autoimmune disease characterized by hardening the skin or other organs through excessive deposits of collagen. Sclerodermal, relating to scleroderma. Sclerodermas, plural of scleroderma. Sclerodermataceous, belonging to the family Sclerodermataceae of fungi. Sclerodermatoid, referring to fungi associated with Sclerodera. Sclerodermatus, relating to or exhibiting scleroderma. Sclerodermia, alternative form of scleroderma. Sclerodermias, plural of sclerodermia. Sclerodermic, having the integument or skin hard or covered with hard plates. Sclerodermiform, resembling scleroderma. Sclerodermite, the hard integument of crustaceans. Sclerodermites, plural of sclerodermite. Sclerodermitic, relating to the sclerodermite. Sclerodermoi, characteristic of a scleroderma. Sclerodermis, relating to scleroderma. Scleroderms, plural of scleroderm. Scleroderma, alternative form of scleroderma. Scleroden, the hard matter of some cells in wood, such as the walnut shell. Sclerogenic, synonym of sclerogenous. Sclerogenous, making or secreting a hard substance, becoming hard. Scleroglossan, any lizard of the clade Scleroglossa. Scleroglossans, plural of scleroglossan. Scleroglucan, a polysaccharide formed by the fungus Athelia ralphsii and chemically analogous to schizophilin. Scleroi, having a hard texture. Scleroids, plural of scleroi. Scleroma, induration of the tissues. Scleromalacia, degenerative thinning of the sclea. Scleromalacias, plural of Scleromalacia. Scleromas, plural of scleroma. Scleromata, plural of scleroma. Sclerometer, a device used to measure the hardness of a material by applying pressure to a moving diamond stylus. Sclerometers, plural of sclerometer. Sclerometric, relating to sclerometry or a sclerometer. Sclerometry, measurement with a sclerometer. Scleromorphic, synonym of sclerophilus. Scleromorphism, the condition of being scleromorphic. Scleromorphy, quality of being scleromorphic. Scleromyxedema, papular mucinosis, a rare skin disease. Scleromyxodema, alternative form of scleromyxedema. Scleronomic, of a mechanical system whose constraint equations do not explicitly contain or are not dependent upon time. Scleronomous, synonym of scleronomic. Sclerotomy, a mechanical system whose constraint equations do not explicitly contain or are not dependent upon time. Sclerophilus, misspelling of sclerophilus. Sclerophyll, a form of vegetation that has hard leaves and short internodes. Sclerophilus, relating to sclerophylls. Sclerophylls, plural of sclerophyll. Sclerophyly, the condition of being sclerophilus. Sclerophilus, misspelling of sclerophilus. Scleroplasties, plural of scleroplasty. Scleroplasty, plastic surgery of the sclea. Scleroplectenchima, a type of prosenchima with either globose or angular densely packed cells. Scleroplectenchimatus, relating to a scleroplectenchima. Scleroprotein, any of many fibrous proteins found in connective tissue, etc. Scleroproteinaceous, of, pertaining to, or consisting of scleroprotein. Scleroproteins, plural of scleroprotein. Sclerorhynchid, any extinct cartilaginous fish in the family Sclerorhynchidae. Sclerorhynchids, plural of sclerorhynchid. Sclerosal, exhibiting or relating to sclerosis. Sclerosant, a fluid used for sclerosing. Sclerosants, plural of sclerosant. Scleroscope, a device used to measure rebound hardness, involving a metal ball dropped from a fixed height. Scleroscopes, plural of scleroscope. Sclerose, to harden. Sclerose, hardened by sclerosis. Sclerostom, plural of sclerostom. Sclerostom, any of a group of calcareous rods of coral that project from the base of some cnidarian polyps. Scleroses, plural of sclerosis. Scleroting, present participle and gerund of sclerose. Sclerosis, the abnormal hardening of body tissues, such as an artery, the appearance of hardenings, indurations, lesions, nodules. Scleroskeleton, that part of the skeleton which is developed in tendons, ligaments, and aponeuroses. Scleroskeletons, plural of scleroskeleton. Sclerosomatid, any harvestman of the family Sclerosomatidae. Sclerosomatids, plural of sclerosomatid. Sclerosponge, a sponge with a soft body that covers a hard, often massive skeleton made of calcium carbonate, either aragonite or calcite. Sclerosponges, plural of sclerosponge. Sclerostiosis, a sclerosing hyperostosis characterized by variable syndactyly and skeletal overgrowth. Sclerostin, a glycoprotein that has an anti-anabolic effect on bone formation. Sclerostomies, plural of sclerostomy. Sclerostomy, a form of sclerotomy carried out to reduce intraocular pressure in patients with glaucoma. Sclerodal, sclerotic. Sclerodals, plural of sclerodal. Sclerat, synonym of sclerotium. Sclerat, plural of sclerot. Sclerotherapeutic, of or pertaining to sclerotherapy. Sclerotherapies, plural of sclerotherapy. Therapists, one who carries out sclerotherapy. Sclerotherapy, a treatment for varicose veins, hemorrhoids, and ulcers involving an injection of material into a blood vessel to make it harden and shrink. Sclerotia, plural of sclerotium. Sclerotial, of or pertaining to a sclerotium. Sclerotic, of or relating to the sclera of the eye. Sclerotic coat. Sclerotic coats, plural of sclerotic coat. Sclerotic ring, a ring of bone or bones found in the eyes of several groups of non-mammal and crocodilian vertebrates that are believed to support the eye. Sclerotic rings, plural of sclerotic ring. Sclerotical, sclerotic. Ring. Sclerotical, sclerotic. Sclerotic, archaic form of sclerotic. Sclerotics, plural of sclerotic. Sclerotit, a small sclerotium. Sclerotits, plural of sclerotit. Sclerotin, the cross-linked protein component of the cuticles of insects. Sclerotinaceous, of or relating to the Sclerotinaceae. Sclerotinaceous, belonging to the family Sclerotiniaceae. Sclerotinia, relating to Sclerotinia fungi. Sclerotinization fungi. Sclerotinization, alternative form of sclerotization. Sclerotinizations, plural of sclerotinization. Sclerotins, plural of sclerotin. Sclerotioid, alternative form of sclerotioid. Sclerotization, the act or process of sclerotizing. Sclerotizations, plural of sclerotization. Sclerotize, to harden. Sclerotize, simple past and past participle of sclerotize. Sclerotizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sclerotize. Sclerotizing, present participle and gerund of sclerotize. Sclerotitic, of or relating to sclerotitis. Sclerotitis, synonym of scleritis. Sclerobium, a compact mass of hardened mycelium stored with reserve food material that, in some higher fungi such as ergot, becomes detached and remains dormant until a favorable opportunity for growth occurs. Sclerotization, alternative spelling of sclerotization. Sclerotizations, plural of sclerotization. Sclerotize, alternative spelling of sclerotize. Sclerotize, simple past and past participle of sclerotize. Sclerotizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sclerotize. Sclerotizing, present participle and gerundive sclerotize. Sclerotoid, resembling a sclerotium. Sclerotomal, relating to a sclerotome. Sclerotome, a knife used in sclerotomy. Sclerotomes, plural of sclerotome. Sclerotomic, relating to a sclerotome. Sclerotomies, plural of sclerotomy. Sclerotomy, the surgical procedure of cutting or making an incision in the sclea. Sclerous, hard, hardened, sporotic. Sclerexanthin, a hydrated compound of sclerocrystalline. Sclerae, plural of sclea. SAM, initialism of software configuration management. SAMP, initialism of South China Morning Post, a newspaper published in Hong Kong. SAA, initialism of South American Community of Nations. SANX, initialism of sorry, could not resist, used in partial apology for a wisecrack. SANX, alternative letter case form of SENR. SANRNA, small scan RNA. SANRNA, plural of SANRNA. SANR, plural of SANR. SAA, plural of SAN. Though, abbreviation of Scotland. Skull Ruston, a hamlet in Tunstead Parish, North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS. Grid Ref TG 2822. Takao, initialism of Synagogue Church of All Nations. Shkorda, a village in Garda de Sus, Alba County, Romania. Devuf, to prop, to scotch. Skoda, simple past and past participle of scoped. Scoving, present participle and gerund of scout. Devut, third person singular simple present indicative of scout. The pot, a flaw in which the left misses a few warp threads. Scob someone's nom, synonym of nobi. Scobbed, simple past and past participle of ska. Scobbed someone's na, simple past and past participle of scobbed someone's na. Scobrelacher, an idle person. Scobrelachers, plural of scobrelacher. Tkaves, plural of scabi. Scobbing, present participle and gerund of ska. Scobbing someone's na, present participle and gerund of scob someone's na. Sabai, the chaffage. Tgov, a chav or ned. A delinquent. Stobe, a surname. Scobius, plural of scobi. Tgovs, plural of scobe. Stovey, a surname. Scobius, plural of Scoby. Scobeyville, an unincorporated community in Monmouth County, New Jersey, United States. Scabicular, synonym of scabiform resembling sawdust. Scabiculate, synonym of scabiform resembling sawdust. Spelby, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Scobies, plural of scoby. Scabiform, resembling sawdust, filings or shavings. Ebena, the pedicle of the spikelets of grasses. Scabini, plural of scabina. Scabenti, a village and commune of Ayazi County, Romania. Tagans, raspings of wood, ivory, hard torn, metals, or other hard substance. Scobs someone's nom. Third person singular simple present indicative of scob someone's nom. SPOBI, acronym of symbiotic culture or community, or colony of bacteria and yeast. SPOBI, a surname. SPOBI, plural of SCOBY. SCOBIes, plural of SCOBY. Tagaka, a surname from Italian. Tagakas, plural of Skaka. Da, a derisive or mocking expression of scorn, contempt, or reproach. Scoff down, synonym of scarf down. Scoffable, able to be scorned or mocked at. Tagaft, simple past and past participle of scoff. Scoffed down, simple past and past participle of scoff down. Scoffer, one who scoffs or mocks. Scofferes, plural of scoffery. Scoffer, a surname. Scofferns, plural of scoffer. Scoffers, plural of scoffer. Scoffery, the act of scoffing, mockery. Scoffing, present participle and gerund of scoff. Scoffing down, present participle and gerund of scoff down. Scoffing stock, synonym of laughing stock. Scoffing stocks, plural of scoffing stock. Scoffingly, in a scoffing manner, scornfully. Scoffings, plural of scoffing. Spavlaw, one who habitually violates minor laws or fails to answer trivial court summonses such as parking tickets. Spufflor, a habitual disregard for minor laws or failure to respond to trivial court's summonses. Tpavlaws, plural of scofflaw. Tigas, plural of scoff. Scoffs down, third person singular simple present indicative of scoff down. Schofield, a surname. Schofields, plural of Schofield. Scoganism, scurrilous jesting. Scoganisms, plural of Scoganism. Scoggin, a surname. Scoggins, a surname. Scogginses, plural of Scoggins. Scodi, a kitchen drudge. Scodies, plural of Scogi. Scogin, a surname. Tecoinson, alternative form of scuncheon. Secoinsons, plural of squinson. Pokeweed, Phytolacca americana, formerly Phytolacca decandra. Scola, a surname. Scala Mary, a surname. Scolaro, a surname from Italian. Scolaros, plural of Scolaro. Old. A person who habitually scolds, in particular a troublesome and angry woman. Scold's bridle, an iron framework that encloses the head, once used as a form of public humiliation for a woman. Scold's bridles, plural of scold's bridle. Scoldable, able or fit to be scolded. Scolded, simple past and past participle of scold. Scoldy, one who receives a scolding. Scoldies, plural of scoldy. Scoldinor, the old spoir. Scoldinors, plural of scoldinor. Scolder, one who scolds. Scolders, plural of scolder. To coldus. Second person singular simple present indicative of scold. Scolda, third person singular simple present indicative of scold. Scolding, a succession of critical remarks, such as those directed by a parent towards a misbehaving child, an earful, dressing down. Scolding stool, synonym of cucking stool. Scolding stools, plural of scolding stool. Scoldingly, in a scolding manner. Scoldings, plural of scolding. To golds, plural of scold. Scold's bridles, plural of scold's bridle. Tow, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, bordering onto Suffolk OS Grid Ref TM 1579. Decolses, plural of scolex. Scolzid, any member of the Scolsida, an infraclass of polychaete worms. Scolzids, plural of scolzid. Scolciform, shaped like a scolex. Scolcite, a monoclinic amatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Scolcites, plural of scolcite. Scolcodont, the fossilized jaw of a polychaete annelid. Scolcodonts, plural of scolcodont. Scoltoi, resembling a scolex. Scolcology, the scientific study of worms. Scolcomorphid, any in the family Scolcomorphae of caecilians. Scolcomorphids, plural of scolcomorphid. Scolcophagus, that eats worms. Scolcophidian, any blind snake of the infraorder Scolcophidia. Scolcophidians, plural of Scolcophidian. Scolcospore, a slender, thread-like fungal spore. Scolcospores, plural of Scolcospore. Tgolls, a surname. Scolex, the structure at the front end of a tapeworm which, in the adult, has suckers and hooks by which it attaches itself to a host. Scolexes, plural of scolex. Scolcin, a plasma protein that induce immunological coagulation in response to some infections. Spolware, plural of scolian. Scolices, plural of scolex. Scolicidal, that kills scolexes of tapeworms. Tgoli, a type of X-ray taken when diagnosing scoliosis. Scoles, plural of scoli. Scoliae, any wasp in the family Scoliidae. Scoliids, plural of scoliid. Scoliacophati, of or relating to scoliacophosis. Scoliometer, an instrument that is used to measure body symmetry in cases of scoliosis. Scoliometers, plural of scoliometer. Scoliomus, the use of a scoliometer. Scolian, any of his songs sung in turn by symposiasts to the accompaniment of a lyre. Scoliachitic, of or relating to scoliachitis. Scoliosis, plural of scoliosis. Scoliosexual, alternative form of scoliosexual. Scoliosexuals, plural of scoliosexual. Scoliosis, a condition in which there is abnormal lateral curvature of the spine. Scoliotic, of pertaining to or affected by scoliosis. Scoliatics, plural of scoliotic. Scoliotomy, a machine for elongating the spine and lessening the rotation in lateral curvature. Scoliatones, plural of scoliatome. Scali, a fossil worm or its trace. Scolites, plural of scholite. Topoevi, plural of scholithus. Scholithus, a tubular structure found in Potsdam sandstone, believed to be the fossil burrow of a marine worm. Scholium, alternative form of scholium. Scollum, a surname from Irish. Scollins, plural of Scollin. Scallop, alternative spelling of scallop. Scalloped, simple past and past participle of scallop. Scalloping, present participle and gerund of scallop. Scallops, plural of scallop. Scalopaceous, resembling a snipe. Scalopacid, any member of the family Scalopacidae of waders or shorebirds. Scalopacids, plural of scalopacid. Scalopacine, of or relating to the Scalopacidae or sandpipers. Scalopale, a tube-like structure on the chordotonal organ of an insect. Scalopendra, a mythical sea creature reputed to be able to disgorge its bowels to dislodge any fishing hook. Scalopendras, plural of Scalopendra. Scalopendrasin, an antimicrobial peptide produced by Scalopendra subspinavis mutilans. Scalopendrillid, any in the family Scalopendrilidae of pseudocentipedes. Scalopendrid, any of the family Scalopendridae of centipedes. Scalopendrids, plural of scalopendrid. Scalopendriform, resembling the centipedes of the genus Scalopendra. Scalopendrine, belonging to or pertaining to the Scalopendra, a genus of centipedes. Scalopendrism, a condition caused by venom from the centipede, genus Scalopendra. Scalopendromorph, any member of the Scalopendromorpha. Scalopendromorphs, plural of scalopendromorph. Scalopidal, alternative form of scalopidial. Scalopidia, plural of scalopidium. Scalopidio, relating to the Scalopidia. Scalopidium, the most fundamental unit of a mechanoreceptor organ in insects. Scalopin, an antimicrobial peptide produced by Scalopendra subspinavis mutilans. Scaloplacid, any catfish in the family Scaloplacidae. Scaloplacids, plural of scaloplacid. Scalopophore, Scalopidium. Scalopophores, plural of scalopophore. Scalavano, a surname. Scalavanos, plural of scalavino. Scolt Head Island, an island of Burnham, Norton Civil Parish, Kings Lynn, and West Norfolk Borough, Norfolk, England. Scalamocide, synonym of Veronicastricide. Scalotid, a bark beetle of Scalotus. Scalotids, plural of scalotid. Scalotine, any bark beetle of the subfamily Scalotini. Scalotines, plural of scalotine. Scalotoid, resembling or characteristic of the bark beetle genus Scalotus. Scalotoids, plural of scalotoi. Skama. A surname. Skammer. Alternative form of scumber. Skammered. Simple past and past participle of scammer. Skammeressicid. Any fish in the family Skammeressicidae of sauries. Skammeressicids. Plural of Skammeressicid. Skammering. Present participle and gerund of scammer. Skammeroid. Alternative form of scambroid. Skammeroids. Plural of skammeroid. Skammers. Plural of scammer. Scambro. Of or relating to mackerel. Scambrid. Any fish of the family Scambridae. Scambrids. Plural of scambrid. Scambriform. Any fish of the order Scambriforms. Scambriforms. Plural of scambriform. Scambroi. Pertaining to mackerel. Scambroids. Plural of scambroid. Scambrolabracid. Any fish in the family Scambrolabracidae which consists only of the species Scambrolabrax heterolepes. Scambrolabracids. Plural of Scambrolabracid. Scambropid. Any fish in the family Scambropidae, the gnomefish. Scambropids. Plural of Scambropid. Scamvish. To suffocate, stifle, or smother. Scamvish. Simple past and past participle of scamfish. Scamvishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of scamfish. Scamfishing. Present participle and gerund of scamfish. Jcamre. To defeat, vanquish. Scamfitting. Present participle and gerund of scamfit. Scamuits. Third person singular simple present indicative of scamfit. Own. Egas. Plural of scam. Skelmo. Scott Morrison, born 1968, Australian politician and 30th Prime Minister of Australia. Scamo. Alternative letter case form of ScoMo. Alternative form of scoon to skim along a surface. Avans. A fixture for a light which holds it and provides a screen against wind or against a naked flame or light bulb. Isagames. Simple past and past participle of sconce. Sconcer. One who sconces. Sconcers. Plural of sconcer. Sconces. Plural of sconce. Sconchen. Sconchins. Plural of sconchen. Sconchen. Alternative form of scuncheon. Sconchins. Plural of sconcheon. Sconcing. Present participle and gerund of sconce. Sconcings. Plural of sconcing. A village north of Perth in Scotland, the coronation site of Scottish kings until 1651. Tacond. Simple past and past participle of scone. Tacones. Plural of scone. Scony. Resembling or characteristic of a scone. Sconiers. A surname. Sconierses. Plural of sconiers. Sconing. Present participle and gerund of scone. Econ. Simple past and past participle of scone. Econi. A person or people from the U.S. state of Wisconsin. Tconing. Present participle and gerund of scone. Skans. Third person singular simple present indicative of skan. Skanset. Alternative form of skanset. Skanskjern. Alternative form of skunchen. Skanskjens. Plural of skanchen. Skana. A baked good consisting of deep-fried scone dough. Tkomets. Plural of skonet. Tanios. A surname. Iranioses. Plural of skaniers. Scooter. A frisbee throwing style in which the disc is held upside down with a forehand grip and thrown in front of and across the body. Scooters. Plural of scoober. Tboobies. Plural of Scooby. Scooty. Scooby-Doo, a fictional cowardly anthropomorphic dog in a children's cartoon, used to make phrases bringing to mind aspects of that cartoon. Scooby-Doo. Alternative form of Scooby-Doo. Scooby Gang. A small and cohesive group of people, usually teenagers, who regularly seek to solve mysteries. Spooby Gangs. Plural of Scooby Gang. Spooby Snack. Alternative letter case form of Scooby Snack. Spooby Snack. A treat, usually a snack, especially if given as a reward. Scooby Snacks. Plural of Scooby Snack. Scooby Snacks. Plural of Scooby Snack. Scooby-Doo. An American cartoon franchise named for one of the main characters, a large dog, and featuring as protagonists four meddling teenagers who unravel seemingly supernatural mysteries. Scooby-Doos. Plural of Scooby-Doo. To shift, move aside, or scoot over. Scooch over. Synonym of scoot over. Thush. Simple past and past participle of scooch. Scooched over. Simple past and past participle of scooch over. Dispersius. Third person singular simple present indicative of scooch. Scooch is over. Third person singular simple present indicative of scooch over. Scoochie. Present participle and gerund of scooch. Scooching over. Present participle and gerund of scooch over. Spooty. A hooded scarf. A hood with an attached scarf. Igooties. Plural of scooty. Alternative form of scug shelter, protect, hide, take shelter. To skim along a surface like a vessel on the water. Burn. Simple past and past participle of schoon. Spurting. Present participle and gerund of schoon. Runs. Third person singular simple present indicative of schoon. A story or fact, especially news learned and reported before anyone else. Scoop and run. The removal of casualties from the scene of an accident or injury so that they can be treated at a hospital or other facility. Scoop bonnet. A bonnet with a long narrow front in the shape of a scoop, formerly worn by women. Scoop bonnets. Plural of scoop bonnet. Scoop driver. One who operates the scoop that stokes a coal-based generator. Scoop drivers. Plural of scoop driver. Scoop in. To entice, trick, or manipulate someone into joining up with a group or activity. Scoop neck. A low, U-shaped neckline. Scoop neckline. Synonym of scoop neck. Scoop necklines. Plural of scoop neckline. Scoop necks. Plural of scoop neck. Scoop net. synonym of hand net. Scoop nets, plural of scoop net. Scoop shot, a shot taken underhanded from an unusually low position as though scooping up the ball. Scoop shots, plural of scoop shot. Scuba, to pick up or clear up by scooping. Scoop wheel, alternative spelling of scoop wheel. Scoop wheels, plural of scoop wheel. Swoop net, alternative form of scoop net. Spoop nets, plural of scoop net. Scoopability, the condition of being scoopable. Scoopable, that can be scooped. Through, simple past and past participle of scoop. Spoopte, simple past and past participle of scoop in. Spoopta, simple past and past participle of scoop up. Scoober, a person who scoops. Scoobers, plural of scoober. Scoop-hole, the quantity in a scoop. Scoopfuls, plural of scoopful. Trufe, a species of hammerhead shark, Sphenomedia, distinguished by its moderately broad, mallet-shaped head. Ecoofeds, plural of scoofed. Scoobe, present participle and gerund of scoop. Scooping in, present participle and gerund of scoop in. Scooping up, present participle and gerund of scoop up. Scoopingly, with a scooping motion or action. Scoopings, plural of scooping. Plus, without a scoop. Scooplet, a minor scoop or exclusive. Scoopwits, plural of scooplet. Scoopfly, resembling or characteristic of a scoop. Scooper, a rounded neckline giving the appearance of a portion scooped out of the garment. Scoopex, plural of scoopmech. Bitubus, plural of scoop. Scoopsin, third person singular simple present indicative of scoop in. Scoopsa, third person singular simple present indicative of scoop up. Scoopshole, plural of scoopful. Scoopstone, ever. Spoopilla, a curved spatula used as a scoop in chemistry laboratories. Spoopulas, plural of scoopula. Scoop wheel, a wheel driven by wind or steam, having a series of scoops that are used to raise water. Scoop wheels, plural of scoop wheel. Swoopy, resembling a scoop, shaped like a scoop. Initialism of split-cycle offset optimization technique, a system for the coordination and control of traffic signals across an urban road network. A sideways shuffling or sliding motion. Scoot over, to move one's sitting self or seat aside so the other person has more space. Spootat, synonym of scoot over. Spootberries, plural of scootberry. Scootberry, the perennial plant Stephopus lanceolatus. Alternative spelling of scooch. Thush, simple past and past participle of scooch. Spoocious, third person singular simple present indicative of scooch. Scoochie, present participle and gerund of scooch. Spooter, simple past and past participle of scoot. Scooted over, simple past and past participle of scoot over. Scooted up, simple past and past participle of scoot up. Scooter, a male nickname. Scooter skirt, an item of clothing which combines shorts and a skirt, especially when worn by girls as part of a school uniform, a skort. Scooter skirts, plural of scooter skirt. Scooter boy, a male member of a mod subculture in the 1960s who rode motor scooters and wore anoraks, wide jeans, and boots. Scooter boys, plural of scooter boy. Scooter, simple past and past participle of scooter. Scooterer, one who rides or operates a scooter. Scooterers, plural of scooterer. Scootering, the activity of riding a scooter, often specifically a kick scooter. Spooterist, a person who rides a motor, scooter, or other scooter. Scooterists, plural of scooterist. Scooterus, without a scooter. Scooterlike, resembling or characteristic of a scooter propelled land vehicle. Scooters, plural of scooter. The duties, plural of scooty. Scooty, present participle and gerund of scoot. Scooting over, present participle and gerund of scoot over. Scooting up, present participle and gerund of scoot up. Earth, plural of scoot. Scoots it over, third person singular simple present indicative of scoot over. Scoots up, third person singular simple present indicative of scoot up. Hrui, a scooter or moped. About, initialism of seasonal coefficient of performance. About, a poet or minstrel in Anglo-Saxon England. Skotha, acronym of Seed Crushers and Oil Processors Association. Skotha, any of various clusters of hair of non-parasitic bees that serve to carry pollen. In parasitic Hymenoptera, it refers to a local patch of hairs, regardless of function. Scave, plural of scopa. Scopo, relating to scope. Scapural, alternative form of scapural. Scapurals, plural of scapural. Scapurin, a yellow flavonoid gelatinous or crystalline substance found in Broomcytis scaparius. Scapurese, a particular steroid glycoside. Scaparius, the dried tops of the plant Citus scaparius, formerly used in medicine. Scaparone, an organic compound found in the Chinese herb Artemisia scaparia. Scaparicide, scaparin. Scapate, having the surface closely covered with hairs, like a brush. The breadth, depth, or reach of a subject, the extent of applicability or relevance, a domain, purview, or remit. Scope, bite, injury during recoil as the scope hits one's face. Scope block, the region of a computer program where a name binding is valid. Scope blocks, plural of scope block. Scope creep, uncontrolled growth in the scope or requirements of a project. Scope dope, an officer responsible for radar. Scope dopes, plural of scope dope. Scope in, to look through the scope of a rifle. Scope out, to examine, to scout, to investigate. Tcupt, simple past and past participle of scope. Scoped enumeration, in C++, an enumeration that automatically defines its own name as a scope. Scoped enumerations. Plural of scoped enumeration. Scoped in, simple past and past participle of scope in. Scoped out. Simple past and past participle of scope out. Scopeful, affording a wide prospect or great opportunities. Scopefuls, plural of scopeful. Scopelarchid. Any fish in the family Scopelarchidae of Perlice. Scopelarchids, plural of scopelarchid. Scopeless, without scope. Scopelessness, absence of scope. Scopelid, any member of the obsolete family Scopelidae of deep sea fish, most of which are now considered to belong to the Myctophidae. Scopelids, plural of scopelid. Scopelism, an ancient Arab practice of laying stones in an enemy's field as a threat. Scopeli, relating to fishes of the former genus Scopelus or the former family Scopelidae, including many lanternfish. Scopelids, plural of scopely. Scopeless, alternative form of Scopelos, Greek island. Scoper, one who or that which scopes. Scopers, plural of scoper. Scopes, plural of scope. Scopes in, third person singular simple present indicative of scope in. Scopes out, third person singular simple present indicative of scope out. Stofe, of a horse, capable of performing jumps in a stylish and skillful manner. Scophthulmid, any fish in the family Scophthulmidae, the turbots. Scophthulmids, plural of scophthulmid. Scobid, any member of the family Scopidae, the hammercup, an African wading bird. Scobids, plural of Scopid. Scopi, obsolete spelling of Scopia. Scopies, plural of scopi. Scapiferous, bearing a tuft of brush-like hairs. Scopiform, having the form of a broom. Scopiformly, in a scopiform manner. Scopinero procedure, biliopancreatic diversion. Scopine, a tropane alkaloid found in a variety of plants including Scopolia species. Scoping, the act of adding a scope. Scoping nin, present participle and gerund of scope in. Scoping out, present participle and gerund of scope out. Scoping review, an academic investigation of the available literature on a particular topic conducted to assess the extent of research undertaken and currently ongoing. Scoping reviews, plural of scoping review. Scopings, plural of scoping. Scopias, spacious. Sigabes, a person employed to transform rough transcripts into correctly punctuated and formatted text. Sigabests, plural of scopists. Ticabal, indicating elements obtained from Scopolia japonica. Scopolamine, a poisonous alkaloid CH4 similar to atropine that is found in various solanaceous plants and is used for its anticholinergic effects such as preventing nausea in motion sickness and inducing mydriasis. Scopolamines, plural of scopolamine. Scopultin, a calmarin found in the roots of plants in the genus Scopolia. Scopolin, a glucoside of scopultin. Scopolamine, a crystalline alkaloid, C8H NO2 with sedative properties formed from scopolamine, usually by hydrolysis of scopolamine. Scopolines, plural of scopoline. Scopolaside, a particular steroid glycoside. Scopophile, one with a sexual dependency on openly observing genitalia and sexual acts as opposed to a voyeur who watches in secret. Scopophiles, plural of scopophile. Scopophilia, a sexual dependency on openly observing sex organs and sexual acts as opposed to voyeurism, which is secret. Scopophiliac, synonym of scopophilic. Scopophiliacs, plural of scopophiliac. Scopophilic, of or pertaining to scopophilia. Scopophilism, scopophilia. Scopophobia, an unreasonable fear of being seen or stared at. Scopophobic, of or relating to scopophobia. Scoperal, a type of teetotum spinning top. Scoperals, plural of scoperal. Agophs, plural of scop. Scops owl, a small European migratory owl, Otis scops, that winters in sub-Saharan Africa. Scops owls, plural of scops owl. Scops owl, alternative spelling of scops owl. Scops owls, plural of scops owl. Scopte, relating to vision in dim light. Scoptico, jeering, jesting, jokey. Scoptically, in a scoptic or skeptical manner, scoffingly. Scopophile, alternative form of scopophile. Scoptophiles, plural of scoptophile. Scoptophilia, alternative form of scopophilia. Scoptophiliac, alternative form of scopophilic. Scoptophiliacs, plural of scoptophiliac. Scoptophilic, alternative form of scopophilic. Scoptophobia, alternative spelling of scopophobia. Scopula, a dense tuft of hair, as on the legs of certain insects. Scopulae, plural of scopula. Scopulari, any of a group of bioactive cyclopeptides present in marine fungi of the genus Scopulariopsis of possible medical use. Scopularides, plural of scopulari. Scopulas, plural of scopula. Scopulate, having a scopula or scopulae. Scopuliferous, brush-like. Scopuliform, scopiform on a smaller scale. Scopulous, full of rocks, rocky. Scopoi, a village and civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0758. Scopi, alternative form of scopy. Scorable, able to be scored. Scoriaceous, misspelling of scoriaceous. Scorbe, pertaining to scurvy. Scarbus, the ship of characters Scorpius Malfoy and Albus Potter of the Harry Potter franchise. Scorbat, scurry. Scorbute, scorbutus, scurvy. Scorbutic, of, pertaining to, or suffering from scurvy. Scorbutical, alternative form of scorbutic. Scorbutogenic, that gives rise to scurvy, especially as a result of a deficiency in vitamin C. Scorbutus, a disease scurry. Igors, alternative form of scorch barter. Scorch, a slight or surface burn. Scorch up, to harm or destroy by scorching. Scorchable. Able to be scorched. Scorched, dried, damaged, or burnt by exposure to sunlight or heat. Scorched carpet, a geometric math of species ligadas data. Scorched carpets, plural of scorched carpet. Scorched earth, land that has been abandoned in the face of an advancing enemy after the destruction of all resources on it. Scorched earth policies, plural of scorched earth policy. Scorched earth policy, alternative spelling of scorched earth policy. Scorched rice, the crunchy golden crust that forms where cooked rice makes contact with the bottom of a rice pot or other hot surface. This entry is a translation hub. Scorched up, simple past and past participle of scorch up. Scorched wing, Plagodes dalabraria, a geometrid moth. Scorched wings, plural of scorched wing. Scorched earth, characterized by a desire to prevail at any cost. Scorched earth policies, plural of scorched earth policy. Scorched earth policy, a strategy that involves destroying buildings, crops, and other resources that could be useful to opponents. Scorchness, the state or quality of being scorched. Scorcher, one who or that which scorches. Scorchers, plural of scorcher. Scorches, plural of scorch. Scorches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scorch up. Scorchest, second person singular simple present indicative of scorch. Scorchet, third person singular simple present indicative of scorch. Scorching, very hot. Scorching hot, extremely hot. Scorching up, present participle and gerund of scorch up. Scorchingly, in a way or to a degree that scorches. Scorchingness, the state or quality of being scorching, extreme heat. Scorchings, plural of scorching. Stotiao, scorching hot originally and especially of weather. Scorchproof, resistant to scorching. Scorchy, toward, passionate, scorching. Scordature, cross-tuning. Or, the total number of goals, points, runs, etc. earned by a participant in a game. Score attack, a gameplay mode in which the player is challenged to obtain the highest score they can. Score attacks, plural of score attack. Score draw, a draw in which both teams score, i.e. the game ends 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, etc. Score draws, plural of score draw. Score off, to defeat especially in an argument, get the better of, achieve a success over, gain an advantage, or win points over, make a point to the detriment or at the expense of, make appear foolish. Sometimes with particle on someone. Score on oneself, to score an own goal. Score out, to strike out or cross out, to draw a line through one or more written words. Score points, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See score, point. Score sheet. Alternative spelling of score sheet. Score sheets. Plural of score sheet. Score string. A wire strung with beads and hung horizontally above or near the table, which is used to keep score. Score strings. Plural of score string. Score through. To strike out or cross out. To draw a line through one or more written words. Score draw. Alternative form of score draw. Score draws. Plural of score draw. Score off. The action or result of scoring off someone a rebuttal, a point one. Score offs. Plural of score off. Score settling. Synonym of revenge. Score settlings. Plural of score settling. Score sheet. Alternative form of score sheet. Score yeets. Plural of score sheet. Scoreable. Alternative form of scoreable. Scoreboard. A large board that displays the score in a game or contest. Scoreboards. Plural of scoreboard. Scorebook. A book in which the score for a game or sport is noted. Scorebooks. Plural of scorebook. Scorebox. An enclosed structure in which the scorers sit, often behind the scoreboard. Scoreboxes. Plural of scorebox. Scorecard. A printed card allowing spectators of a game to identify players and record progress. Scorecards. Plural of scorecard. Score. Simple past and past participle of score. Scored off. Simple past and past participle of score off. Scored on oneself. Simple past and past participle of score on oneself. Scored out. Simple past and past participle of score out. Scored points. Simple past and past participle of score points. Scored through. Simple past and past participle of score through. Score file. A file containing criteria for assigning a score to each email message received for purposes of filtering out spam, etc. Score files. Plural of score file. Scorekeeper. Someone who keeps track of the score at a sporting event or other contest. Scorekeepers. Plural of scorekeeper. Scorekeeping. The keeping of score. Scoreless. With no points or goals etc. having been scored. Scorelessly. In a scoreless way. Scorelessness. The property of being scoreless, lack of any points scored. Scoreline. A line in a newspaper or other publication giving the score in a sports match. Score lines. Plural of score line. Scorepad. A pad of paper on which the scores for a game are noted. Scorecads. Plural of scorepad. Scorer. A surname from Middle English. Score reader. Musical notation reading software used to read sheet music especially for piano and play it back. Score readers. Plural of score reader. Scorers. Plural of score. Scores. Plural of score. Scores off. Third person singular simple present indicative of score off. Scores on oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of score on oneself. Scores out. Third person singular simple present indicative of score out. Scores points. Third person singular simple present indicative of score points. Scores through. third person singular simple present indicative of score through. Scoresby, a surname. Scoresby Sound, a large fjord system of the Greenland Sea on the eastern coast of Greenland. Scoresbys, plural of Scoresby. Scorey, a list of people who have scored. Scoreats, plural of scoresheet. Scorestreak, an unbroken streak continuous series of scoring acquired without one's player character being killed. Scorestreaks, plural of scorestreak. Score, third person singular simple present indicative of score. Scorewise, in terms of a score or scores. Scorewriter, a computer program for creating and editing musical scores. Scorewriters, plural of scorewriter. Scorewriting, the composition of musical scores. Tagori, alternative form of scory. Tagorf, to eat voraciously. Tgort, simple past and past participle of scorv. Scorving, present participle and gerund of scorv. Igorvs, third person singular simple present indicative of scorv. Troya, the slag or dross that remains after the smelting of metal from an ore. Soya, of ore pertaining to scoria. Scoriaes, of relating to or producing. Scoria. Sorry, plural of scoria. Scorias, plural of scoria. Scorade, bedus to scoria. Scoriating, a phonetic form of excoriating. Scoriation, a sloppily cut groove, furrow, or trench characterized by the presence of a refuse material from which it was cut. Scoriations, plural of scoriation. Tgori, alternative form of scory. Scorius, plural of scory. Scorification, the reduction of an ore to scoria, especially as a means of refining or assay. Scorifications, plural of scorification. Scorify, reduced to scoria. Scorify, a refractory crucible used in the assay of metals. Scorifiers, plural of scorifier. Scorifies, third person singular simple present indicative of scorify. Scoriform, resembling scoria. Scorify, to reduce an ore to scoria. Scorifying, present participle and gerund of scorify. Scorigami, a scoring combination that has never happened before. Scorigamis, plural of scorigami. Scoring, of something or someone that scores. Scoring off, present participle and gerund of score off. Scoring on oneself, present participle and gerund of score on oneself. Scoring out, present participle and gerund of score out. Scoring points, present participle and gerund of score points. Scoring through, present participle and gerund of score through. Scorings, plural of scoring. Sicarias. Scoriaes. Degor. Initialism of shareable content object reference model, a collection of standards and specifications for e-learning. Score, to feel or display contempt or disdain for something or somebody, to despise. Scorn, simple past and past participle of scorn. Score, obsolete spelling of scorn. Scorned, hated, despised, or avoided. Scornest, second person singular simple past indicative of scorn. Scorny, one who is scorned. Scornius, plural of scorny. Scorner, one who mocks or scoffs, a mocker. Scorners, plural of scorner. Scornest, second person singular simple present indicative of scorn. Scorna, third person singular simple present indicative of scorn. Scornful, showing scorn or disrespect, contemptuous, scathing, withering. Scornfulness, superlative form of scornful, most scornful. Scornful, obsolete form of scornful. Scornfulness, superlative form of scornful, most scornful. Scornfully, in a scornful manner, contemptuously, derisively. Scornfulness, the quality of being scornful. Scornesty, a town in Olt County, Romania. Scorning, present participle and gerund of scorn. Scorningly, with scorn. Scorning, plural of scorning. Scornless, without scorn. Scorns, third person singular simple present indicative of scorn. Scornworthy, worthy of scorn. Scorny, expressing scorn, scornful, contemptuous. Scoridae, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Scoridites, plural of scoridite. Scor, clipping of scorpion. Scorpionid, any fish in the family Scorpionidae, a scorpion fish. Scorpionids, plural of scorpionid. Scorpioniform, any fish of the former order Scorpioniforms or of suborder Scorpionoidae. Scorpioniforms, plural of Scorpioniform. Scorpionoi, of or relating to the family Scorpionidae, the scorpion fish. Scorpionoids, plural of Scorpionoi. Scorpion, the scorpion fish. A marine food fish of the genus Scorpina. Scorpions, plural of scorpion. Scorber, archaic form of scopper. Scorbers, plural of scorber. Devoted, comparative form of scorpy, more scorpy. Tidripist, superlative form of scorpy, most scorpy. Spudit, a meteor appearing to originate from Scorpius. Suburbids, plural of Scorpia. Scorpine, an antimalarial peptide isolated from the venom of the scorpion Pandinus imperator. Scorpio, Scorpius, Scorpioi, of, pertaining to, or appearing like a scorpion. Scorpioidal, synonym of scorpioid. Scorpioidly, in a scorpioid manner. Scorpioids, plural of scorpioi. Scorpiologist, a scientist who studies scorpions. Scorpiologists, plural of scorpiologists. Scorpiology, the scientific study of scorpions. Scorpion, the constellation and zodiacal sign Scorpio. Scorpion bull, a cocktail of fruit juice, rum, vodka, gin, and grenadine, served elaborately in a volcano bowl. Scorpion bowls, plural of scorpion bowl. Scorpion bug, any large predatory water bug in the genus Nepa or similar bugs in family Nepidae. Scorpion bugs, plural of scorpion bug. Scorpion fish, alternative form of scorpionfish. Scorpion flies, plural of scorpion fly. Scorpion fly, alternative form of scorpion fly. Scorpion grass, a forget-me-not or mouse ear flower genus Myosotes. Scorpion grasses, plural of scorpion grass. Scorpion kick, a rare type of kick in association football where the player dives headlong so his body flies parallel to the ground in a prone position and quickly extends his hips and flexes his knees backwards so they resemble a scorpion's upright tail to kick a football passing towards his heels, returning it in the direction it came. Scorpion kicks, plural of scorpion kick. Scorpion lobster, the decapod crustacean Iconyxias enaminensis is not a true lobster. Scorpion lobsters, plural of scorpion lobster. Scorpion mice, plural of scorpion mouse. Scorpion mouse, synonym of southern grasshopper mouse. Scorpion plant, Scorpionweed, genus Phacelia. Scorpion plants, plural of scorpion plant. Scorpion senna, a perennial plant of species Hippocrepes immurus. Scorpion shell, a gastropod genus Lambus distinguished by long, channeled spines. Scorpion shells, plural of scorpion shell. Scorpion spider, a whip spider or vinegaroon, any spider of order Europygonae, often the Lyphinida. Scorpion spiders, plural of scorpion spider. Scorpion volley, a scorpion kick. Scorpion volleys, plural of scorpion volley. Spardianet, being tridentate, so as to bind to a metal in a fac manner or facial, said of an isomer when three of its ligands, when identical, occupy one face of an octahedron. Spardianets, plural of scorpionet. Scorpionfish, any of the family Scorpionidae of mostly marine fish, including many of the world's most venomous species, the sting taking the form of sharp spines coated with venomous mucus. Scorpionflies, plural of scorpionfish. Scorpionflies, plural of scorpionfly. Scorpionfly, any insect of the family Panorpidae, having a curved tail rather like a scorpion. Scorpione, or relating to Scorpio. Scorpione, any scorpion of the family Scorpionidae. Scorpionids, plural of scorpionet. Scorpionism, scorpion envenomation. Scorpion-like, resembling or characteristic of a scorpion. Scorpionoi, any scorpion of the superfamily Scorpionoidea. Scorpionoids, plural of scorpionoi. Scorpions, plural of scorpion. Scorpionwe, any plant of the genus Phacelia. Scorpios, plural of Scorpio. Scorpiaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Scorpiaceal, a particular steroid glycoside. Tibordias, a constellation of the zodiac, roughly shaped like a scorpion. Its brightest star is the red giant Antares. Scorpling, the newborn or young of the scorpion. Scorpelings, plural of scorpling. Dgors, Scorpions, a German rock band founded in 1965. Scorby, bad-tempered, head-headed. Scorenda, gliding or passing smoothly between tones. Toya, a village in St. Parish, Cornwall, England. West Grid Ref SW 7244. Scarton, a small village in Buckfastleigh West Parish, South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 7068. Igors, barter, exchange, trade. Divorced, simple past and past participle of scores. Digorsus, third person singular simple present indicative of scores. Scorsese, of or pertaining to Martin Scorsese, born 1942, American film director and actor. Scores, present participle and gerundive scores. Scordaru, a commune of Brăila County, Romania. Scortation, lewdness, fornication. Scortations, plural of scortation. Scordatory, pertaining to scortation, fornicatory, lewd. Scortene, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Scordasa, a commune of Buzău County, Romania. Scorță, a village in Nether Wyresdale Parish, Wyre Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5048. Scorda, epidote in the form of sand. Scorzolite, a dark blue phosphate mineral containing iron, magnesium, and aluminium phosphate. Scorziello, a surname from Italian. Scorziellos, plural of Scorziello. Scorzonera, a herb from southern Europe. Pseudopodospermum hispanicum, sin. Scorzonera hispanica, having yellow flowers and edible carrot-shaped roots. Scorzoneras, plural of Scorzonera. Though, plural of SEO. Idai, alternative spelling of Scotch. Sgayas, plural of Scotch. Imas, obsolete form of scores. Imas, simple past and past participle of Scos. Zgazes, third person singular simple present indicative of Scos. Skasing, present participle and gerund of Scos. Avat, a person born in or native to Scotland. Scot and Lot, a parish tax laid on subjects according to their ability. Scot-free, without consequences or penalties, free without payment. Iva, abbreviation of Scotland. Skodal, an enforced bout of drinking in which a lord, forester, sheriff, or beadle required all men, on pain of punishment, to purchase or contribute to a gathering for drinking. Skodals, plural of Skotale. Scotty, a village in Wetherell Parish, Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in City of Carlisle District. OS Grid Ref NY 4455. Idat, the Scots language. Scotch Argus, the butterfly Erebia ethiops of the family Nymphalidae. Scotch Arguses, plural of Scotch Argus. Scotch Attorney, synonym of autograph tree. Scotch Baptists, a member of a Baptist denomination consisting mainly of immigrants from Scotland to northern England. Scotch Baptists, plural of Scotch Baptist. Scotch barley, synonym of hulled barley. Scotch barleys, plural of Scotch barley. Scotch blue, a dark shade of blue magenta. Scotch boiler, synonym of Scotch marine boiler. Scotch boilers, plural of Scotch boiler. Scotch bonnet, a tam o' shanter. Scotch bonnet pepper, synonym of Scotch bonnet, a variety of hot chili pepper. Scotch bonnet peppers, plural of Scotch bonnet pepper. Scotch bonnets, plural of Scotch bonnet. Scotch broom, a plant of the species Cytisus scaparius. Scotch broth, a filling soup with meat, barley, and root vegetables originating in Scotland. Scotch broths, plural of Scotch broth. Scotch cap, synonym of Glengarry. Scotch caps, plural of Scotch cap. Scotch coffee, ship's biscuits toasted and boiled in water. Scotch collops, thin slices of meat pounded flat, often fried. Scotch Corner, a major road junction and locality in Middleton Tyas Parish, Richmondshire District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Gridref NZ 2105. Scotch crest, Digemarus juniperella, a species of twirlermont. Scotch crests, plural of Scotch crests. Scotch crow, a hooded crow, Corvus cornix. Scotch crows, plural of Scotch crow. Scotch dresser, a piece of furniture used to store and display crockery. Scotch dressers, plural of Scotch dresser. Scotch egg, an English savory snack consisting of a hard-boiled egg wrapped in sausage meat and breadcrumbs. Scotch eggs, plural of Scotch egg. Scotch elm, synonym of which elm Ulmus glabra. Scotch elms, plural of Scotch elm. Scotch fiddle, scabies and itch. Scotch fillet, a ribeye steak. Scotch fillets, plural of Scotch fillet. Scotch finger, an Australian produced shortbread biscuit, typically in a long trapezium shape. Scotch fingers, plural of Scotch finger. Scotch fir, Pinus sylvestris, an evergreen of wide distribution in Eurasia in northern or mountainous areas. Scotch firs, plural of Scotch fir. Scotch Gaelic, synonym of Scottish Gaelic. Scotch game, a common open game in chess, characterized by the moves 1.e4, e5, 2.nf3, and c6, 3.d4, in which white's third move is queen's pawn to the fourth rank. Scotch glue, glue made from animal hides. Scotch glues, plural of Scotch glue. Scotch grey, alternative form of Scots grey, kind of domestic chicken. Scotch greys, plural of Scotch grey. Scotch hands, butter beaters, large wooden spatulas used when making butter, made out of sycamore wood or metal, used for shaping the butter into bricks and for other miscellaneous manipulation. One side of the paddle will have ribs or be fluted. Scotch hearth or hearth. Scotch hearths, plural of Scotch hearth. Scotch Irish, a township in Rowan County, North Carolina, United States. Scotch marine boiler, a kind of steam boiler, best known for its use on ships, with a number of fire tubes above one or more cylindrical furnaces. Scotch marine boilers, plural of Scotch marine boiler. Scotch mend, a white, round candy of nations. Scotch mints, plural of Scotch mint. Scotch mist, a cold and penetrating mist verging on rain. Scotch mists, plural of Scotch mists. Scotch pancake, a small, often buttered, sweet pancake served as a tea-time dessert. Scotch pancakes, plural of Scotch pancake. Scotch pie, a small double-crust meat pie eaten in the United Kingdom and Canada. Scotch pies, plural of Scotch pie. Scotch pine, Pinus sylvestris, an evergreen of wide distribution in Eurasia in northern or mountainous areas. Scotch pines, plural of Scotch pine. Scotch plaid, synonym of tartan, a kind of woven woolen cloth with a distinctive pattern of colored stripes intersecting at right angles. Scotch plaids, plural of Scotch plaid. Scotch Plains, a township in Union County, New Jersey. Scotch plow, a wood and iron animal-drawn plow. Scotch plows, plural of Scotch plow. Scotch snap, synonym of Lombard rhythm. Scotch snaps, plural of Scotch snap. Scotch tape, transparent or translucent pressure-sensitive adhesive tape used for sealing items together, especially paper. Scotch Terrier, alternative form of Scottish Terrier. Scotch Terriers, plural of Scotch Terrier. Scotch Thistle, Anaporta macanthium, a flowering plant in the family Asteraceae. Scotch thistles, plural of Scotch thistle. Scotch verdict, a verdict of not proven. Scotch verdicts, plural of Scotch verdict. Scotch whiskies, plural of Scotch whiskey. Scotch whiskey, whiskey distilled in Scotland, especially from malted barley. Scotch whiss, synonym of catch the 10. Scotch woodcock, a savory dish of creamy scrambled eggs served over toast spread with anchovy paste or relish. Scotch hoppers, the game of hopscotch. Scotch Irish, the descendants of Scottish settlers in the Irish province of Ulster. Degotcht, simple past and past participle of Scotch. Scotched collops, a dish made of pieces of beef or veal cut thin or minced, beaten flat, and stewed with onion and other condiments. Scotcher, one who scotches. Scotcheroo, a sweet snack made with puffed rice, peanut butter, and butterscotch. Scotcheroos, plural of scotcheroo. Scotchers, plural of scotcher. Scotchery, Scottishness. Scotches, plural of scotch. Scotch Guard, a stain repellent and water repellent for use on furniture, carpets, etc. Scotch Arded, simple past and past participle of Scotch Guard. Scotch Arding, present participle and gerund of Scotch Guard. Scotch Guards, third person singular simple present indicative of Scotch Guard. Scotchification, Scottification. Scotchify, simple past and past participle of Scotchify. Scotchifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Scotchify. Scotchify, to make Scottish, Scotify. Scotchifying, present participle and gerund of Scotchify. Scotchiness, Scottishness. Scotching, present participle and gerund of Scotch. Scotcha. A cocktail consisting of equal parts Scotch whiskey and vodka. Scotchkas, plural of Scotchka. Scotchman. A man from Scotland. Scotchmen, plural of Scotchmen. Scotchiness, the quality of being Scotch. Scotched collops, alternative form of scotched collops. Scotch tape, adhesive tape, sometimes figuratively. Scotchwoman, a woman from Scotland. Scotchwomen, plural of Scotchwoman. Scotty, resembling or characteristic of Scotch whiskey. Scotty, abbreviation of Scottish English. Alternative form of scout. Scouted, simple past and past participle of scout. Scouter, any one of several species of northern sea ducks of the genus Melanita. Scouters, plural of scouter. Devout, third person singular simple present indicative of scout. Scot-free, alternative spelling of Scot-free. Other, a village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0377. Southerns, plural of Southern. Scotia, a constituent country of the United Kingdom. Scotian, Nova Scotian. Scotias, plural of Scotia. Spade, of or relating to ancient Scotland. Scotticism, alternative form of Scotticism. Scotticisms, plural of Scotticism. Scotify, simple past and past participle of Scotify. Scotifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Scotify. Scotify, alternative form of Scotify. Scotifying, present participle and gerund of Scotify. Scouting, present participle and gerund of scout. Scatino, the proposed dark matter equivalent of a fermion. Scatinos, plural of scatino. Scottish, obsolete form of Scottish. Scotism, Scottish beliefs. De Goddess, a follower of John Duns Scotus, Franciscan scholar who maintained certain doctrines in philosophy and theology in opposition to the Thomists. Statistic, of or relating to Scotism. Statistical, alternative form of statistic. De Goddess, plural of Scottish. Scottize, to make Scottish. Scottized, simple past and past participle of Scottize. Scottizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Scottize. Scottizing, present participle and gerund of Scottize. Scotland, a constituent country of the United Kingdom, located in northwest Europe to the north of England. Scotland County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Memphis. Scotland of the East, nickname given by British authorities to Shillong, and therefore the state of Meghalaya as well. Scotland Yard, the headquarters of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Metropolitan Police Force. Scotland-like, resembling Scotland. Scotlander, a person from Scotland or of Scottish descent, a Scot. Scotlanders, plural of Scotlander. Scotlandii, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Scotlandwards, towards Scotland. Scotnat, a Scottish nationalist. Scotnats, plural of Scotnat. Spoutny, a surname from Norman. Scotneys, plural of Scotney. Stelvo, a combining form relating to Scotland or Scottish people. Scotobiology, the study of the effects of darkness on living organisms and on biological processes. Scotocentric, centered on Scotland. Scotochromogen, a microorganism whose pigmentation develops in the dark as well as in the light. Scotochromogenic, of or pertaining to a scotochromogen. Scotochromogens, plural of scotochromogen. Scotodenia, a form of vertigo involving sudden dizziness, headache, and blurred vision. Scotogenic, created from dark matter. Scotograph, an instrument for writing in the dark or by the blind. Scotographic, relating to scotography. Scotographs, plural of scotograph. Scotography, adagophy. Scotoma, an area of impaired or lost vision within a visual field otherwise in a good or at least healthy state. Scotomophobia, fear of blindness, fear of spots in one's visual field. Scotomas, plural of scotoma. Scotomata, plural of scotoma. Scotomatus, of or relating to a scotoma. Scotometer, an instrument for detecting and measuring scotomas. Scotometers, plural of scotometer. Scotometric, relating to scotometry. Scotometry, the detection and measurement of scotomas. Scotomia, obsolete form of scotoma. Scotomias, plural of scotomia. Scotomies, plural of scotomy. Scotomization, according to some psychoanalytic theories, the mental ability to delete and forget a trauma or overwhelming event. Scotomizations, plural of scotomization. Scotomize, to avoid or forget an undesirable memory or trauma. Scotomizing, present participle and gerund of scotomize. Scotomy, dizziness with dimness of sight. Scotoperiod, the period of darkness or absence of daylight experienced by an organism. Scotoperiods, plural of scotoperiod. Scotophase, the dark phase in a cycle of light and darkness, especially artificially induced. Scotophases, plural of scotophase. Scotophasic, relating to the scotophase. Scotophil, the phase of a two-phase circadian rhythm associated with dark and relaxation or regeneration. Scotophilia, a love for the Scots or for Scotland. Scotophilic, that loves the Scots or Scotland. Scotophobe, one who fears or hates Scotland. Scotophobes, plural of scotophobe. Scotophobia, fear or hatred of Scotland. Scotophobic, fearing or hating Scotland. Scotophobin, a supposed biochemical once thought to be responsible for maintaining an induced fear of the dark in the brain strains of rats. Scott offer any material showing reversible darkening and bleaching when subjected to radiation by electrons. Scotophoric, relating to or characteristic of a scotopher. Scotophers, plural of scotopher. Scatopia, scotopic vision. Scotope, relating to or denoting vision in dim light, believed to involve chiefly the rods of the retina. Scotopsin, the protein component of rhodopsin. Scotoscope, any instrument for viewing objects in the dark or in a faint light. Scotoscopes, plural of scotoscope. Scatosis, intellectual blindness, a hardening of the mind against unwanted wisdom. Scototactic, relating to scototaxis. Scototaxis, plural of scototaxis. Scototaxis, a preference for and subsequent movement towards darkness. Scototherapy, therapeutic use of darkness, once proposed to treat malaria and more recently to treat sleep disorders and depression. And thus, a Germanic language closely related to English and descended from northern dialects of Middle English, spoken in parts of Scotland, now especially in the northeastern and southern regions of the country. Scots acre, synonym of Scottish acre. Scots acres, plural of Scots acre. Scots broom, synonym of Scotch broom. Scots elm, synonym of which elm Ulmus glabra. Scots elms, plural of Scots elm. Scots English, synonym of Scottish English. Scots Gaelic, synonym of Scottish Gaelic. Scots Grey, a domestic chicken of a tall, upright breed originating in Scotland with barred plumage and a single comb. Scots Greys, plural of Scots Grey. Scots law, the legal system of Scotland, a hybrid of civil law and common law. Scots pine, Pinus sylvestris, an evergreen of wide distribution in Eurasia in northern or mountainous areas. Scots pines, plural of Scots pine. Scots pint, synonym of Scottish pint. Scots pints, plural of Scots pint. Scots plough, alternative form of Scotch plough. Scots ploughs, plural of Scots plough. Scots snap, alternative form of Scotch snap. Scots snaps, plural of Scots snap. Scots whiss, synonym of catch the 10. Scots Gap, a small village in Wallington Demesne Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ0386. Scots Irish, synonym of Ulster Scots, the descendants of Scottish settlers in the Irish province of Ulster. Scots Galdor, a locality in Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref ND0956. Scotsman, a man from Scotland, a Scot. Scotsman's rattle, an African tree, Amblygonocarpus andengensis. Scotsman's rattles, plural of Scotsman's rattle. Scotsman, plural of Scotsman. Scots people, plural of Scotsperson. Scotsperson, a Scottish person, a Scot. Scotspersons, plural of Scotsperson. Scotsdown, a western suburb in the city of Glasgow Council area, Scotland, on the north bank of the Clyde OS Grid Ref NS 5267. Scotstownhill, a suburban area in the city of Glasgow Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5268. Scotswoman, a woman from Scotland. Scotswomen, plural of Scotswomen. Scotswood, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Newcastle upon Tyne and Wear, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2063. That, an English ethnic surname transferred from the nickname for someone with Scottish ancestry. Scott City, an unincorporated community in Fairbanks Township, Sullivan County, Indiana, United States. Scott connection, a type of circuit used to produce two-phase electric power from a three-phase source, or vice versa. Scott connections, plural of Scott connection. Scott continuity, the property of being Scott continuous. Scott County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Waldron, named after Andrew Scott. Scott topologies, plural of Scott topology. Scott topology, a topology on a partially ordered set consisting of the Scott-open subsets of that set. Scott's spleenwort, a splenium times ebenoids, a hybrid fern native to eastern North America. Scott's trick, a method for giving a definition of equivalence classes for equivalence relations on a proper class relying on the axiom of regularity, but not on the axiom of choice. Scott continuous, given two partially ordered sets P and Q, a function f, P right arrow Q between them is Scott continuous if it preserves all directed suprema. Scott open, O is subset O of a partially ordered set P, such that it is an upper set and is inaccessible by directed joins, i.e. all directed sets D with supremum in O have non-empty intersection with O. Tagaim, a surname. Stoddard, a surname. Tabati, a surname. Scotchin, or relating to Walter Scott 1771-1832, Scottish historical novelist, playwright, and poet. Tabati, alternative spelling of Scotic. Scoticise, alternative form of Scoticise. Scoticized, simple past and past participle of Scoticise. Scoticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Scoticize. Scoticizing, present participle and gerund of Scoticize. Scoticism, a phrase or idiom peculiar to Scotland or Scottish people. Scoticisms, plural of Scoticism. Scoticize, to make Scottish. Scoticized, simple past and past participle of Scoticize. Scoticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Scoticize. Scoticizing, present participle and gerund of Scoticize. Didati, a diminutive of the male given name Scott. Digates, plural of Scotty. Scottification, the process of making or becoming Scottish. Scotify, simple past and past participle of Scotify. Scotifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Scotify. Scotify, to make Scottish. Scotifying, present participle and gerund of Scotify. Scotties, plural of Scotty. Scottish, of a thing or concept of or pertaining to Scotland. Scottish acre, a former unit of measurement used in Scotland, equivalent to around 1.25 acres. Scottish acres, plural of Scottish acre. Scottish baronial, of a style of architecture with its origins in the 16th century, drawing on the features of medieval castles, tower houses, and the chedocks of the French Renaissance. Scottish bluebell, synonym of bluebell of Scotland. Scottish bluebells, plural of Scottish bluebell. Scottish borders, the areas of Scotland and England adjacent to the border between the two countries. Scottish crossbill, Loxia scotica, a small passerine bird in the finch family Fringillidae. It is endemic to the Caledonian forests of Scotland. Scottish crossbills, plural of Scottish crossbill. Scottish deerhound, a large sighthound bred in Scotland to hunt deer. Scottish deerhounds, plural of Scottish deerhound. Scottish English, a variety of the English language that is spoken mostly in Scotland. Scottish fold, a domestic cat of a breed with ears folded down toward the front of the head. Scottish folds, plural of Scottish fold. Scottish Gaelic, the Gaelic language of Scotland, spoken primarily in the northern and western parts of the country. Scottish law, informal form of Scots law. Scottish pint, a Scottish unit of liquid volume measurement in use until the early 19th century, approximately equivalent to 1,696 milliliters or roughly 3 imperial pints. Scottish pints, plural of Scottish pint. Scottish play, William Shakespeare's play Macbeth. Scottish rite, a rite of Freemasonry consisting of a series of progressive degrees that can be conferred by various Masonic organizations or bodies. Scottish sonnet, synonym of Spenserian sonnet. Scottish sonnets, plural of Scottish sonnet. Scottish terrier, a breed of dog originating in Scotland. Scottish terriers, plural of Scottish terrier. Scottish verdict, synonym of Scotch verdict. Scottish verdicts, plural of Scottish verdict. Scottish wildcat, a subspecies of European wildcat, Felis sylvestris grampia, found in Scotland. Scottish wildcats, plural of Scottish wildcat. Scottisher, a Scottish person. Scottishers, plural of Scottisher. Scottishism, Scotticism. Scottishisms, plural of Scottishism. Scottishly, in Scottish way, in a manner characteristic of the Scottish people. Scottishmen, a Scotsman. Scottishman, plural of Scottishmen. Scottishness, the quality, characteristic, or state of being Scottish. Scoto, alternative form of Scoto. Scotocentric, alternative form of Scotocentric. Tadain, a surname. Scottons, plural of Scotten. Scotophobe, alternative form of Scotophobe. Scotophobes, plural of Scotophobe. Scotophobia, alternative form of Scotophobia. Scotophobic, alternative form of Scotophobic. And us, plural of Scott. Scotts Bluff County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, During. Scotts Valley, a city in Santa Cruz County, California. California, United States. Scottsboro, a city, the county seat of Jackson County, Alabama, United States. Scottsboro, a city, the county seat of Scott County, Indiana, United States. Scottsdale, a town and suburb of Phoenix, Maricopa County, Arizona, United States. Scottsville, a number of places in the United States. Tbade, a diminutive of the male given name Scott. Sade, a barium copper silicate mineral. Tbada, initialism of Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. SCOTUS, acronym of Supreme Court of the United States. SCOTUS, a Gaelic surname from Latin. Stabadoo, a plate woven from multicolored strips of colored plastic. Scalbidus, plural of scalbadoo. Tdaus, obsolete form of scouse type of stew. Scouser, alternative spelling of scouser. Scousers, plural of scouser, alternative spelling of scouser. Doubt, to stoop. Scouched, simple past and past participle of scouch. Scouching, present participle and gerund of scouch. Saudia, obsolete form of skudik. Scout, alternative form of skog. Scourged, simple past and past participle of scout. Scourging, present participle and gerund of scow. Scougs, third person singular simple present indicative of scow. Obsolete form of scold. Tiguds, plural of scud. Schoolerine, a benzylisoquinoline alkaloid found in several plants. Scoundrel, a mean worthless fellow, a rascal, a villain, a person without honor or virtue. Scoundreldom, all scoundrels or scoundrel-like activities considered as a group. Scoundrelhood, the state of being a scoundrel. Scoundrelish, synonym of scoundrelly. Scoundrelism, the dishonest activities of a scoundrel. Scoundrel, a female scoundrel. Scoundrels, plural of scoundrel. Scoundrelly. Like or befitting a scoundrel. Scoundrelless, like or befitting a scoundrel. Scoundrelously, in a scoundrelous manner. Scoundrelries, plural of scoundrelry. Scoundrelry, villainy, evildoing, acts of villainy or evildoing. Scoundrels, plural of scoundrel. Scoundrelship, the condition of being a scoundrel. Scour, to clean, polish, or wash something by rubbing and scrubbing it vigorously, frequently with an abrasive or cleaning agent. Scour down, synonym of scour up. Scour out, to remove by scouring. Scour up, to scour something thoroughly. Scourability, the property of being scourable. Scourable, capable of being scoured. Scoured. Scouting, scourges, plural of scourge. Scour, simple past and past participle of scour. Scoured down, simple past and past participle of scour down. Scoured up, simple past and past participle of scour up. Scourer, a tool used to scour, usually usually used to clean cookware. Scourer pad, a scourer in the form of a pad. Scourer pads, plural of scourer pad. Scourers, plural of scourer. Scourist, second person singular simple present indicative of scour. Scourer, third person singular simple present indicative of scour. Tper, a whip often made of leather and having multiple tails, a lash. Skirt, simple past and past participle of scourge. Scourgetst, second person singular simple past indicative of scourge. Scourger, one who, or that which, scourges. Scourgers, plural of scourger. Scourges. Plural of scourge. Scourgest, second person singular simple present indicative of scourge. Scourge, third person singular simple present indicative of scourge. Scourging, present participle and gerund of scourge. Scourgingly, so as to scourge. Scourgings, plural of scourging. Scoury, a yan call. Scouries, plural of scoury. Scourin, pronunciation spelling is scouring. Scouring, the act of cleaning a surface by rubbing it with a brush, soap, and water. Scouring brush, a cleaning tool designed for heavy-duty tasks. Scouring brushes, plural of scouring brush. Scouring down, present participle and gerund of scour down. Scouring pad, a pad having a soft, sponge-like side and a more abrasive side, used to wash up. Scouring pads, plural of scouring pad. Scouring powder, a powdered abrasive cleaner. Scouring powders, plural of scouring powder. Scouring rush, any of certain horsetails, especially rough horsetail Equisetum hyemale, formerly used for scouring and polishing. Scouring rushes, plural of scouring rush. Scouring up, present participle and gerund of scour up. Scouringly, so as to scour. Scourings, plural of scouring. Scours, diarrhea in horses and cattle caused by intestinal infection. Scours down, third person singular simple present indicative of scour down. Scours up, third person singular simple present indicative of scour up. Divorce, obsolete form of scores. Divorced, simple past and past participle of scores. Tigorses, third person singular simple present indicative of scores. Scoresing, present participle and gerund of scores. Spouse, liver pudlian. Scouse brow, a style of eyebrow where the thickness of the brow is exaggerated with a very dark pencil. Scouse brows, plural of scouse brow. Scouseness, the quality of being scouse. Stousa pop, pop music from Liverpool. Scouser, a Liverpudlian. Scouserati, notable or influential people whose place of birth or residence is in the city of Liverpool or its surrounding region. Scousers, plural of scouse. Scouser. Scouters, plural of scouts. Tbaf. A member of any of various scouting organizations. Scout Area, a neighborhood of Diliman District, Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines, roughly located around the barangays of Laging Handa, Paligsahan, Sacred Heart, and South Triangle. Scout Balloon, synonym of observation balloon. Scout balloons, plural of scout balloon. Scout Thatio, a barangay of Baguio, Banged, Philippines. Scout Green, a hamlet in Orton Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5907. Scout Official for a Day, an annual event wherein members of the Boy Scouts of the Philippines and Girl Scouts of the Philippines hold positions in local government for a day. Scout Out, to search, to look for. Scout Sunday, Sunday 8 February or the closest Sunday that precedes 8 February, chosen to mark the founding of the Scouts in the United States. Scout Sundays, plural of Scout Sunday. Scout Team, a group of players on a team, often from the practice squad, who emulate the style of play of future opponents so that the starting players can practice against them. Scout Teams, plural of Scout Team. Scouts Honor, the oath taken by Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Scouts Honor, alternative form of Scouts Honor. Scoutable, able to be scouted or reconnoitered. Scoutcraft, alternative form of Scoutcraft. Scoutcrafts, plural of Scoutcraft. Scoutdom, the realm or sphere of Scouts. Scouted, simple past and past participle of scout. Scouted out, simple past and past participle of scout out. Scouten, a surname. Scoutland, plural of Scouten. Scouter, a scout leader. Scouters, plural of scouter. Scoutess, a female scout. Scoutesses, plural of scoutess. The condition of being a scout. Scout House, a building where members of the scout movement hold their meetings. Scout houses, plural of scout house. Scoutin, pronunciation spelling of scouting. Scouting, alternative letter case form of scouting. Scouting out, present participle and gerund of scout out. Scoutingly, scornfully, jeeringly. Scoutings, plural of scouting. Scout-like, resembling or characteristic of a scout. Scout master, an adult leader of a group of scouts. Scoutmaster Conference, a usually informal conference between a youth scout and his scoutmaster, held as a requirement for rank advancement to a specific rank that is intended to help prepare for the Scouts Board of Review by evaluating the scout in certain ways. Scoutmaster Conferences, plural of Scoutmaster Conference. Scoutmastering, the work of a scoutmaster. Scoutmasters, plural of scoutmaster. Scoutmastership, the role or position of scoutmaster. Scoutmasterships, plural of scoutmastership. Scoutmate, a fellow scout who shares the same unit as someone else. Scoutmates, plural of scoutmate. Scoutmistress, a female scoutmaster. Scoutmistresses, plural of scoutmistress. Tbout, plural of scout. Scout out, third person singular simple present indicative of scout out. Scoutship, a spaceship that carries out reconnaissance. Scoutships, plural of scoutship. Scout watch, a scout or spy. Scout watches, plural of scout watch. Stave, resembling a scout. Skaven, a vein of tin. Skavans, plural of skaven. Ito, rich, pure tin ore. To gold, simple past and past participle of scove. Scovo, a surname. Scovo, a surname. Scovels, plural of scovel. To goes, third person singular simple present indicative of scove. Sgavo, a surname. Scavo, a surname. Scavo, a surname from Norman. Scoville heat unit, the unit in which the Scoville scale is measured. Scoville heat units, plural of Scoville heat unit. Scoville scale, a measure for the piquancy, heat, burn, spiciness of various chili peppers, indicating the level of capsaicin. Scoville unit, ellipsis of Scoville heat unit. Scoville units, plural of Scoville unit. Tgavils, plural of Scoville. Spavils, plural of Scoville. Tdavils, plural of Scoville. Scoving, present participle and gerund of scove. Thou, a large flat-bottomed boat having broad, square ends. Scowcroft, a surname. Scowcrofts, plural of Scowcroft. Scoutering, wording. Scout, simple past and past participle of scow. Scowagen, synonym of Scandinavian. Scowagens, plural of Scowagen. Scowen, a surname from Cornish. Scowens, plural of Scowen. Scour, obsolete spelling of scour. Scour, simple past and past participle of scour. Scouring, present participle and gerund of scour. Scours, third person singular simple present indicative of scour. Scowling, present participle and gerund of scow. Scowl, the wrinkling of the brows or face in frowning, the expression of displeasure, sullenness, or discontent in the countenance, an angry frown. Scowled, simple past and past participle of scowl. Scowler, one who scowls. Scowlers, plural of scowler. Scowlist, second person singular simple present indicative of scowl. Scowleth, third person singular simple present indicative of scowl. Scowlful, characterized or marked by a scowl, scowly. Spellweir, comparative form of scowly, more scowly. Scowist, superlative form of scowly, most scowly. Scowling, present participle and gerund of scowl. Scowlingly, with a scowl. Scowlings, plural of scowling. Spowls, plural of scowl. Scowy, indicative of or characterized by a scowl. Scowman, one who pilots a scow. Scowman, plural of scowman. Scourer, obsolete form of scourer, a robber. Scouress, plural of scoura. Spouse, plural of scow. SCP, initialism of senior crown prosecutor. SCPHN, initialism of specialist community public health nursing. SCPO, initialism of senior chief petty officer. SCPO, plural of SCPO. SCP, plural of SCP. SAI, initialism of silicon controlled rectifier. SAI, abbreviation of Serbo-Croatian. SAI, abbreviation of scruple unit of measure. Scrap, to scrape or scratch. Scrapped, simple past and past participle of scrap. Scrabbed eggs, obsolete form of scrambled eggs. Scrabbing, present participle and gerund of scrap. Scrabble, a board game in which players draw letter tiles and take turns to make interlocking words like a crossword, scoring points according to the letters played and their positions on the board. Scrabbled, simple past and past participle of Scrabble. Scrabbler, a player of the word game Scrabble. Scrabblers, plural of Scrabbler. Scrabbles, third person singular simple present indicative of Scrabble. Scrabbling, present participle and gerund of Scrabble. Scrabblings, plural of scrabbling. Scrablist, a player of the word game Scrabble. Scrablists, plural of scrablist. Scrabbly, characterized by unusual letters, those that have a high score in the game Scrabble. Scraber, the black guillemot. Scrabers, plural of scraber. Scrabs, third person singular simple present indicative of scrab. Scrabster, a small village and port near Thurso, Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref ND 1070. Scrad, Scraviti, plural of scraffito. Scraffito, alternative form of esgraffito. Scraffle, to scramble or struggle, to wrangle. Scraffled, simple past and past participle of scraffle. Scraffles, third person singular simple present indicative of scraffle. Scraffling, present participle and gerund of scraffle. Scra, a thin or scrawny person or animal. Scragend, a cheap primal cut of lamb or mutton that comes from the forepart of the neck and is typically used in soups or stews. Scragends, plural of scrag end. Scrag whale, a North Atlantic baleen whale now generally considered to be part of an extinct population of the gray whale, Eschrichtius robustus, once considered by some the young of right whales baleenidae. Scrag whales, plural of scrag whale. Scragend, alternative form of scrag end. Scragends, plural of scragend. Scrage, to scrape or graze typically one's knee. Scrages, plural of scrage. Scragged, rough with irregular points or a broken surface, scraggy. Scradmess, the quality or state of being scragged. Srave. Comparative form of scraggy, more scraggy. Spraddest. Superlative form of scraggy, most scraggy. Scraggly. In a scraggy way. Scragginess. Leanness or thinness, especially as tending toward haggardness, scrawniness. Scragging. Present participle and gerund of scrag. Scraggings. Plural of scragging. Scragno. To make scraggly, to make rough, scruffy, or unkempt, to tousle. Scraggle-bearded. Having a scraggly beard. Scraddled. Simple past and past participle of scraggle. Scraddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of scraggle. Spratweir. Comparative form of scraggly, more scraggly. Scraggliest. Superlative form of scraggly, most scraggly. Scraggliness. Roughness, scruffiness, or unkemptness. Scraggling. Present participle and gerund of scraggle. Scraggly. Rough, scruffy, or unkempt. Scraggy. Rough and irregular, jagged. Scrabbly. Dated form of scraggy. Strads. Plural of scrag. Sprays. To cry, to clobber, to conk. Scrated. Simple past and past participle of scrate. Scrating. Present participle and gerund of scrate. Scrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrate. Trow. Alternative letter case form of scram. Drow. To leave in a hurry, to go away. Scramasax. A type of dagger or sword used by the Anglo-Saxons, the Franks, and the Vikings. Scramasaxes. Plural of scramasax. Scramasax. Alternative form of scramasax. Scramisaxes. Plural of scramisax. Trow. To scratch something with claws or fingernails. To claw, to scram. Tremb. Simple past and past participle of scram. Scramming. Present participle and gerund of scram. Scramblase. Any of a group of enzymes that aid the translocation of phospholipids across cell membranes. Scramblases. Plural of scramblase. Scramble. To move hurriedly to a location, especially by using all limbs against a surface. Scramble band. A kind of marching band whose members run from one form to another without following a predefined path. Scramble bands. Plural of scramble band. Scramble competition. A type of competition where the resource is inadequate to fit the needs of all, resulting in each competitor obtaining an equally partitioned amount and thus never the amount it needs. Scramble competitions. Plural of scramble competition. Scramble crossing. An intersection at which traffic lights stop traffic from all directions to allow pedestrians to cross in any direction, including diagonally. Scramble crossings. Plural of scramble crossing. Scramble dinner. A potluck supper. Scramble dinners. Plural of scramble dinner. Scramble for Africa. The proliferation of conflicting European claims to African territories during the new imperialist period between 1881 and 1914. Scramble net. A net used to allow people to climb off a ship in an emergency. Scramble nets. Plural of scramble net. Scramble up. To cook eggs into scrambled eggs. Scramble brain. Stupid, dimwitted. Scrambled. Mixed, disordered, shuffled. Scrambled egg. A dish made by beating and cooking eggs, sometimes mixed with milk and typically stirred while cooking. Scrambled egg slime mold. Phyllogoseptica, a plasmodial slime mold of the Myxomycetes class. Scrambled egg slime molds. Plural of scrambled egg slime mold. Scrambled eggs. Plural of scrambled egg. Scrambled up. Simple past and past participle of scramble up. Scrambler. Someone or something that scrambles in various senses. Scramblers. Plural of scrambler. Scrambles. Third person singular simple present indicative of scramble. Scrambles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scramble up. Scramble some. Characterized or marked by scrambling all senses. Scramble vision. Pay-per-view television watched without a scrambler so that the picture is distorted or missing. Scrambling. Present participle and gerund of scramble. Scrambling dragon. Synonym of centipede many-oared Chinese smuggling boat. Scrambling dragons. Plural of scrambling dragon. Scrambling up. Present participle and gerund of scramble up. Scramblingly. With a scrambling motion. Scramblings. Plural of scrambling. Scrambly. Involving a certain amount of climbing. Scrams. Third person singular simple present indicative of scram. Scramed. Simple past and past participle of scram. Screamed. Simple past and past participle of scram. Scramming. Present participle and gerund of scram. Screaming. Present participle and gerund of scram. Scramjet. A jet engine capable of propelling an aircraft at hypersonic speeds, in which combustion of the fuel/air mixture occurs at supersonic speeds. Scramjets. Plural of scramjet. Tremb. Simple past and past participle of scram. Scramming. Present participle and gerund of scram. Trap. To catch at, to snatch. Degrout. Simple past and past participle of scram. Scrambing. Present participle and gerund of scram. Scramps. Third person singular simple present indicative of scram. Trout. Plural of scram. Scrams. Third person singular simple present indicative of scram. Scram. Food, especially that of an inferior quality. Grub. Igranch. To grind with the teeth and with a crackling sound, to crunch. Scratched. Simple past and past participle of scratch. Scranches. Third person singular simple present indicative of scranch. Scrunching. Present participle and gerund of scrunch. Scranky. Thin, lean. Scran. Simple past and past participle of scran. Scrannel. Delight, thin, lean, poor. Sreadier. Comparative form of scranny, more scranny. Sreadist. Superlative form of scranny, most scranny. Scranning. Present participle and gerund of scran. Scramish. Hungry. Scrane. Scrawny. Scrans. Third person singular simple present indicative of Scranton, a surname. Scrantonian, of or relating to Scranton, Pennsylvania, United States. Scrantonians, plural of Scrantonian. Scrantons, plural of Scranton. Scrap, a small piece, a fragment, a detached, incomplete portion. Scrap book, alternative form of scrapbook. Scrap books, plural of scrap book. Scrap car, a car which is sold to a scrap metal dealer for the purpose of recycling the metal, often cars where the value of metal exceeds the value of the actual car on the secondary market. Scrap cars, plural of scrap car. Scrap dealer, a person who sells scrap for profit. Scrap dealers, plural of scrap dealer. Scrap heap, alternative spelling of scrap heap. Scrap heaps, plural of scrap heap. Scrap merchant, synonym of scrap dealer. Scrap merchants, plural of scrap merchant. Scrap paper, used paper to be reused for jotting notes, etc. Scrap yard, alternative spelling of scrap yard. Scrap yards, plural of scrap yard. Scrap heap, alternative spelling of scrap heap. Scrap heaps, plural of scrap heap. Scrap yard, alternative spelling of scrap yard. Scrap yards, plural of scrap yard. Scrapable, alternative form of scrapable. Scrapbook, a book similar to a notebook or journal in which personal or family memorabilia and photos are collected and arranged. Scrapbook, simple past and past participle of scrapbook. Scrapbooker, a person who scrapbooks. Scrapbookers, plural of scrapbooker. Scrapbooking, the process of making a scrapbook. Scrapbooks, plural of scrapbook. Scrapbooky, resembling or characteristic of a scrapbook. Scrapbox, a box for storing fragments of material or documents, etc. that may be of use or interest at a later time. Scrapboxes, plural of scrapbox. Scrape, to draw an object, especially a sharp or angular one, along something while exerting pressure. Scrape acquaintance, to seek acquaintance with somebody without a formal introduction. Scrape along, to barely be able to survive. Scrape and bow, alternative form of bow and scrape. Scrape at the bottom of the barrel, alternative form of scrape the bottom of the barrel. Scrape by, to only afford the essentials, to barely sustain oneself. Scrape down, to make the ground flat with tools like a hoe or shovel. Scrape off, to remove something by a scraping action. Scrape someone off the ceiling, used to describe the response to someone who is either experiencing great pain, who is very frightened, or is very elated. Scrape the barrel, synonym of scrape the bottom of the barrel. Scrape the bottom of the barrel, to settle for a poor option due to a lack or unavailability of anything more favorable. Scrape through, to marginally manage to progress. Scrape together, to collect, assemble, or gather small amounts, especially of money, from various sources with some difficulty. Scrape up, to scrape completely, cover all over with scrapes. Scrape good, a stingy person, a miser. Scrape goods, plural of scrape good. Scrape pennies, plural of scrape penny. Scrape penny, a miser. Scrapeable, capable of being scraped. Scrabage, scraping. Scraped, simple past and past participle of scrape. Scraped along, simple past and past participle of scrape along. Scraped by, simple past and past participle of scrape by. Scraped down, simple past and past participle of scrape down. Scraped off, simple past and past participle of scrape off. Scraped someone off the ceiling, simple past and past participle of scrape someone off the ceiling. Scraped the bottom of the barrel, simple past and past participle of scrape the bottom of the barrel. Scraped through, simple past and past participle of scrape through. Scraped together, simple past and past participle of scrape together. Scraped up, simple past and past participle of scrape up. Scrape at, a fiddler. Scrape bats, plural of scrapegut. Scrapeless, without a scrape. Scraper, an instrument with which anything is scraped. Scraper board, scratch board. Scraper boards, plural of scraper board. Scrapers, plural of scraper. Scrapes, plural of scrape. Scrapes along, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape along. Scrapes by, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape by. Scrapes down, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape down. Scrapes off, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape off. Scrapes someone off the ceiling, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape someone off the ceiling. Scrapes the bottom of the barrel, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape the bottom of the barrel. Scrapes through, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape through. Scrapes together, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape together. Scrapes up, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape up. Scrapus, second person singular simple present indicative of scrape. Scrape, third person singular simple present indicative of scrape. Scrapey, alternative spelling of scrapey. Scrap heap, a pile in which junk is discarded. Scrap heaps, plural of scrap heap. Scradiana, miscellaneous short-written sketches or other writings. Scrapi, a degenerative prion disease of sheep and goats that attacks the central nervous system. Scrapie, having the disease called scrapi. Scrapies, plural of scrapi. Scrappin, pronunciation spelling of scraping. Scraping, the sound or action of something being scraped. Scraping along, present participle and gerund of scrape along. Scraping and bowing, alternative form of bowing and scraping. Scraping by, present participle and gerund of scrape by. Scraping down, present participle and gerund of scrape down. Scraping off, present participle and gerund of scrape off. scraping someone off the ceiling. Present participle and gerund of scrape someone off the ceiling. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Present participle and gerund of scrape the bottom of the barrel. Scraping through. Present participle and gerund of scrape through. Scraping together. Present participle and gerund of scrape together. Scraping up. Present participle and gerund of scrape up. Scrapingly. With a scraping sound or motion. Scrapings. Plural of scraping. Scrapless. Without a scrap. Scraplet. A little scrap, a small piece of something. Scraplets. Plural of scraplet. Scrapman. A scrap dealer. Scrapman. Plural of scrapman. Scrap merchant. A dealer in scrap. Scrap merchants. Plural of scrap merchant. Scrapmonger. A scrap dealer. Scrapmongers. Plural of scrap monger. Scrapnel. Shrapnel, especially scraps of metal. Scrappable. Capable of or suitable for being scrapped. Scrattage. The practice of scrapping something. Scrappages. Plural of scrappage. Scrap. Simple past and past participle of scrap. Scrabber. A person who disposes of scraps, such as one who collects scrap metal to sell to a scrap dealer. Scratters. Plural of scrapper. Scrappy. Scrapper, scrap dealer. Scrappier. Comparative form of scrappy, more scrappy. Scrappies. Plural of scrappy. Scrappiest. Superlative form of scrappy, most scrappy. Scrappily. In a scrappy manner. Scrappiness. The state or quality of being scrappy. Scrapping. Present participle and gerund of scrap. Scrappings. Plural of scrapping. Scrapple. A tool for scraping. Scrappled. Simple past and past participle of scrapple. Scrappler. Alternative form of scapler. Scrapplers. Plural of scrappler. Scrabbles. Plural of scrapple. Scrappling. Present participle and gerund of scrapple. Scrappy. Consisting of scraps, fragmentary, lacking unity or consistency. Scraps. Plural of scrap. Scrapti. Any beetle in the family Scraptidae. Scraptids. Plural of Scraptia. Scraptoft. A suburban village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6405. Scrapwood. Wood that is scrap, leftover oddments of wood. Scraby. Characteristic of a scraping sound or motion. Scrapyard. A junkyard. A place where scrap is stored, discarded, or resold. Scrapyards. Plural of scrapyard. The rat. To scratch. To use one's nails or claws. Scrappy. A coastal village and resort in Ormsby St. Margaret with Scrappy Parish, Great Yarmouth Borough. Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 5015. Igrash. A free educational visual programming language developed by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Media Lab. Scratch. A liberal and a fascist bleeds. alternative form of scratch a liberal and you'll find a fascist. Scratch a liberal and you'll find a fascist. People who identify as liberals usually rather than leftists are not uncomfortable with fascist beliefs. Scratch a living. To earn barely enough money to live. Scratch an itch. To satisfy a need or desire. Scratch and sniff. Coated with a substance that releases an odor when scratched. Scratch below the surface. Synonym of scratch beneath the surface. Scratch beneath the surface. To look or see beyond what is obvious. Scratch by. To get by. Make ends meet. Scratch card. A lottery ticket containing sections covered with an opaque waxy film which may be removed by scratching to reveal symbols that show whether or not a prize has been won. Scratch cards. Plural of scratch card. Scratch comma. Synonym of slash in its former use as a form of comma. Scratch commas. Plural of scratch comma. Scratch hit. A weakly hit ground ball that eludes the infielders and leads to a base hit. Scratch hits. Plural of scratch hit. Scratch may. Made from scratch. Scratch one's head. To puzzle, ponder, or wonder about something. Scratch one's own itch. To do something out of motivation to solve a personal problem. To take matters into one's own hands. Scratch out. To remove something by scratching. Scratch pad. Alternative form of scratch pad. Scratch pads. Plural of scratch pad. Scratch paper. Paper used for preliminary work on a, for example, mathematics problem, considered ephemeral. Scratch papers. Plural of scratch paper. Scratch plow. Synonym of ard. Scratch plows. Plural of scratch plow. Scratch print. A copy of the edited work print of a film made for such purposes as scoring or dubbing. Scratch prints. Plural of scratch print. Scratch race. Any race where the winner is the first to cross the finish line. Scratch races. Plural of scratch race. Scratch sheet. A publication that lists the horses withdrawn from a day's horse races along with the betting odds and statistics for the horses that are running. Scratch sheets. Plural of scratch sheet. Scratch someone's back. To do someone a favor. Scratch tape. A tape that is only temporarily needed for data storage and that can therefore be reused. Scratch team. A team, often brought together on a one-off basis, composed of players who normally play for different sides. Scratch teams. Plural of scratch team. Scratch that. To disregard, omit, or ignore the previous statement. Scratch the surface. To barely begin, to see or do only a fraction of what is possible. Scratch together. To collect, assemble, or gather small amounts, especially of money, from various sources with some difficulty, to scrape together. Scratch up. To scratch the surface of something thoroughly. Scratch wig. A short wig that covers only part of the head. Scratch wigs. Plural of scratch wig. Scratch end. New because medically damaged during handling. Scratch built. Of a building, built ad hoc with whatever materials are to hand and often just from ground level. Scratch comma. alternative form of scratch comma. Scratch commas. Plural of scratch comma. Scratch may. Alternative spelling of scratch made. Scratch off. A scratch card. Scratch offs. Plural of scratch off. Scratch proof. Unable to be scratched. Scratchability. The quality or degree of being scratchable. Scratchable. Capable of being scratched. Scratchback. A toy which imitates the sound of tearing cloth, used by drawing it across the back of unsuspecting persons. Scratchbacks. Plural of scratchback. Scratch band. A group of musicians who play scratch music. Scratch bands. Plural of scratch band. Scratchboard. A technique in which drawings are created using sharp knives and tools for etching into a thin layer of white china clay that is coated with black India ink. Scratchboards. Plural of scratchboard. Scratch brush. A sturdy wire brush used for cleaning iron, silver, and other metals. Scratch brusher. A worker who uses a scratch brush. Scratch brushers. Plural of scratch brusher. Scratch brushes. Plural of scratch brush. Scratch bush. Eurobaxifera, a tropical American bush. Scratch card. Alternative spelling of scratch card. Scratch cards. Plural of scratch card. Egretched. Produced by scratching. Scratched an itch. Simple past and past participle of scratch and itch. Scratched below the surface. Simple past and past participle of scratch below the surface. Scratched beneath the surface. Simple past and past participle of scratch beneath the surface. Scratched by. Simple past and past participle of scratch by. Scratch one's head. Simple past and past participle of scratch one's head. Scratched one's own itch. Simple past and past participle of scratch one's own itch. Scratched out. Simple past and past participle of scratch out. Scratch that. Simple past and past participle of scratch that. Scratch the surface. Simple past and past participle of scratch the surface. Scratch together. Simple past and past participle of scratch together. Scratched up. Simple past and past participle of scratch up. Scratchy. One who is scratched. Scratchies. Plural of scratchy. Scratcher. A user of the Scratch visual programming language. Scratchers. Plural of scratcher. Scratches. Plural of scratch. Scratches an itch. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch and itch. Scratches below the surface. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch below the surface. Scratches beneath the surface. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch beneath the surface. Scratches by. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch by. Scratches one's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch one's head. Scratches one's own itch. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch one's own itch. Scratches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch out. Scratches that. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch that. Scratches the surface. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch the surface. Scratches together. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch together. Scratches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch up. Scratches. Second person singular simple present indicative of scratch. Scratcha. Third person singular simple present indicative of scratch. Scratch grass. Muhlenbergia asperifolia, a grass native to much of North America. Scratty, a scratch card. Scratty, comparative form of scratchy, more scratchy. Scratties, plural of scratchy. Drattiest, superlative form of scratchy, most scratchy. Scratchily, in a scratchy manner. Scratchin, pronunciation spelling of scratching. Scratchiness, the property of feeling scratchy. Scratching, present participle and gerund of scratch. Scratching an itch, present participle and gerund of scratch and itch. Scratching below the surface, present participle and gerund of scratch below the surface. Scratching beneath the surface, present participle and gerund of scratch beneath the surface. Scratching by, present participle and gerund of scratch by. Scratching one's head, present participle and gerund of scratch one's head. Scratching one's own itch, present participle and gerund of scratch one's own itch. Scratching out, present participle and gerund of scratch out. Scratching posts, a wooden post wrapped in a piece of carpet or similar material that a domestic cat is encouraged to scratch rather than the furniture. Scratching posts, plural of scratching posts. Scratching that, present participle of scratch that. Scratching the surface, present participle and gerund of scratch the surface. Scratching together, present participle and gerund of scratch together. Scratching up, present participle and gerund of scratch up. Scratchingly, with a scratching motion or action. Scratching. Plural of scratching. Scratchiti, a form of graffiti that is scratched into a surface rather than drawn or painted. Scratchiti, a form of graffiti that is scratched or etched into a surface, especially one of glass or plexiglass. Scratchless, without a scratch, unscathed, spotless. Scratchly, resembling or characteristic of a scratch. Scratch mark, a mark left as the result of a scratch. Scratch marks, plural of scratch mark. Scratchpad, a pad of paper for preliminary notes or sketches or writings, etc. Scratchpads, plural of scratchpad. Scratch paper, alternative spelling of scratch paper. Scratch plate. A pickard. Scratch plates, plural of scratch plate. Scratchproof, resistant to being scratched. Scratchsome, characterized or marked by scratching or scratchiness. Degrach, simple past and past participle of scratch. Scratchwe, cleavers gallium apparine. Scratchweeds, plural of scratchweed. Scratchwork, the first layer of plaster to be applied in plasterwork. Scratty, characterized by scratches. Thras, third person singular simple present indicative of scrat. Tgra. Simple past and past participle of scrat. Tgratter. A child working class youth associated with aggression and common tastes. Scratters. Plural of scratter. Scratting. Present participle and gerund of scrat. Scrattle. To scrat. Scrattled. Simple past and past participle of scrattle. Scraddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrattle. Scrattling. Present participle and gerund of scrattle. Scratty. Thin, meager, unkempt. Scratwy. Synonym of cleavers. Straw. Is it greet? Straws. Plural of scraw. Straw. Simple past and past participle of screech. Scrunch. Alternative form of scranch. Scrunch. Simple past and past participle of scrunch. Scrunches. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrunch. Scrunching. Present participle and gerund of scrunch. Scrabble. Alternative form of scraffle, scramble, or struggle. Scravelled. Simple past and past participle of scravel. Scraveling. Present participle and gerund of scravel. Scravelled. Simple past and past participle of scravel. Scraveling. Present participle and gerund of scravel. Scravels. Third person singular simple present indicative of scravel. Draw. A sod of grass-grown turf from the surface of a bog or from a field. Draw. As a quoi. Degrow. Simple past and past participle of scrock. Scrocke. Present participle and gerund of scrock. Sprox. Plural of scrock. Sprawl. Irregular, possibly illegible handwriting. Scrawl down. To scrawl something, to write down in a scrawl. Scrawl off. To scrawl something, to dash off in a scrawl. Scrawl out. To write something in a scrawl, to write quickly, usually in illegible handwriting. Scrawl up. To scrawl something, to write out in a scrawl. Sprawl. Having been written in a rapid and sloppy manner. Scrawled down. Simple past and past participle of scrawl down. Scrawled filefish. A fish of species Eleuterus scriptus. Scrawled off. Simple past and past participle of scrawl off. Scrawled out. Simple past and past participle of scrawl out. Scrawled up. Simple past and past participle of scrawl up. Scrawler. Someone who scrawls. A scrawly writer. Sprawlers. Plural of scrawler. Throwy. Comparative form of scrawly. More scrawly. Trawis. Superlative form of scrawly. Most scrawly. Scrawliness. The quality of being scrawly. Scrawling. Present participle and gerund of scrawl. Scrawling down. Present participle and gerund of scrawl down. Scrawling off. Present participle and gerund of scrawl off. Scrawling out. Present participle and gerund of scrawl out. Scrawling up. Present participle participle and gerundive scrawl up. Scrawl in a way that scrawls or scribbles. Scrawlings, plural of scrawling. Sprawls, plural of scrawl. Scrawls down. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrawl down. Scrawls off. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrawl off. Scrawls out. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrawl out. Scrawls up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrawl up. Scrawly. Written in the manner of a scrawl, written sloppily and in haste, hard to read. Degrong. To tear or scratch. Scrommed. Simple past and past participle of scrom. Scromming. Present participle and gerund of scrom. Degroms. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrom. Straw. Hut. Scrawnier. Comparative form of scrawny, more scrawny. Scrawniest. Superlative form of scrawny, most scrawny. Scrawny. In a scrawny manner. Scrawnimas. That papity being scrawny. Scrawny. Thin, malnourished, and weak. Scrawny drink of water. Alternative form of skinny drink of water. Scrawny drinks of water. Plural of scrawny drink of water. Igras. Plural of scraw. Scray. A tern, the sea swallow. Scray. Alternative form of scray type of bird. Iscrays. Plural of scray. Scrangham. A small village and civil parish in Rydale District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 7360. Scrays. Plural of scray. Scrays. To graze a body part. Scrazed. Simple past and past participle of scrays. Scrazes. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrays. Scraying. Present participle and gerund of scrays. Avery. Shriek. To screech. Screet. Simple past and past participle of screek. Screeking. Present participle and gerund of screek. Screekins. Plural of screeking. Is agrees. Third person singular simple present indicative of screek. Screedy. Creaky. To freaky. Scream. A loud, emphatic exclamation of extreme emotion, especially horror, fear, excitement, or anger. It may comprise a word or a sustained, high-pitched vowel sound. Scream bloody murder. To scream loudly in fear, pain, etc. Scream blue murder. To protest loudly or angrily. Scream for. To demand something. Scream loudest. To complain or speak up with more intensity than others, especially in relation to a trivial matter. Scream one's head off. To scream out to one's full capacity. Scream queen. An actress who appears in several horror films. Scream queens. Plural of scream queen. Screamable. Of a bit of language able to be screamed. Screamathon. A session of screening, such as a furious argument. Screamathons. Plural of screamathon. Screamed. Simple past and past participle of scream. Screamed bloody murder. Simple past and past participle of scream bloody murder. Screamed blue murder. Simple past and past participle of scream blue murder. Screamed for. Simple past and past participle of scream for. Screamed loudest. Simple past and past participle of scream loudest. Screamed one's head off. Simple past and past participle of scream one's head off. Screamenst. Second person singular simple past indicative of scream. Screamer. One who screams, one who shouts, one who sings harshly. Screamers. Plural of screamer. Screamus. Second person singular simple present indicative of scream. Screameth. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream. Screambus. An event, recording, etc. involving a lot of screaming. Screambists. Plural of screamfists. Derivative. Comparative form of screamy, more screamy. Iremist. Superlative form of screamy, most screamy. Screama. Pronunciation spelling of screaming. Screamimus. The quality of being screamy. Screaming. Present participle and gerund of scream. Screaming abtabs. A state of extreme nervousness. Screaming bloody murder. Present participle and gerund of scream bloody murder. Screaming blue murder. Present participle and gerund of scream blue murder. Screaming for. Present participle and gerund of scream for. Screaming habhabs. Alternative form of screaming abhabs. Screaming hairy armadillo. Hedophractus velorosus, a burrowing armadillo of South America which squeals when handled or threatened. Screaming hairy armadillos. Plural of screaming hairy armadillo. Screaming jelly babies. A classroom chemistry demonstration using potassium chlorate to rapidly oxidize the sugar in jelly babies so that they burst into flame and emit gases with a screaming sound. Screaming loudest. Present participle and gerund of scream loudest. Screaming Mimi. The Nebelwerfer, a type of German mortar used in World War II. Screaming Mimes. Plural of screaming Mimi. Screaming one's head off. Present participle and gerund of scream one's head off. Screaming orgasm. A creamy white alcoholic cocktail containing vodka, Irish cream, and coffee liqueur. Screaming orgasms. Plural of screaming orgasm. Screaming 60s. The area of the earth between 60 and 70 degrees south, prone to strong winds and extreme waves. Screaming snake case. The practice of writing identifiers in all caps using underscores to separate words. Screaming trots. Diarrhea. Screaming, crying, throwing up. Used to indicate enthusiasm or excitement. Screaming lobar snake lobar case. Alternative form of screaming snake case. Screaming mist. Superlative form of screaming, most screaming. Screamingly. While screaming or as if screaming. Screamings. Plural of screaming. Screamike. Resembling or characteristic of a scream. Screamo. A genre of aggressive lo-fi guitar-driven music with predominantly screaming vocals while preserving structural aspects of the emo/hardcore emo genres of the early 1990s. Screams. Plural of scream. Screams bloody murder. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream bloody murder. Screams blue murder. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream blue murder. Screams 4. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream 4. Screams loudest. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream loudest. Screams one's head off. Third person singular simple present indicative of scream one's head off. Decreant. Simple past and past participle of scream. Screamy. Loud and high-pitched, sounding like a scream. Tgraten. A surname. Tbraens. Plural of Screaton. Screddington. A village and civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0940. Avery. Loose stony debris on a slope. Scree plot. A graph of the eigenvalues of factors. Scree plots. Plural of scree plot. Is breathe. A high-pitched, strident, or piercing sound, such as that between a moving object and any surface. Screech martin. A bird, the swift. Screech martins. Plural of screech martin. Screech out. To drive so suddenly and so quickly as to make the tires screech. Screech owl. Any New World owl of genus Megasceps. Screech owls. Plural of screech owl. Screech thrush. Missile thrush Turdus bicivorus. Screech thrushes. Plural of screech thrush. Screech tunnel. The screaming crowds near Wellesley College during the annual Boston Marathon. Screech tunnels. Plural of screech tunnel. Screech hawk. A bird. The nightjar. Screech hawks. Plural of screech hawk. Screech in. An informal ceremony introducing a person to the culture of Newfoundland, often involving drinking rum and kissing a codfish. Screech ins. Plural of screech in. Screech owl. Alternative form of screech owl. Screech owls. Plural of screech owl. Is great. Simple past and past participle of screech. Screeched out. Simple past and past participle of screech out. The screecher. Agent noun of screech, one who or that which screeches. Screechers. Plural of screecher. Screeches. Plural of screech. Screeches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of screech out. Screecha. Third person singular simple present indicative of screech. 3. Comparative form of screechy, more screechy. A radius. Superlative form of screechy, most screechy. Screetui. In a screechy manner, shrilly. Screechin. Pronunciation spelling of screeching. Screechiness. The quality of being screechy. Screeching. Present participle and gerund of screech. Screeching frog. Any of a group of frogs in a family Arthroleptidae with distinctive high-pitched calls. Screeching frogs. Plural of screeching frog. Screeching out. Present participle and gerund of screech out. Screechingly. In a screeching way with screeching noises. Screechings. Plural of screeching. Screety. Resembling a screech. Scree. A piece of writing such as an article, letter, or list or a speech, especially if long. Skride. Simple past and past participle of screed. Screeder. A person who lays floor screeds. Screeders. Plural of screeder. Screeding. Present participle and gerund of screed. Screedins. Plural of screeding. Screeds. Plural of screed. Present participle and gerund of scree. A wreath. Alternative form of screek. Screet. Simple past and past participle of screek. Screeking. Present participle and gerund of screek. Is it Greece? Plural of screek. Skrill. A discordant high-pitched noise. Skrilled. Simple past and past participle of screel. Screel-like. Resembling or characteristic of scree. Screelway. Present participle and gerund of screel. Is it reals? Plural of screel. Scree. A surname. Screen burn. Alternative form of screen burn. Screen capture. A picture or image captured from a computer screen is screenshot. Screen captures. Plural of screen capture. Screen crunch. The condition in which a video game's camera focuses too closely on the player character, partially obscuring the player's sight radius within the game. Screen door. A light door of mesh outside of another door, used to prevent ingress by insects. Screen door on a submarine. Something that is useless or absurd. Screen doors. Plural of screen door. Screen dump. Synonym of screenshot. Screen dumps. Plural of screen dump. Screen grab. Alternative form of screen grab. Screen grab. Simple past and past participle of screen grab. Screen grabbing. Present participle of screen grab. Screen grabs. Plural of screen grab. Scream in. To cover a building, especially a porch with window screens. Screen memories. Plural of screen memory. Screen memory. A childhood memory that is invented or exaggerated to cover up some other possibly traumatic memory. Screen motion capture. The digital recording by software of a moving image displayed upon a screen in order to allow manipulation and playback. Screen name. Synonym of stage name. Screen names. Plural of screen name. Screen of death. A screen or a message indicating an unrecoverable error. Screen out. To use a screen, grate, sieve, or similar means to separate large from small objects or particles. Screen pass. A short pass to a receiver protected by blockers. Screen passes. Plural of screen pass. Screen peek. To look at another player's portion of a television screen during a competitive multiplayer game in which multiple players are sharing a screen. Screen peeked. Simple past and past participle of screen peek. Screen peeking. Present participle and gerund of screen peek. Screen peeks. Third person singular simple present indicative of screen peek. Screenplay. Rare form of screenplay. Screenplays. Plural of screenplay. Screen print, a print produced by screen printing. Screen printing, a printing technique in which ink is forced through a woven mesh with an ink blocking stencil on it. Screen prints, plural of screen print. Screen protector, an additional sheet of material, commonly polyurethane or glass, that can be attached to the screen of an electronic device to protect it against physical damage. Screen protectors, plural of screen protector. Screen reader, a software application that speaks aloud information from a computer display for users with impaired vision. Screen readers, plural of screen reader. Screen saver, alternative spelling of screen saver. Screen savers, plural of screen saver. Screen scraping, a form of web scraping in which a program screensaver. Screen savers, plural of screen saver. Screen scraping, a form of web scraping in which a program visually captures and processes data from a web page. Screen share, to transmit the content of one's computer screen or a portion of it to another device. Screen share, simple past and past participle of screen share. Screen shares, third person singular simple present indicative of screen share. Screen sharing, present participle of screen share. Screen tearing, a phenomenon where the image on a screen appears to horizontally tear in two due to lack of synchronization between the video feed and the display's refresh rate. Screen tests, a test for the presence of a particular substance, such a test that by extension tests for a particular organism or medical condition. Screen tests, plural of screen test. Screen time, the duration for which something is visible in film or television. Screen times, plural of screen time. Screen wall, a non-structural wall erected around units or curbs on a roof. Typically, the framing consists of girts with a wood or metal covering attached to the frame. Screen walls, plural of screen wall. Screen door effect, a visual artifact of displays where the fine lines separating pixels or subpixels become visible in the displayed image. Screen door effects, plural of screen door effect. Is screen-free. That does not involve watching a television or computer screen. Screen print, to apply ink or another material onto a surface through a prepared screen in order to create a picture, design, or pattern. Screen printed, that has been designed or produced using a screen printing process. Screen printing, present participle and gerund of screen print. Screen prints, third person singular simple present indicative of screen print. Screen reader, alternative form of screen reader. Screen readers, plural of screen reader. Screen saver, alternative spelling of screen saver. Screen savers, plural of screen saver. Screen scrape, to extract data from a source such as a web page by picking it out from among the human-readable content. Screen scraped, simple past and past participle of screen scrape. Screen scraper, a piece of software that screen scrapes. Screen scrapers, plural of screen scraper. Screen scrapes, third person singular simple present indicative of screen scrape. Screen scraping, present participle and gerund of screen scrape. Screenable, able to be screened in any sense. Screenables, plural of screenable. Screen it. The process of screening or filtering out. Screenager. A teenager who spends a lot of time in front of the screen of a personal computer or video game console. Screenagers. Plural of screenager. Screen down. Presented on or limited to a screen display of television, etc. Screenaber. Damage caused to certain types of computer screens where a frequently displayed image burns a dull copy of itself onto the screen and remains permanently visible. Screen cap. A screenshot. Screen hacked. Simple past and past participle of screen cap. Screen capping. Present participle and gerund of screen cap. Screen caps. Plural of screen cap. Screencast. A digital recording of a computer screen's display. Screencasting. The use of screencasts. Screencasts. Plural of screencasts. Screencraft. The art of creating film and television works. Screendom. The world or sphere of films and television. Screen door. Alternative spelling of screen door. Screen doors. Plural of screen door. Screen dump. Alternative form of screen dump. Screen dumps. Plural of screen dump. Screen. Simple past and past participle of screen. Screened cable. Wire for the transmission of electricity or electronic signals, protected by an enclosing web of earthed wire mesh to avoid electromagnetic interference from or to other signals. Screened cables. Plural of screened cable. Screened in. Simple past and past participle of screen in. Screened out. Simple past and past participle of screen out. Screeny. One who undergoes screening. Screenius. Plural of screeny. Screener. One who, or that which, screens. Screeners. Plural of screener. Screenful. As much as fits on a screen. Screenfuls. Plural of screenful. Screen grab. A screenshot. Screen grab. Simple past and past participle of screen grab. Screen grabbing. Present participle and gerund of screen grab. Screen grabs. Plural of screen grab. Screenhouse. A building protected from natural species in which plants and fruits can be grown for study. Screenhouses. Plural of screenhouse. Screeny. A screenshot. Screenies. Plural of screeny. Screening. Mesh material that is used to screen, as in a screen door. Screening constant. A measure of the screening/shielding of an electron from the charge of the nucleus by other inner electrons. Screening constants. Plural of screening constant. Screening in. Present participle and gerund of screen in. Screening length. Distance from the source of a smoke screen to the point downwind where the background begins to become recognizable. Screening lengths. Plural of screening length. Screening out. Present participle and gerund of screen out. Screening room. A room in which films are shown on a large screen for a small private audience. Screening rooms. Plural of screening room. Screening smoke. Smoke clouds used by the military for blinding, cover and deception. Screening smokes. Plural of screening smoke. Screenings. Plural of screening. Skräland. The industry of films and filmmaking. Skrämas. Without a screen. Skrämasmes. The lack of a screen. Skrämath. A visual widget or small application that can be placed on the desktop. Skrämats. Plural of screenlet. Screen life. A subgenre or format of film in which the majority of the action is presented via diegetic digital interfaces such as video calls or instant messages. Screen eye. Resembling or characteristic of a screen. Scream. A person employed to scream the coal to remove impurities. Screenman. Plural of screenman. Screenmang. A string of characters used to identify a user of a bulletin board, email, etc. Screen names. Plural of screen name. Screeno. A form of bingo played in American movie theaters during the Great Depression, with numbers displayed on the screen. Screenoscope. A large screen for an auditorium, with moving parts allowing its shape to be changed for a more immersive viewing experience. Screenoscopes. Plural of screenoscope. Screen out. The process by which something is screened out. Screen outs. Plural of screen out. Screen phone. An advanced telephone that also offers internet facilities on a screen. Screen phones. Plural of screen phone. Screenplay. A script for a movie or a television show, especially the former specifically. Screenplay. Simple past and past participle of screenplay. Screenplaying. Present participle and gerund of screenplay. Screenplays. Plural of screenplay. Screenprint. An artwork produced by means of screen printing. Screenprinted. Simple past and past participle of screenprint. Screen printing. Alternative form of screen printing. Screenprints. Plural of screenprint. Screen reader. Alternative spelling of screen reader. Screen readers. Plural of screen reader. Screen reading. The operation of speaking information aloud from a computer display, performed by screen reader software. Screens. Plural of screen. Screens in. Third person singular simple present indicative of screen in. Screens of death. Plural of screen of death. Screens out. Third person singular simple present indicative of screen out. Screens passage. The passage at one end of the great hall of an English medieval house or castle, and separated from it in a timber house by the spear. Screens passages. Plural of screens passage. Screensaver. A computer program that displays aesthetic patterns or images when the computer is not being used, originally intended to prevent screen burn. Screensavers. Plural of screensaver. Screensavery. Resembling a screensaver. Screenscape. The view offered by a screen display. Its arrangement of visual elements. Screenscapes. Plural of screenscape. Screenscrape. Alternative spelling of screenscrape. Screenscraped. Simple past and past participle of screenscraped. Screenscrapes. Third person singular simple present indicative of screenscrape. Screen scraping. Present participle and gerundive screen scrape. Screensful. Plural of screenful. Screen share. Alternative form of screen share. Screen share. Simple past and past participle of screen share. Screen shares. Third person singular simple present indicative of screen share. Screen sharing. Present participle of screen share. Screenshoot. Synonym of screenshot. Screen shooting. Present participle and gerundive screenshoot. Screenshot. A screenshot of text posted to social media. Screenshorts. Plural of screenshot. Screenshot. An image of computer or smartphone screen output at a given moment in time. Screenshotting. Misspelling of screenshotting. Screenshots. Plural of screenshot. Screenshotted. Simple past and past participle of screenshot. Screenshotter. Someone who takes a screenshot. Screenshotters. Plural of screenshotter. Screenshotting. Present participle and gerundive screenshot. Screensman. Alternative form of screamin' type of mine worker. Screensman. Plural of screensman. Screen space. The space available on a screen display. Screentests. Alternative form of screen test. Screentests. Plural of screentests. Screen time. Alternative form of screen time. Screen times. Plural of screen time. Screen tone. A technique for applying textures and shades to drawings from pre-printed sheets, used as an alternative to hatching. Screen tones. Plural of screen tone. Screen wash. A fluid used to clean the windscreen of a motor vehicle, windshield washer fluid. Screen wash. Simple past and past participle of screen wash. Screen washes. Third person singular simple present indicative of screen wash. Screen washing. Present participle and gerundive screen wash. Screen eyes. In terms of or by means of a screen or screens. Screen work. Work in the form of a screen. Screenworks. Plural of screenwork. Screenworthy. Worthy of being screened, deserving of being adapted into a film or television show. Screenwrite. To write a script for film or television. Screenwriter. One who writes for the screen, who writes drama for film or television, especially a professional who knows the conventions appropriate to such work. Screenwriters. Plural of screenwriter. Screenwrites. Third person singular simple present indicative of screenwrite. Screenwriting. The act of writing screenplays. Screenwritings. Plural of screenwriting. Screenwritten. Past participle of screenwrite. Screenwrote. Simple past of screenwrite. Screeny. Resembling or characteristic of a screen. Screeplot. Alternative form of screeplot. Screeplots. Plural of screeplot. Agrees. Plural of scree. Shreeve. The right. Screeve. Simple past and past participle of screeve. Screever. One who screeves or draws with chalks on a pavement or sidewalk. Screwers. Plural of screever. Screws. Plural of screeve. Screwing. Present participle and gerund of screeve. Sgrout. To sing something, especially high notes in musical theater, in a particular forceful way that combines screaming and belting. Scrouted. Simple past and past participle of scrout. Scrouting. Present participle and gerund of scrout. Scrouts. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrout. Scremerston. A village in Ancroft Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 0049. Scratch. A tool used for the maintenance of chainsaws that combines two wrench sockets and a screwdriver. Screnches. Plural of scrench. Screven. A surname. Screven County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Sylvania. Screveton. A village and civil parish in Rushcliffe District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7343. Through. A device that has a helical function. Screw about. Synonym of screw around. Screw all. Synonym of fuck all. Screw anchor. A fixing that allows screws to be fitted into masonry walls, called a wall plug in UK English. Screw anchors. Plural of screw anchor. Screw around. To make out or engage in sexual activity, usually without actually having sex. Screw back. To cue the cue ball in such a way as to impart backspin. On impact, the ball will follow a reverse trajectory according to the spin. Screw bolt. A bolt threaded at one end for a nut. Screw bolts. Plural of screw bolt. Screw box. A device resembling a die for cutting the thread on a wooden screw. Screw boxes. Plural of screw box. Screw cap. The cap of a container, especially a bottle or jar, which screws onto the threaded lip of the container. Screw caps. Plural of screw cap. Screw dry. A slot in the head of a screw of various shapes, enabling a screwdriver to lock into the screw. Screwdriver. Alternative form of screwdriver. Screw drives. Plural of screw drive. Screw elevator. A surgeon's or dentist's instrument for forcing open the jaws. Screw elevators. Plural of screw elevator. Screw eye. A screw with a loop on one end and threads on the other end. Screw eyes. Plural of screw eye. Screw head. Alternative form of screw head. Screw heads. Plural of screw head. Screw it. Expression of frustration or contempt. Screw jack. Jascrew. Screw jacks. Plural of screw jack. Screw key. A lever for turning the nut of a screw. Screw keys. Plural of screw key. Irregulos. A state of insanity or eccentricity. Screw machine. Any of a class of machine tools for the manufacture of screws and other small metal parts, typically from wire or small diameter bars. It works by machining, stamping, or rolling with dies, or any combination of these actions. It is typically under automatic control via cams or computerization with periodic human supervision. Screw machines. Plural of screw machine. Screw nail. A nail with a spiral shank. Screw nails. Plural of screw nail. Screw off. To remove the lid of a jar or other container by unscrewing it. Screw over. To cheat someone or ruin their chances in a game or other situation. Screw palm. The tree Pandanus spindalis of tropical northern Australia. To screw palms. Plural of screw palm. Screw peg. A small headless screw for fastening soles. Screw pegs. Plural of screw peg. Screw picket. A steel stake used for barbed wire defenses, the lower half of which is corkscrew shaped to enable it to be screwed into the ground. Screw pickets. Plural of screw picket. Screw pile. A steel pile having a wide helical blade attached toward the base to provide a large bearing area when fixed in the ground. To screw piles. Plural of screw pile. Screw pine. An old world tropical tree, Pandanus utilis. Screw pines. Plural of screw pine. Screw pod mesquite. Synonym of screwbean plant. Screw pod mesquites. Plural of screw pod mesquite. Screw pump. A pump based on the Archimedean screw mechanism. Screw pumps. Plural of screw pump. Screw shoe. A regular shoe with screws 1/4 to 3/8 screwed into the bottom to give it grip while running on ice and snow. Screw shoes. Plural of screw shoe. Screw stair. Spiral staircase. Screw stairs. Plural of screw stair. Screw the pooch. To make a large mistake, to fail in dramatic and ignominious fashion. Screw this. A much less offensive version of fuck this. Screw this for a game of soldiers. Synonym of sod this for a game of soldiers. Screw this for a lark. Synonym of sod this for a game of soldiers. Screw thread. A helical ridge formed around a cylinder or a helical groove formed around the inner wall of a bore, used mostly on fasteners and their connection points. Screw threads. Plural of screw thread. Screw top. Synonym of screw cap. Screw tops. Plural of screw top. To screw up. To tighten or secure with screws. Screw up one's courage. Synonym of pluck up one's courage. Screw valve. A stopcock opened and closed by means of a screw instead of a spigot. Screw valves. Plural of screw valve. Screw ventilator. A kind of ventilating apparatus using a propeller. Screw ventilators. Plural of screw ventilator. Igruwe. To fiddle with, to tinker, to affect negatively. Screw wrench. A tool for grasping the flat sides of the heads of large screws. Screw wrenches. Plural of screw wrench. Shrew. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see screw you. Screw you, I got my. Euphemistic form of fuck you, I got mine. Screws. Plural of screw you. Screw. Nut and bolt. To hit it and quit it. Screw in. Able to be screwed into a threaded hole. Screw off. Someone who often fails to do his or her work, someone known to goof off. Screw-offs, plural of screw-off. Screw-pile lighthouse, a formerly common type of lighthouse supported on a series of screw piles, typically a hexagonal building surmounted by a cupola for the light. Screw-pile lighthouses, plural of screw-pile lighthouse. Screw stone, the fossil stem of an encrihnite. Screw stones, plural of screw stone. Screw top, alternative form of screw top. Screw tops, plural of screw top. Screw type, having a fitting that screws into another part. Screw up, alternative spelling of screw up. Screw ups, plural of screw up. Screw, alternative form of screw you. Screws, plural of screw. Screwability, the degree to which something is screwable. Screwable, that can be screwed fastened mechanically. Egrued, political pressure applied in order to bring about a desired outcome. Screwback, the period of screw rotation during injection molding when the plastic can flow into the mold. Screwball, a pitch thrown with added pressure by the index finger and a twisting wrist motion resulting in a motion to the right when thrown by a right-handed pitcher. Screwball comedies, plural of screwball comedy. Screwball comedy, a genre of motion picture or play where opposites were juxtaposed, characterized by snappy dialogue and a blend of sophistication and slapstick. Screwballer, a screwball comedy. Screwballers, plural of screwballer. Screwballery, synonym of screwballism. Screwballish, characteristic of a screwball being wacky or crazy. Screwballism, the nature or behavior of a screwball being wacky or crazy. The screwballs, plural of screwball. Screwbean, Prosopis pubescens, a flowering shrub or small tree in the pea family, native to the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. Screwbeans, plural of screwbean. Screwboard, a vertical board that has an array of holes into which may be placed pins for holding tools, etc. Screwboards, plural of screwboard. Screwcap, alternative form of screw cap. Screwcat, fitted with a screw cap. Screwcaps, plural of screwcap. Screw down, a plastic case fastened with screws for storing and displaying a trading card. Screw downs, plural of screw down. Screwdrive, to assemble or fasten with a screwdriver. Screwdriven, past participle of screwdrive. Screwdriver, a hand tool or power tool which engages with the head of a screw and allows torque to be applied to turn the screw, thus driving it in or loosening it. Screwdriver operation, a mechanical task requiring relatively little skill. Screwdriver operations, plural of screwdriver operation. Screwdrivers, plural of screwdriver. Screwdrives, third person singular simple present indicative of screwdrive. Screwdriving, the work of fastening or loosening a screw with a screwdriver. Screwdrive, simple past of screwdrive. Screwed, beset with unfortunate circumstances that seem difficult or impossible to overcome. In imminent danger. Screwed about, simple past and past participle of screw about. Screwed and chopped, Synonym of chopped and screwed. Screwed around. Simple past and past participle of screw around. Screwed back. Simple past and past participle of screw back. Screwed off. Simple past and past participle of screw off. Screwed over. Simple past and past participle of screw over. Screwed the pooch. Simple past and past participle of screw the pooch, slang to have screwed up or to have made a mistake. Screwed up. Simple past and past participle of screw up. Screwed with. Simple past and past participle of screw with. Screwed, blued, and tattooed. Placed in a perplexing, very difficult situation, especially a situation in which one has been unjustly victimized. Screwed, glued, and tattooed. Alternative form of screwed, blued, and tattooed. Screwed, glued, and tattooed. Alternative form of screwed, blued, and tattooed. Screwed, nutted, and bolted. Simple past and past participle of screw, nut, and bolt. Screwedness. The state of being screwed. Igrewy. One who is screwed over. Igrewy's. Plural of screwy. Igrewer. Somebody or something that screws. Igrewers. Plural of screwer. Igrewer. An act of screwing. Screw-eye. Alternative form of screw-eye. Screw-eyes. Plural of screw-eye. Alternative form of screw-eyes. Screw-face. A contorted facial expression of anger, frustration, or aggression. Screw-face. Having a screw-face, an angry facial expression, angry, frustrated. Screw-faces. Plural of screw-face. Screw-facing. Present participle and gerund of screw-face. Screw-fly. An insect Kesulia miaheminivorax. Screw-gaze. A kind of carabiner that is fastened by means of a screw thread. Screwgate. Plural of screwgate. Scroogey. A screwball. Scrooges. Plural of scroogey. Screwhead. The head of a screw into which a screwdriver fits. Screw-ends. Plural of screwhead. Screw-horn antelope. That X. Comparative form of screwy, more screwy. Iriot. Superlative form of screwy. Most screwy. Screwy. Pronunciation spelling of screwing. Screwness. The papadiovine screwy. Insanity, craziness, eccentricity. Screwer. Present participle and gerund of screw. Screwing about. Present participle and gerund of screw about. Screwing around. Present participle and gerund of screw around. Screwing back. Present participle and gerund of screw back. Screwing off. Present participle and gerund of screw off. Screwing over. Present participle and gerund of screw over. Screwing the pooch. Present participle and gerund of screw the pooch. Screwing up. Present participle and gerund of screw up. Screwing what? Present participle and gerund of screw with. Screwing, nutting, and bolting. Present participle and gerund of screw, nut, and bolt. Screwings. Plural of screwing. Igrewy. Characteristic of an old, worn out, unsound, and worthless horse. Screwjack. synonym of jackscrew. Screwjacks, plural of screwjack. Screwjack, an incident where management disadvantages a wrestler without their prior knowledge. Screwjobs, plural of screwjob. Igroless, without screws the mechanical fasteners, possessing no screws. Screw-like, resembling or characteristic of a screw mechanical fastener. Screwman, a laborer who uses screws to make adjustments. Screwmatics, rheumatism. Screwman, plural of screwman. Past participle of screw. Screwbile, alternative form of screwpile. Screwbiles, plural of screwpile. Screwpine, alternative form of screwpine. Screwbines, plural of screwpine. Screwplate, a metal plate having a graduated series of holes, with internal screws used in forming external screws. Screwplates, plural of screwplate. A screw press, a press where pressure is applied by turning a screw. Is screw presses, plural of screw press. Screw pump, alternative form of screw pump. Screw pumps, plural of screw pump. Everus, plural of screw. Screws about, third person singular simple present indicative of screw about. Screws around, third person singular simple present indicative of screw around. Screws back, third person singular simple present indicative of screw back. Screws loose, plural of screw loose. Screws of the World. The News of the World, a weekly tabloid newspaper published in the United Kingdom from 1843 to 2011, known for its focus on sensational celebrity gossip. Screws off, third person singular simple present indicative of screw off. Screws over, third person singular simple present indicative of screw over. Screws the pooch, third person singular simple present indicative of screw the pooch. Screws up, third person singular simple present indicative of screw up. Screws with, third person singular simple present indicative of screw with. Screws, nuts and bolts, third person singular simple present indicative of screw, nut and bolt. Decrustum, any of the gentians in the genus Bartonia. Decrustums, plural of screwstum. Screwstone, alternative form of screwstone. Screwstones, plural of screwstone. Screwday, to mess things up, to corrupt, to be devilish. Screwdate, simple past and past participle of screwdape. Screwdapes, third person singular simple present indicative of screwdape. Screwdaping, present participle and gerund of screwtape. Screwthread, alternative form of screwthread. Screwthreads, plural of screwthread. Screwtop, of a container, having a threaded lid rather than a cork or push on top. Is screwtops, plural of screwtop. Screw, a substantial mistake, usually causing problems for more people than just the person or group who made it. Screw-ups, plural of screw-up. Screwwise, clockwise. Screwworm, The larva of the Flycatchliamia hemnivax New World screwworm or Chrysomia pisciana Old World screwworm. The larvae are parasitic in humans and animals and are distinctive in eating living flesh of mammals, unlike most maggots, which eat only dead flesh. Screwworms. Plural of screwworm. Ew. Crazy, silly, ridiculous. Scribable. Capable of being written or written on. Scribaceous. Alternative form of scribaceous. Scribaceous. Prone to excessive writing. Scribaciousness. The quality of being scribaceous. Scribble. Relating to scribes and their work. Scribality. The practice of using scribes. Scribbly. In a scribble manner, in terms of the way something is written. Scribaceous. Alternative spelling of scribaceous. Scribe. A painter's pencil. Ticribits. Plural of scribit. Scribblage. Scribbling. Scriblative. Scribbling or producing inferior writing. Scribble. To write or draw carelessly and in a hurry. Scribble down. To write down in a scribble. Scribble lark. A bird, the writing master. Scribble larks. Plural of scribble lark. Scribble scrabble. Scribbly writing or drawing, scrawl. Scribble scrabbles. Plural of scribble scrabble. Scribblable. Suitable for scribbling upon. Scribbled. Simple past and past participle of scribble. Scribbled down. Simple past and past participle of scribble down. Scribbledom. The world or sphere of bad writing. Scribblemania. A compulsion for writing. Scribblement. A scribble. Bad or hasty writing. Scribblements. Plural of scribblement. Scribblemania. Synonym of scribblemania. Scribbler. One who scribbles, a hasty or untalented writer or artist. Scriborous. A female scribbler. Scriboruses. Plural of scribblers. Scribblers. Plural of scribbler. Scribbory. Redding. Scribbles. Plural of scribble. Scribbles down. Third person singular simple present indicative of scribble down. Scribble some. Characteristic of scribbling. Scribbly. Scribbleless. Second person singular simple present indicative of scribble. Scribble. Third person singular simple present indicative of scribble. Scribbly. Alternative spelling of scribbly. Scribbly. Comparative form of scribbly, more scribbly. West. Superlative form of scribbly, most scribbly. Scribbliness. The quality of being scribbly. Scribbling. That which has been scribbled, written in a scrawled or careless hand. Scribbling down. Present participle and gerund of scribble down. Scribblingly. In a scribbling manner. Scribblings. Plural of scribbling. Scribbly. Like a scribble, roughly scrawled. Illegible or messy. Scribbly gum. Any of a variety of Australian eucalyptus trees that play host to the larvae of scribbly gum moths. Scribbly gum moth. Any of the moths of the genus Ogmograptes, which leaves scribbly patterns on eucalyptus trees. Tria. A very sharp, steel drawing implement used in engraving and etching, a scriber. Scribed. Simple past and past participle of scribe. Scribe them. The world or sphere of scribes. Scribely, of, relating to, or characteristic of a scribe, scribble. Scriber, a surname. Scriber block, alternative form of scribing block. Scriber blocks, plural of scriber block. Scribers, plural of scriber. Scribes, plural of scribe. Scribeship, the state or business of a scribe. Scribeships, plural of scribeship. Scribess, a female scribe. Scridesses, plural of scribess. Scribing, present participle and gerund. Scry. Scribing block, a device for scribing marking lines at a specific height from the base of an object prior to machining. Scribing blocks, plural of scribing block. Scribing compass, an instrument used in saddlery and cooper work. Scribing compasses, plural of scribing compass. Scribing iron, an iron-pointed instrument for scribing or marking casks and logs. Scribing irons, plural of scribing iron. Scribins, plural of scribing. Scribism, the character and opinions of a Jewish scribe in the time of Jesus Christ. Scribbler, obsolete form of scribbler. Scriblerian, of or relating to the Scribblers Club, an informal 18th century association of authors based in London, England, including the satirists Jonathan Swift and Alexander Pope. Scriblerians, plural of scriblerian. Scribblers, plural of scribbler. Scribner, a surname. Scribner Creek, a creek in Klondike, Yukon, Canada, a tributary of the Indian River. Scribonian, of or relating to the Scribonians, a plebeian family in ancient Rome. Tigrid, a shred, a fragment. Tigrids, plural of scrid. Scry, simple past and past participle of scry. Scries, third person singular simple present indicative of scry. To grieve, to glide or move smoothly. Screeve board, a large section of floor in the mold loft on which the lines of the body plan are scribed or cut with a knife. Screeve boards, plural of screeve board. Screeve knife, the knife used to cut lines into a screeve board. Screeved, simple past and past participle of screeve. Screers, third person singular simple present indicative of screeve. Screwing, present participle and gerund of screeve. Scradle, to squirm. Wriggle or squiggle. Scragalt, simple past and past participle of scriggle. Scragals, third person singular simple present indicative of scriggle. Scribbling, present participle and gerund of scriggle. Scraggly, wiggly, wavy. To cry, to shriek, the screech. To crite, simple past and past participle of scrike. Scrikes, third person singular simple present indicative of scrike. Skriking, present participle and gerund of scrike. Skrill, muddy. Skrilla, money. Skrillian, an unspecified large number of. Skrillians, plural of skrillion. Digrim, a kind of light cotton or linen fabric, often woven in openwork patterns, used for curtains, etc. Scrimblow, ellipsis of scrimblow bimblow. Scrimblow bimblow, a hypothetical goofy, 1990 style cartoon character typically non-human from a nostalgic video game or animated series, especially in the context of Super Smash Bros. Discourse. Scrimblows, plural of scrimblow. Scrimers, plural of scrimer. Scrimdar, a surname. Tgrimid, a rough fight. Tgrimid, simple past and past participle of scrimmage. Scrimmager, one who scrimmages. Scrimmagers, plural of scrimmager. Scrimmages, plural of scrimmage. Scrimmaging, present participle and gerund of scrimmage. Scrimmagings, plural of scrimmaging. Scrimmed, simple past and past participle of scrim. Scrimming, present participle and gerund of scrim. Degrope, a pinching miser, a niggard. Scrimp and save, to scrimp greatly, to economize, to live very frugally, particularly when saving for something. Scrimp together, to amass in small amounts by virtue of frugality. Degrote, simple past and past participle of scrim. Scrimped together, simple past and past participle of scrimp together. Scrimper, one who scrimps. Scrimbers, plural of scrimper. Scrimpier, comparative form of scrimpy, more scrimpy. Scrimpiest, superlative form of scrimpy, most scrimpy. Scrimpily, in a scrimpy manner. Scrimpiness, the quality of being scrimpy. Scrimping, present participle and gerund of scrim. Scrimping bar, a device used in connection with a calico printing machine for stretching the fabric breadthwise to make it smooth for printing. Scrimping bars, plural of scrimping bar. Scrimping together, present participle and gerund of scrimp together. Scrimpingly, in a scrimping or miserly manner. Scrimpings, plural of scrimping. Scrimple, to save money. Scrimpled, simple past and past participle of scrimple. Scrimples, third person singular simple present indicative of scrimple. Scrimpling, present participle and gerund of scrimple. Scrimply, in a scanty manner. Scrimpthus, the state of being scrim. Decrimus, plural of scrim. Scrimps together. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrimp together. Decrimpt, a small amount. Scrimption, a small portion, a little bit, a scrap. Scrimptions, plural of scrimption. Scrimby, scanty, meager. Scrims, plural of scrim. Scrimander, someone who scrimshaws. Scrimtender, simple past and past participle of scrimshander. Scrimshandering, present participle and gerund of scrimshander. Scrimhanders, third person singular simple present indicative of scrimshander. Scrimank, to shirk duty. Scrimjanked, simple past and past participle of scrimshank. Scrimtanker, a shirker, one who scrimshanks. Scrimvankers, plural of scrimshanker. Scrimtanking, present participle and gerund of scrimshank. Scrimbanks, third person singular simple present indicative of scrimshank. Scrimshaw, a surname. Scrimshawed, simple past and past participle of scrimshaw. Scrimgower, a person who makes scrimshaws. Scrimhours, plural of scrimshower. Scrimshawing, present participle and gerund of scrimshaw. Scrimshaws, third person singular simple present indicative of scrimshaw. Scrimshawn, archaic form of scrimshaw. Scrimshorn, archaic form of scrimshaw. Scrimey, unreasonably cheap in expending funds or in spending money. Scrunchy, scrunchy, creased or wrinkled. Scry, a chest or other box for storing valuables. Scrines, plural of scry. Scrooge, the act or sound of scratching or scraping. Truge, simple past and past participle of scringe. Tgringers, third person singular simple present indicative of scringe. Scringing, present participle and gerund of scringe. Zriozea, a village and commune of Teleorman County, Romania. Drep, a small medieval bag used to carry food, money, utensils, etc. Scriffholder, the holder of a share certificate. Scriffholders, plural of scriffholder. Scriffholding, in possession of a share certificate. Scripless, without scrip. Scripophilia, the hobby of collecting paper documents, particularly business stock certificates. Screbage, the contents of a scrip or wallet. Igrebs, plural of scrip. Igrebsit, an inscription indicating the identity of the person who wrote something. Igretits, plural of scriptsit. Igret, a writing, a written document. Script doctor, a consultant hired to adapt an existing script for use in film, theater, etc. Script doctors, plural of script doctor. Script editor, a member of a television drama production team who liaises with a team of writers to ensure conformity and suitability. Script editors, plural of script editor. Script kiddie, a usually amateur hacker who compromises files on others' computers or launches attacks on computer systems using widely distributed computer programs or scripts rather than developing their own. Script kiddies, plural of script kiddie. Script kiddie, alternative spelling of script kiddie. Script monkey, an operator at a call center who works entirely from a script and is therefore unable to help with any problems for which no script exists. Script monkeys, plural of script monkey. Script house, to simplify or automate a process using scripts, a file containing a list of user commands, allowing them to be invoked once to execute in sequence. Script supervisor, a member of a film crew responsible for maintaining the film's internal continuity and for marking the production unit's daily progress in shooting the film's screenplay. Script supervisors, plural of script supervisor. Scripta continua, synonym of scriptio continua. Scriptability, the ability to be driven programmatically as well as interactively. Scriptable, that can be extended or automated through scripting. Scriptables, plural of scriptable. Scripted, a particular histone deacetylase inhibitor. Scriptal, of or relating to a written script used in language. Scriptbook, a book of scripts. Scriptbooks, plural of scriptbook. Scripted, simple past and past participle of script. Scripted out, simple past and past participle of script out. Scriptedness, the property of being scripted or planned out in advance, absence of spontaneity. Scripter, a programmer who uses a scripting language. Scripters, plural of scripter. Scripting, the act by which something is scripted. Scripting language, a computer language designed to be used as part of a larger application. Scripting languages, plural of scripting language. Scripting out, present participle and gerund of script out. Scriptins, plural of scripting. Scriptio continua, a style of writing without spacing between the words of the text, particularly writing without any punctuation at all. Scription, handwriting. Scriptitious, in the form of writing. Scriptless, without a script. Scriptlessness, the lack of a script. Scriptlet, a small script, especially a section of Java code embedded in Java Server Pages code. Scriptlets, plural of scriptlet. Script-like, resembling or characteristic of a script. Scriptment, a written work by a movie or television screenwriter that combines elements of a script and treatment, especially the dialogue elements, which are formatted the same as in a screenplay. Scriptments, plural of scriptment. Scriptocentric, being or relating to scriptocentrism, privileging writing over other forms of language such as speech. Scriptocentrism, the practice of regarding writing as the central part of language and giving less importance to speech, etc. Scriptal, an object-oriented programming language that uses an internal data structure based on XML. Decryptome, a segment of DNA or RNA that is under the control of a single autonomous promoter. A single scriptin may encode multiple cistrons involving separate terminators. Scriptins, plural of scriptin. Scripter, a writer regarded as producing a work but not as providing its explanation, which is instead determined by the reader, according to the theories of Roland Barthes. Scriptoria, plural of scriptorium. Tutorio, of or pertaining to writing. Scriptorian, one who is familiar with scripture or sacred writing, or who refers back to it frequently. Scriptorians, plural of scriptorian. Scriptorium, a room set aside for the copying, writing, or illuminating of manuscripts and records, especially such a room in a monastery. Scriptoriums, plural of scriptorium. Scriptors, plural of scriptor. Scriptory, of or pertaining to writing, expressed or used in writing, written. Scripts, plural of script. Scripts out, third person singular simple present indicative of script out. Scriptura continua, synonym of scriptio continua. Scriptural, of, relating to or in accordance with scripture. Scripturalism, the quality or state of being scriptural, literal adherence to the scriptures. Scripturalist, one who adheres literally to the scriptures. Scripturalists, plural of scripturalist. Scripturality, the quality of or state being scriptural, scripturalness. Scripturalization, the process or result of scripturalizing. Scripturalizations, plural of scripturalization. Scripturalize, to make scriptural. Scripturalize, simple past and past participle of scripturalize. Scripturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scripturalize. Scripturalizing, present participle and gerund of scripturalize. Scripturally, according to scripture. Scripturalness, the quality of being scriptural, scripturality. Scripture, the foundational text of a given religion, or a text considered especially holy. Scripture cake, a cake whose recipe references lines from the King James Bible as ingredients in encoded form, where the ingredient is a noun found in that verse. The recipe is used to induce biblical learning and rote memorization of this particular edition of the Bible. Scripture cakes, plural of scripture cake. Scriptureless, without scripture, not conforming to or sanctioned by a holy text. Scripture-like, resembling or characteristic of scripture. Scriptures, plural of scripture. Scripturian, a scripturist. Scripturians, plural of scripturian. Scripturiancy, an inclination to write a great deal. Scripturient, inclined to write a great deal. Scripturism, adherence to the scriptures. A scripturist, one who is strongly attached to or versed in the scriptures or who endeavors to live by them. Is scripturists, plural of scripturist. Scriptwise, in terms of a script. Scriptwriter, a person who writes scripts. Scriptwriters, plural of scriptwriter. Scriptwriting, the writing of scripts, usually for film or television. Scripty, resembling or characteristic of script or handwriting. Idred, as écrit. Idret, simple past and past participle of scritch. Isgritches, third person singular simple present indicative of scritch. Scritching, present participle and gerund of scritch. Scritchings, plural of scritching. Scritty, making a scritch sound. Escritoire, obsolete form of escritoire. Escritoires, plural of scritoire. Scribe, a clerk or writer. Scrivano, a scribe or clerk. Scrivanos, plural of scrivano. Scrivanos, plural of scrivano. Scrivens, plural of scriven. Try, to describe, to draw a line with a pointed tool. Scribed, simple past and past participle of scribe. Scrillon, a village and civil parish in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 3458. Scrivener, a surname. Scrivener's palsy, writer's cramp. Scrivenaries, plural of scrivenary. Scriveners, plural of scrivener. Scrivenership, the role or trade of a scrivener. Scrivenere, the practice or work of a scrivener. Scrivening, the product of a scrivener, that which is written or copied. Scrivenings, plural of scrivening. Scrivenery, alternative form of scrivenery. Scrivens, a surname. Schreier, a surname. Scries, third person singular simple present indicative of scribe. Screw, a type of fastener made of plastic, comprising a screw and a captive nut made for one-sided access in fastening body panels, fairings, splash shields, and so on, an instance thereof. Scrivets, plural of scrivet. Scriving, present participle and gerund of scrive. Scrivener, a surname. Scriveners, plural of scrivener. SARNA, small conditional RNA. SARNA, plural of SCRNA. To go, strobum. Scrotch, to scorch. Scroached, simple past and past participle of scorch. Scotches, third person singular simple present indicative of scorch. Scroaching, present participle and gerund of scorch. Scrow, alternative spelling of scrog. Strobes, plural of scrobe. Scrova, alternative spelling of scrote. Scrovats, plural of scroas. Scrawl, to waylay, kidnap, or steal. Scrabbles, simple past and past participle of scrabble. Scrabble. Scrabbler, a program that scrabbles. Scrabbles, third person singular simple present indicative of scrabble. Scrabbling, present participle and gerund of scrabble. Scrow, a groove in the rostrum of weevils or on the outer side of the mandible. Scrobes, plural of scrobe. Scrobe, a vigorous, tufted up to 60 cm. Scrobe, a vigorous, tufted up to 60 cm diameter and slender perennial grass Paspalum scrobiculatum growing to a height of 0.3-1 m. Scrobecula, one of the smooth areas surrounding the tubercles of a sea urchin. Scrobiculi, plural of scrobicula. Scrobicular, pertaining to or surrounding scrobiculi. Scrobiculate, having numerous small, shallow depressions or hollows, pitted. Scrobiculated, alternative form of scrobiculate. Scrobiculate, in a scrobiculate manner. Scrobicula, plural of scrobicula. Scrobicuous, a pit or depression. Scrod, any cod. Scrod, any cod, pollock, haddock, or other whitefish. Scrodal, to model pottery with scraps of differently colored clays. Scrodled, simple past and past participle of scrodle. Scrodles, third person singular simple present indicative of scrodle. Scrodleware, scrodled pottery. Scrodling, present participle and gerund of scrodle. Scrods, plural of scrod. Scrods, plural of scrod. Scrofula, a form of tuberculosis most common in women 30-40 years of age, tending to cause enlarged and degenerated lymph nodes, especially in the neck, and often chronic, intractable skin inflammation as well. Scrofulae, plural of scrofula. Scrofulas, plural of scrofula. Scrofuli, any affliction of the skin dependent on scrofula. Scrofulides, plural of scrofuli. Scrofulitic, having or relating to scrofula. Scrofulitic, having or relating to scrofula. Scrofulitics, plural of scrofulitic. Scrophulorachidtic, tending towards scrofula and rickets. Scrofulotuberculous, relating to or tending toward scrofula and tuberculosis. Scrofuloderma, a skin condition caused by tuberculous involvement of the skin by direct extension, usually from underlying tuberculous lymphadenitis. Scrofuloses, plural of scrofulosis. Scrofulosis, scrofula. Scrofulous, of, related to, or suffering from scrofula form of tuberculosis tending to cause enlarged lymph nodes and skin inflammation. Scrofulously, morally degenerate, corrupt. Scrofulousness, state of being morally degenerate or corrupt. Scrofulae, plural of scrofula. Scrog, a stunted or shriveled bush. Scrogging, a surname. Scroggins, plural. Scrogging, a surname. Scroggins, plural of scroggin. Scoggs, a surname from Middle English. Scrogses, plural of scrogs. Scrogses, plural of scrogs. Scrotty, abounding in scrog. Scroggam, a surname. Scroggams, plural of scroggam. Scrogs, plural of scrog. Scroll, a roll of paper or parchment. Plural of scrog. Scroll, a roll of paper or parchment, a writing formed into a roll. Scroll bar, a graphical widget in the form of a horizontal or vertical bar on the edges of a personal computer screen that is used to move scrollable text or images. Scroll bars, plural of scroll bar. Scroll lock, a key on a standard extended keyboard, originally causing the arrow keys to scroll a window rather than moving a cursor, now sometimes used for other purposes. Scroll lock, alternative spelling of scroll lock. Scroll locks, plural of scroll lock. Scroll locks, plural of scroll lock. Scroll saw, a fine-toothed fret saw with an oscillating blade that can be used to accurately cut out curves and other complicated shapes. Scroll saws, plural of scroll saw. Scroll wheel, a hard plastic or rubbery disc on a computer mouse used for scrolling. Scroll wheels, plural of scroll wheel. Scroll ball, a leaf malformation caused by insects, making the leaf curl up on the side attacked. Scroll galls, plural of scroll gall. Scrollable, of text or images on a screen that may be moved by the user to bring other parts of them into view. Scroll back, the part of a scrolling display that precedes the current line or section. Scroll bar, alternative spelling of scroll bar. Scroll bars, plural of scroll bar, alternative spelling of scroll bars. Scrolled, simple past and past participle of scroll. Scroller, one who or that which scrolls. Scrollers, plural of scrollery. Scrollers, plural of scroller. Scrollery. Scrollwork. Scrollhead, an ornamental piece at the bow of a vessel. Scrollheads, plural of scrollhead. Scrollless, plural of scrolly. Scrolling, present participle and gerund of scroll. Scrollings, plural of scrolling. Scrolljacking, overriding the web browser's normal scrolling behavior. Scrolloping, having florid ornamentation. Scrolls, plural of scroll. Scroll saw, alternative form of scroll saw. Scroll saws, plural of scroll saw. Scroll text, text displayed in an animated scrolling message, common in early demos. Scroll texts, plural of scroll text. Scroll wheel, alternative form of scroll wheel. Scroll wheels, plural of scroll wheel. Scrollwise, in the manner of a scroll. Scroller, ornamentation in a scroll pattern, especially in woodwork. Scrollworks, plural of scrollwork. Scrolly, scrolling. Scrollying, storytelling enriched with multimedial elements triggered while scrolling down a web page. Scromating, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which has the characteristic symptom of screaming and vomiting. Scrumlet, a scrambled omelet. Scrumlets, plural of scrumlet. Scrons, a surname. Scrons, plural of scrons. Scrooby, a small village and civil parish in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SK 6590. Igrut, to crouch or hunker down. Ischgrucht, simple past and past participle of scrooch. Ischgruches, third person singular simple present indicative of scrooch. Scrooching, present participle and gerund of scrooch. The Brood, the fictional character Ebenezer Scrooge. Scrooge-like, like a Scrooge in being miserly, tight-fisted, and a killjoy. Scroogian, alternative form of Scroogeon. Scrooged, simple past and past participle of Scrooge. Scrooge-like Ebenezer Scrooge. Bad-tempered, selfish, and miserly. Scroogers, plural of Scrooge. Scrooges, resembling or characteristic of Ebenezer Scrooge, bad-tempered, selfish, and miserly. Scrooby, resembling or characteristic of Ebenezer Scrooge, bad-tempered, selfish, and miserly. Screwdoon, of or relating to Ebenezer Scrooge. Scrooby, alternative form of Scroogey. Scroobies, plural of Scroogy. Scrooging, present participle and gerund of Scrooge. Scrooge, to crouch. Scrooged, simple past and past participle of scrounge. Scrounches, third person singular simple present indicative of scrounge. Scrounching, present participle and gerund of scrounge. Eru, to produce the harsh scraping, grating sound as of friction. Igrut, simple past and past participle of scroob. Scrooping, present participle and gerund of scroop. Igroovis, third person singular simple present indicative of scroob. Igrut, a cur at dog. Igrut, alternative spelling of scrooch. Scrooched, simple past and past participle of scrooch. Scrooches, third person singular simple present indicative of scrooch. Scrooching, present participle and gerund of scrooch. Igriths, plural of scroot. Scrub, a surname. Tigropes, plural of scrope. Scrofula, obsolete spelling of scrofula. Scrofulae, plural of scrofula. Scrofulariaceous, or relating to the family Scrofulariaceae of figworts. Scrofulas, plural of scrofula. Scrofulus, archaic form of scrofulus. Scropoliaceae, any of a group of iridoid glycosides present in Scrofularia deserti. Scropoliacides, plural of scropoliacide. Scros, plural of scro. Scrota, plural of scrotum, sac of skin and muscle enclosing the male testicles in mammals. Scrotal, of or relating to the scrotum. Scrotal sac, the scrotum. Scrotalgia, pain in the scrotum. Scrotally, with respect to or via the scrotum. Egrot, the scrobum. Scrotectomies, plural of scrotectomy. Scrotectomy, the complete or partial removal of the scrotum. Scrot, plural of scrot. Scrotiform, shaped like a scrotum or two paired bags. Scrotitis, inflammation of the scrotum. Scrotal, relating to the scrotum. Scrotosol, a rupture or hernia in the scrotum. Scrotosols, plural of scrotosol. Scrotodynia, a condition characterized by dysesthesia of the scrotum. Scrotofemoral, relating to the scrotum and femur. Scrotoplasties, plural of scrotoplasty. Scrotoplasty, plastic surgery to construct or repair the scrotum. Scroti, grotty, dirty, unpleasant. Scrotum, the sac of skin and muscle that contains the testicles in most placental boreoitherian mammals. Scrotum frog, synonym of Titicaca water frog. Scrotum frogs, plural of scrotum frog. Scrotum, having a specified kind of scrotum. Scrotums, plural of scrotum. Irr, to crowd, to squeeze. Derut, simple past and past participle of scrooge. Djruger, something large. A whopper. Drugers, plural of scrooger. Igrews, third person singular simple present indicative of scrooge. Scrouging, present participle and gerund of scrooge. Scrown, alternative form of escuround. Scrounds, plural of scrown. Shround, to hunt about, especially for something of nominal value, to scavenge or glean. Scrounge down, to eat something heartily, to eat all of something. Scrounge out, to scrounge something of minimal value, to barely survive or succeed. Scrounge up, to seek or find despite a lack of apparent resources or availability. Scrounge, simple past and past participle of scrounge. Scrounged down, simple past and past participle of scrounge down. Scrounged out, simple past and past participle of scrounge out. Scrounged up, simple past and past participle of scrounge up. Scrounger, one who scrounges. Scroungers, plural of scrounger. Scrounges, plural of scrounge. Scrounges down. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrounge down. Scrounges out. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrounge out. Scrounges up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrounge up. Scroungier. Comparative form of scroungy, more scroungy. Scroundius. Superlative form of scroungy, most scroungy. Scrounginess. The quality of being scroungy. Scrounging. Present participle and gerund of scrounge. Scrounging down. Present participle and gerund of scrounge down. Scrounging out. Present participle and gerund of scrounge out. Scrounging up. Present participle and gerund of scrounge up. Scroungings. Plural of scrounging. Scroungy. Dirty is shatty. To grow. Stroll. Shrouge. Alternative form of scrooge to crowd, squeeze. Shrouge. Simple past. And past participle of scrouge. Scrouges. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrouge. Scrouging. Present participle and gerund of scrouge. Scroge. To encroach on the space of another. Scroge. Simple past and past participle of scroge. Scroges. Third person singular simple present indicative of scroge. Scroging. Present participle and gerund of scroge. Scroes. Plural of scrow. Scroil. A mean person. A wretch. Scroils. Plural of scroil. SARP. Initialism of steel cord reinforced polymer / plastic. SAI. Plural of SAI. Scrub. Mean, dirty, contemptible, scrubby. Scrub. Baseball. A casual form of baseball played without teams, where the fielders progressively work their way up to bat. Scrub bird. A shy, secretive, ground-dwelling passerine bird of the genus Atratornis, found in Australia. Scrub birds. Plural of scrub bird. Scrub board. Synonym of rub board. Scrub boards. Plural of scrub board. Scrub brush. Alternative form of scrubbing brush. Scrub brushes. Plural of scrub brush. Scrub bull. A bull living in or bred in the wild, a feral bull in the outback. Scrub bulls. Plural of scrub bull. Scrub dasher. Someone who travels at speed through the scrub, especially chasing wild or lost livestock. Scrub dashers. Plural of scrub dasher. Scrub down. To clean through a scrubbing action, to thoroughly clean up by scrubbing. Scrub gun. A short firearm designed for use in dense foliage. Scrub guns. Plural of scrub gun. Scrub hare. Lepisaxatiles, a hare found in southern Namibia, Mozambique, South Africa, Swaziland, and Lesotho. The fur on the dorsal side is grizzled gray with small black spots. On the ventral side, it is all white. Scrub hares. Plural of scrub hare. Scrub in. To thoroughly wash one's hands and forearms in preparation for performing a surgery. Scrub island. An island of Anguilla. Scrub jay. Any bird of 4 species in the genus Ophiocoma of New World jays. Scrub jays. plural of scrub J. Scrubbed nurse, a nurse that manages instruments during an operation, assists the surgeon, and performs nursing tasks for the patient. Scrub nurses, plural of scrub nurse. Scrub oak, any of numerous dwarfish species of oak genus Quercus, principally in the United States. Scrub oaks, plural of scrub oak. Scrub out, to leave a surgical operating theater where one has previously scrubbed in. Scrub pine, a species of pine, Pinus virginiana. Scrub pines, plural of scrub pine. Scrub rider, one who rides in search of cattle that stray from the herd into the scrub. Scrub riders, plural of scrub rider. Scrub robin, an Australian singing bird of the genus Dryomodes. Scrub robins, plural of scrub robin. Scrub turkey, a brush turkey. Scrub turkeys, plural of scrub turkey. Scrub turpentine, an Australian tree, Canarium australianum. Scrub typhus, a form of typhus caused by the intercellular parasite Orienchitsu tsugamushi carried by certain mites. Scrub up, to clean or wash by scrubbing. Scrub wallabies, plural of scrub wallaby. Scrub wallaby, any of various wallabies living in dense vegetation, especially the black-striped wallaby, Macropus dorsalis of eastern Queensland and New South Wales. Scrubbability, the property of being scrubbable. Scrubbable, suitable for being scrubbed. Scrub, simple past and past participle of scrub. Scrubbed down, simple past and past participle of scrubbed down. Scrubbed in, simple past and past participle of scrub in. Scrubbed out, simple past and past participle of scrub out. Scrubbed up, simple past and past participle of scrub up. Scrubber, a person or appliance that cleans floors or similar by scrubbing. Scrubbers, plural of scrubber. Scrubby, alternative spelling of scrubby noun. Comparative form of scrubby, more scrubby. Scrubbers, plural of scrubby. Superlative form of scrubby, most scrubby. Scrubbily, in a scrubby way. Scrubbing, pronunciation spelling as scrubbing. Scrubbiness, the state or condition of being scrubby. Scrubbing, present participle and gerund of scrub. Scrubbing brush, a short brush with stiff bristles, usually handheld, used for scrubbing floors, etc., sometimes with a broom handle like a push broom. Scrubbing brushes, plural of scrubbing brush. Scrubbing down, present participle and gerund of scrub down. Scrubbing in, present participle and gerund of scrub in. Scrubbing out, present participle and gerund of scrub out. Scrubbing up, present participle and gerund of scrub up. Scrubbings, plural of scrubbing. Scrubber, a shy, secretive, ground-dwelling bird of the genus Atratornis found in Australia. Scrubbards, plural of scrubber. Scrubboard, a washboard for scrubbing laundry or as an informal musical instrument. Scrubboards, plural of scrubboard. Scrubby, covered with or consisting of scrub. Scrubtown, a thorough scrubbing to clean something from top to bottom. Scrub towns. Plural of scrub town. Scrubini. Substitute. Scrubinis. Plural of scrubini. Scrubhowl. A bird of the genus Megapodius, stocky, medium-large chicken-like birds with small heads and large feet. Scrub owls. Plural of scrubfowl. Scrubgrass. A plant, the scouring rush. Scrubland. A plant community characterized by scrub vegetation consisting of low shrubs mixed with grasses, herbs, and geophytes. Scrublands. Plural of scrubland. Scrubless. Without scrubby vegetation. Scrublord. A player, usually implied to be bad, who strives to enforce their own rules of how a game is to be played, what is and isn't permissible, usually with appeals to honor or morality. Scrublords. Plural of scrublord. Scrubman. A man employed to do general housework, such as cleaning a house or office. Scrubman. Plural of scrubman. Screwbout. A session of cleaning. Screwbats. Plural of screwbout. To grabs. Plural of scrub. Scrubs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrub down. Scrubs in. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrub in. Scrubs at. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrub out. Scrubs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrub up. Scrubster. A woman who tended to people confined with the Black Plague. Scrubstone. A form of calciferous sandstone. Scrubta. A small bird of the thornbill family, taxonomic name Acanthornis magna, endemic to King Island and Tasmania. Scrubtits. Plural of scrubtit. Scrubwoman. A woman employed to do general housework, such as cleaning a house or office. Scrubwomen. Plural of scrubwoman. Scrubwood. Synonym of gumwood. Scrubwoods. Plural of scrubwood. Scrubber. Any of various small, mainly insectivorous passerine birds of genus Sericones and family Acanthazidae. Scrubrans. Plural of scrubran. Derived. Alternative form of scrooge to crowd, squeeze. Trudged. Simple past and past participle of scrudge. Scrudges. Third person singular simple present indicative of scrudge. Scrudging. Present participle and gerund of scrudge. Eru. Obsolete spelling of screw. Tigraf. Someone with an untidy appearance. Scruffy. A scruffy person or creature. Scruffbags. Plural of scruffbag. Scruffball. Any scruffy creature. Scruffballs. Plural of scruffball. Scruffbacke. A scruffy or ill-kempt person. A ragamuffin. Scruffbuckets. Plural of scruffbucket. To graft. Simple past and past participle of scruff. Druffy. Comparative form of scruffy, more scruffy. Degravis. Plural of scruffy. Draviet. Superlative form of scruffy, most scruffy. Scruffily. In a scruffy way. Scruffiness. The state or condition of being scruffy, untidiness. Scruffing. Present participle and gerund of scruff. Scruffle. A scuffle, a physical fight or struggle. Scruffled. simple past and past participle of scruffle. Scruffles, plural of scruffle. Scruffle, present participle and gerund of scruffle. Igraths, plural of scruff. Igravi, name for a dog. Scruffy chic, having the characteristics of style and lovable scruffiness combined. Trudus, a surname, variant of Scroggs. Tigrua, an actin cross-linking protein. Igrau, alternative letter case form of Scrum. Igrau, an iterative and incremental agile software development method for managing software projects and product or application development. Scrum feed, the action performed by the scrum half of feeding the ball into the scrum. Scrum feeds, plural of scrum feed. Scrum half, alternative form of scrum half. Scrum halves, plural of scrum half. Scrum machine, a padded, weighty device against which a pack of rugby football forwards can practice scrummaging and rucking. It is used by players of both rugby league and rugby union. Scrum machines, plural of scrum machine. Scrum master, in the Scrum framework, a facilitator of a developer team who is accountable for removing impediments to the ability of the team to deliver the product goals and deliverables. Scrum masters, plural of scrum master. Scrum poker, synonym of planning poker. Scrum up, to force an opponent upward during a scrum in a move that is forbidden. Scrumdiddlyumptious, alternative form of scrumdiddlyumptious. Scrum half, player who introduces the ball into a scrum. Scrum halves, plural of scrum half. Scrumban, a hybrid of scrum and kanban. Scrum base, the back part of a scrum. Scrum bases, plural of scrum base. Scrumble, a small piece of free-form crochet or knitting that can be joined to make a larger piece of free-form work. Scrumbled, simple past and past participle of scrumble. Scrumbles, plural of scrumble. Scrumbling, present participle and gerund of scrumble. Scrumdiddlyumptious, scrumptious, delicious. Scrum down, igrow. Scrum downs, plural of scrum down. Scrum half, alternative form of scrum half. Scrum halves, plural of scrum half. Traumad, an ordered formation of forwards typically bending down, binding to one another with their arms, and pushing opponents shoulder to shoulder, in which each side aims to gain control of the ball, a scrum. Scrummaged, simple past and past participle of scrummage. Scrummager, one who scrummages, usually used in reference to the qualities of front row forwards. Scrummagers, plural of scrummager. Scrummages, plural of scrummage. Scrummaging, present participle and gerund of scrummage. Scrummaging machine, a scrum machine. Scrummaging machines, plural of scrummaging machine. Scrum, simple past and past participle of scrum. Scrummed up, simple past and past participle of scrum up. Scrummer, a player who takes part in a scrum. Scrummers, plural of scrummer. Throwe, comparative form of scrummy, more scrummy. Scrummiest, superlative form of scrummy, most scrummy. Scrumminess, the state or condition of being scrummy. Scrumming, present participle and gerund of scrum. Scrumming up, present participle and gerund of scrum up. Scrummy, delicious. Scrub, anything small or undersized. Scrump up, synonym of scrunch up. Scrumpalicious, alternative form of scrumplicious. Scrumped, simple past and past participle of scrum. Scrumped up, simple past and past participle of scrump up. Scrumper, one who scrumps. Scrumbers, plural of scrumper. Scrumbies, plural of scrumpy. Scrumpalicious, alternative form of scrumplicious. Scrumping, present participle and gerund of scrum. Scrumping up, present participle and gerund of scrump up. Scrumple, to crumple, crush or wad like a piece of paper. Scrumpled, simple past and past participle of scrumple. Scrumples, third person singular simple present indicative of scrumple. Scrumplicious, deliciously scrumptious. Scrumpling, present participle and gerund of scrumple. Scrumpax, herpes gladiatorum. Decomus, third person singular simple present indicative of scrum. Scrumps up, third person singular simple present indicative of scrump up. Scrumptilicious, alternative form of scrumplicious. Scrumptious, of food, delectable, delicious. Scrumptiously, in a scrumptious manner. Scrumptiousness, the state or condition of being scrumptious. Scrumpy, a rough cider, normally more alcoholic than usual, and typically produced through natural fermentation. Scrumpy and Western, a genre of comical folk songs from England's West Country. Scrums, plural of scrum. Scrums up, third person singular simple present indicative of scrum up. Scrumptulescent, alternative form of scrumptulescent. Scrumptulescent, transcendent and fantastic beyond description. Gutch, to crumple and squeeze to make more compact. Scrunch up, to scrunch one's face or a part of one's face. Scrunchable, able to be scrunched. Scrunched, simple past and past participle of scrunch. Scrunched up, simple past and past participle of scrunch up. Scruncheon, alternative form of scruncheon. Scruncheons, plural of scruncheon. Scruncher, someone who scrunches. Scrunchers, plural of scruncher. Scrunches, third person singular simple present indicative of scrunch. Scrunches up, third person singular simple present indicative of scrunch up. Scrunch eye. Alternative form of scrunchy. Scrunchy, a small elasticated ring of fabric placed around long hair to hold it in place behind the head. Scrunchy, comparative form of scrunchy, more scrunchy. Scrunchies, plural of scrunchy. Scrunchiest, superlative form of scrunchy, most scrunchy. Scruncheon, alternative form of scruncheon. Scrunching, present participle and gerund of scrunch. Scrunching up, present participle and gerund of scrunch up. Scrunchings, plural of scrunching. Scruncheons, plural of scrunchin. Scruncheon, a small piece of pork rind or fatback fried until rendered and crispy. Scruncheons, plural of scrunchin. Scrunchies, plural of scrunchie. Scrunchy, alternative spelling of scrunchy. Scrunchy mama, scrunchy mom. Scrunchy mamas, plural of scrunchy mama. Scrunchy mom, a mother who adheres to a style of parenting that combines using modern technology and natural methods, such as purchasing plastic products but following an organic diet. Scrunchy moms, plural of scrunchy mom. Scrunch, an inauthentic form of grunge music. Trotched, simple past and past participle of scrunge. Scrunges, plural of scrunge. Scrungy, comparative form of scrundy, more scrundy. Scrundiest, superlative form of scrundy, most scrundy. Scrunging, present participle and gerund of scrunge. Scrumware, comparative form of scrunly, more scrunly. Scrumwies, plural of scrunly. Scrumwiest, superlative form of scrunly, most scrunly. Scrumwy, synonym of scrunkly. Scrungy, gundy, shaggy and dirty. Scrumbeer, comparative form of scrunkly, more scrunkly. Scrumquist, plural of scrunkly. Grunquiest, superlative form of scrunkly, most scrunkly. Scrunky, cute in a quirky, scruffy, or disheveled way. The grunt, an abrupt, high-pitched sound. Scrunted, simple past and past participle of scrunt. Scrunting, present participle and gerund of scrunt. It grunts. Plural of scrunt. Degrunty, or barbarian. Scruple, hesitation to act from the difficulty of determining what is right or expedient, doubt, hesitation, or unwillingness due to motives of conscience. Scruple shop, a place where religious matters are debated, particularly with the aim of relieving participants of their scruples of conscience. Scruple shops, plural of scruple shop. Scrupled, simple past and past participle of scruple. Scrupulous, without scruples, uninhibited by conscience or moral concerns. Scrupulousness, absence of scruples. Scrupler, one whose scruples. Ifrupers, plural of scrupler. Isfruples, plural of scruple. Scrupulesome, scrupulous. Scrupulous, second person singular simple present indicative of scruple. Scruple, third person singular simple present indicative of scruple. Scrupler, present participle and gerund of scruple. Scrupulous, someone whose scruples is scrupler. Scrupulists, plural of scrupulists. Scrupulize, to perplex with scruples, to regard with scruples. Scrupulize, simple past and past participle of scrupulize. Scrupulizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scrupulize. Scrupulizing, present participle and gerund of scrupulize. Scrupulosities, plural of scrupulosity. Scrupulosity, the property of being scrupulous, excessive attention to scruples. Scrupulous, exactly and carefully conducted. Scrupulously, in a careful manner, with scruple, done with careful attention to detail. Scrupulousness, the property of being scrupulous. Scrupulousnesses, plural of scrupulousness. Scrutabilities, plural of scrutability. Scrutability, the property of being scrutable, openness to inspection. Scrutable, understandable, comprehensible. Scrutate, to scrutinize, peruse, inspect, investigate something. Scrutation, search, scrutiny. Scrutations, plural of scrutation. Scrutator, a person who scrutinizes or investigates. Scrutators, plural of scrutator. Third, to examine something carefully, to scrutinize. To grute, simple past and past participle of scrut. Egrets, third person singular simple present indicative of scrut. Scrutinate, to scrutinize. Scrutinated, simple past and past participle of scrutinate. Scrutinates, third person singular simple present indicative of scrutinate. Scrutinating, present participle and gerund of scrutinate. Scrutiny, the expression that is matched against a pattern matching construct. Scrutineer, a person who scrutinizes, a person responsible for scrutineering. Scrutineer, simple past and past participle of scrutineer. Scrutineering, present participle and gerund of scrutineer. Scrutineers, plural of scrutineer. Scrutinies, plural of scrutiny. Scrute, present participle and gerund of scrute. Scrutiny, simple past and past participle of scrutiny. Scrutinies, plural of scrutiny. Scrutinizable, alternative spelling of scrutinizable. Scrutinization, alternative spelling of scrutinization. Scrutinizations, plural of scrutinization. Scrutinize, to examine something with great care. Scrutinize, simple past and past participle of scrutinize. Scrutinizer, alternative form of scrutinizer. Scrutinizers, plural of scrutinizer. Scrutinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scrutinize. Scrutinizing, present participle and gerund of scrutinize. Scrutinizingly, alternative form of scrutinizingly. Scrutinizable, that can be scrutinized. Scrutinization, the act of scrutinizing, scrutiny. Scrutinization, plural of scrutinization. Scrutinize, to examine something with great care or detail, as to look for hidden or obscure flaws. Scrutinize, simple past and past participle of scrutinize. Scrutinizer, one who scrutinizes. Scrutinizers, plural of scrutinizer. Scrutinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scrutinize. Scrutinizes, second person singular simple present indicative of scrutinize. Scrutiniza, third person singular simple present indicative of scrutinize. Scrutinizing, present participle and gerund of scrutinize. Scrutinizingly, so as to scrutinize with close visual attention. To scrutinize, thorough, careful, strict. Scrutinously, in a scrutinous manner. Scrutiny, intense study of someone or something. Irritiate, present participle and gerund of scrutiny. Dirutiate, an orthorhombic dipyramidal dark reddish brown mineral containing lead and oxygen. Struto, a stage trap bore. Scrutoire, obsolete form of escritoire. Escrutoires, plural of scrutoire. Ickruton, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref SE 2992. Scrutonium, of or relating to Roger Scruton 1944-2020, English philosopher specializing in aesthetics. Egrutums, plural of scrutin. Egruder, obsolete form of escritoire. Egruders, plural of scruter. Scutton, a surname. Eruth, to squeeze. Egrused, simple past and past participle of screws. Egruses, third person singular simple present indicative of screws. Screwsing, present participle and gerund of screws. Try, to use magical means to see or look into something that is happening outside one's sight, for example inside a building or far away, or in the distant past or future, etc. Scryer, one who divines, sees, or predicts the future by means of a scrying tool, especially a crystal ball. Scryers, plural of scryer. Scrying, present participle and gerund of scry. Scrying stone, synonym of crystal ball globe for divination. Scrying stones, plural of scrying stone. Scryings, plural of scrying. SAS, initialism of South China Sea. SC, plural of SC. Debye, initialism of small computer systems interface. SASL, initialism of Special Court for Sierra Leone. SASU, initialism of Standard Compression Scheme for Unicode. SCE, abbreviation of scattered. SCDEX, acronym of Southwark-Clark-Tarlac Expressway. SCEP, initialism of Stream Control Transmission Protocol. SCAS, initialism of Sea Cadet Training Ship. SCT, plural of SCT. Initialism of Solitary Confinement Unit. Alternative letter case form of scuba. An apparatus carried by a diver, which includes a tank holding compressed, filtered air and a regulator which delivers the air to the diver at ambient pressure which can be used underwater. Scuba diver, a person who swims underwater using scuba diving equipment. Scuba divers, plural of scuba diver. Scuba diving, underwater swimming using scuba equipment. Scuba set, The set of equipment required by a scuba diver to be at ease when submerged for extended periods of time. Modern equipment by a scuba diver to be at ease when submerged for extended periods of time. Modern equipment sets include tanks containing mixes of nitrogen in varied ratios with oxygen, a buoyancy control device, a first and second stage regulator to allow the regulated flow of gas from the tank into the user's respiratory system, a wetsuit and accessories for heat insulation, fins for underwater propulsion, a mask to see underwater, and a snorkel for moving around the surface of the water without using up breathing gas. Many divers also choose to dive with a diving knife in case of a tangle with a net, etc. And night divers may also dive with a waterproof flashlight. Scuba sets. Plural of scuba set. Scuba. Simple past and past participle of scuba. Scubang, present participle and gerund of scuba. Tubes, plural of scuba. Scutcheon, obsolete form of scutcheon. Scutcheons, plural of scutcheon. Scutcheon, obsolete form of plural of scutcheon. Scutcheon, obsolete form of scutcheon. Scutcheons, plural of scutcheon. Eva, a Soviet-developed tactical ballistic missile. Scud ran, simple past and past participle of scud run. Scud run, to fly below the bases of low clouds and close to the ground in an attempt to maintain external visual reference in weather ordinarily considered too poor for visual flying. Scud running, present participle and gerund of scud run. Scud runs, third person singular simple present indicative of scud run. Scudamore, a surname from Old French. Ecad, simple past and past participle of scud. Scotter, a surname. Scotters, plural of scotter. Tcade, something of little or no importance, a wit or jot. Dicodex, plural of scudic. Scudding, present participle and gerund of scud. Scudding sail, alternative form of studding sail. Scudding sails, plural of scudding sail. Scuddings, plural of scudding. To go, to run hastily, to hurry, to scuttle. To scald, simple past and past participle of scuttle. Scuddler, a scullion, a servant who does the cleaning, etc. Scuddlers, plural of scuddler. Decuddles, third person singular simple present indicative of scuttle. Scuttling, present participle and gerund of scuttle. Scudery, a surname from Italian. Scuderous, plural of scudery. Scudetto, the Italian Serie championship title. Triudi, plural of scudo. Scuddler, alternative form of scuddler. Scuddlers, plural of scuddler. Scudo, a silver coin and unit of currency of various Italian states from the 16th to the 19th centuries. Scudos, plural of scudo. Scudos, plural of scudo. Icads, plural of scud. To scrape the feet while walking. Scuff mark, a mark on something caused by something else scuffing against it. Scuff marks, plural of scuff mark. Scuff up, to make scuffed, to give a scuffed texture to. Scuff ball, an illegal pitch where the baseball has been altered using sandpaper or a similar tool to modify its spin. Scuff balls, plural of scuff ball. Past participle of scuff. Scour, one who scuffs the feet. Scoffers, plural of scoffer. Tv, comparative form of scoffy, more scoffy. It is superlative form of scoffy, most scoffy. Scoffen, a food resembling both a scone and a muffin. T'aving, present participle and gerund of scoff. Scoffings, plural of scoffing. Scoffens, plural of scoffin. T'ao, a rough, disorderly fight or struggle at close quarters. Scuffle ho, synonym of scuffle type of hoe. Scuffle hose, plural of scuffle hoe. Scuffle hunter, a type of porter or manual laborer formerly employed at a port. Scuffle hunters, plural of scuffle hunter. Scaffold, simple past and past participle of scuffle. Staffler, someone who scuffles. Scufflers, plural of scuffler. Scuffles, plural of scuffle. Scuffling, pronunciation spelling of scuffling. Scuffling, present participle and gerund of scuffle. Scufflingly, with a scuffling sound or motion. Scufflings, plural of scuffling. Daffly, resembling or characteristic of a scuffle. Scuff mark, alternative form of scuff mark. Scuff marks, plural of scuff mark. Tagavis, third person singular simple present indicative of scuff. Ibavi, scuffed, shabby, having lost its original fresh or new appearance. Taft, scruff, nape of the neck. Spaffer, a policeman. Scufters, plural of scufter. Tadafts, plural of scuffed. Ibat, shade, shadow. Spad, simple past and past participle of scug. Scoutery, dishonest behavior, criminal conduct, villainy. Scubbing, present participle and gerund of scug. Skioma, a township in Ontario, Canada. Spad, third person singular simple present indicative of scug. Tigufa, a surname. Tigufas, plural of skiuka. About, school, shoal of fish. Sculcoats, a suburb of Kingston upon Hull, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref TA0930. Go. To accuse someone of wrongdoing, especially under the procedure known as scalding. Scalder, the ship of characters Dana Scully and Fox Mulder from the television series The X-Files. Tacos, plural of scald. Scaldatory, grossness, bawdiness, obscenity. Skullduggeries, plural of skullduggery. Skullduggery, alternative spelling of skullduggery. Alternative spelling of skulk. Simple past and past participle of skulk. Skulker, dated form of skulker. Skulkers, plural of skulker. Skulking, present participle and gerund of skulk. Tutok, third person singular simple present indicative of skulk. About, a surname. Scallard, a surname. Scallards, plural of scullard. Skullcap, archaic form of skullcap. Skullcaps, plural of skullcap. Skullduggeries, plural of skullduggery. Skullduggery, alternative spelling of skullduggery. Go, simple past and past participle of skull. Sculler, one who sculls, an athlete who participates in sculling races. Scholaries, plural of scholarly. Scholars, plural of scholar. Scullery, a small room next to a kitchen where washing up and other domestic chores are done. Scullery girl, synonym of scullery maid. Scullery girls, plural of scullery girl. Scullery maid, a domestic servant of lowest status whose job is to wash dishes and do other menial chores. Scullery maids, plural of scullery maid. Scullery maid, alternative form of scullery maid. Scullery maids, plural of scullery maid. Scullerime, alternative form of scullery maid. Scullerimaids, plural of scullerimade. Scholarimem, a male domestic servant of lowest status whose job is to wash dishes and do other menial chores. Scholarimmen, plural of scholarimmen. Ithawe, a surname. Ithawe is plural of scali. Ithawe is plural of scali. Scalan, a surname. Scale, present participle and gerund of skull. Scalans, plural of scalan. Scalam, a surname from Irish. Scaliamesh, scaliamai. Scullionize, to work as a scullion, cleaning dishes, etc. Scullionized, simple past and past participle of scullionize. Scullionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scullionize. Scullionizing, present participle and gerund of scullionize. Sculliamai, like a scullion, low class or vulgar. Scullions, plural of scullion. Scullionship, the condition of being a scullion. Scullar, a yeoman or petty farmer. Scullards, plural of scullar. Ithos, plural of skull. Ithoe, a surname from Irish. Sculliangsts, emotional distress experienced by the character Dana Scully. However, a fanfic in which Dana Scully of the X-Files television series is the protagonist. Ithoe is plural of Scully. Scully slash, fan fiction featuring Dana Scully in a romantic and slash or sexual relationship with another woman. Ithaup, to sculpture, to carve or engrave. Thpaupt, simple past and past participle of sculp. Sculpin, a small fish of the family Caudidae, usually lacking scales, often found on river bottoms and in tidal pools. Sculping, present participle and gerund of sculp. Sculpins, plural of sculpin. Scalps, third person singular simple present indicative of sculp. Sculpsit, an inscription indicating the identity of the person who created the sculpture. Sculpsits, plural of sculpsit. Spelt, to form by sculpture. Sculptability, the quality of being sculptable. Sculptable, capable of being sculpted. Sculpted, well shaped as a good sculpture is. Sculptor, misspelling of sculptor. Sculptile, formed by carving. Graven, sculpting, present participle and gerund of sculpt. Sculptings, plural of sculpting. Sculptator. resembling or relating to sculpture. Sculptor, a dim spring constellation of the southern sky. It lies between Aquarius and Phoenix and lies in the direction of the southern pole of the Milky Way. Sculptors, plural of sculptor. Sculptor, obsolete form of sculptor. Sculptors, plural of sculptor. Sculptress, a female sculptor. Sculptresses, plural of sculptress. Sculptresses, plural of sculptrix. Sculptrix, a woman who sculpts, a female sculptor, a sculptress. Tbouts, third person, singular simple present indicative of sculpt. Sculpturable, capable of or suitable for being sculpted. Sculptural, of pertaining to or having characteristics of sculpture. Sculpturally, in terms of or by means of sculpture. Sculpture, a three-dimensional work of art created by shaping malleable objects and letting them harden or by chipping away pieces from a rock sculpting. Sculpture, made like a sculpture. Sculptured painting, a painting in which materials are used to add relief in a third dimension. Sculptured paintings, plural of sculptured painting. Sculptured tortoise, wood turtle. Sculptured tortoises, plural of sculptured tortoise. Sculpturally, resembling or characteristic of a sculpture. Sculpturer, a sculptor. Sculpturers, plural of sculpturer. Sculptures, plural of sculpture. Sculpturesque, like or suggesting sculpture, shapely, statue-like, etc. Sculpturesquely, in a sculpturesque manner. Sculpturesqueness, the quality of being sculpturesque. Sculpturing, present participle and gerund of sculpture. Sculpturings, plural of sculpturing. Sculpturist, a maker of sculptures. Sculpturists, plural of sculpturist. Sculptury, sculptured work, sculpture. Ethos, plural of skull. Thos, rubbish, trash. A layer of impurities that accumulates at the surface of a liquid, especially molten metal or water. Scum of air, an undesirable individual, the worst type of person or people. Scum valve, a blowdown valve mounted at the water level of a boiler, used to blow down lighter oily or foamy deposits that float on the water. Scum valves, plural of scum valve. Scum-ridden, dominated or plagued by scum. Scumbag, a condom. Scumbaggery, the behavior of a scumbag. Scumbaginess, the condition or quality of being a scumbag. Scumbaggy, like a scumbag. Scumdags, plural of scumbag. Scumball, sleazy, disreputable, or despicable. Scumballs, plural of scumball. Scumber, dung, excrement. Scumber, simple past and past participle of scumber. Scumbering, present participle and gerund of scumber. Scumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of scumber. Scumval, an opaque kind of glazed layer of paint. Scumbult, simple past and past participle of scumble. Scumbles, third person singular simple present indicative of scumble. Scumbling, present participle and gerund of scumble. Scumblings, plural of scumbling. Scumboard, a partition and a sewage tank etc. to block the passage of floating solids. Scumboards, plural of scumboard. Scumbra, a term of abuse. Scumbreath, plural of scumbra. Scumbuya, mackerel. Scumbro, a men's fashion trend of the 2010s based around a casual, messy look suggesting street cred. Scumbake, a sleazy, disreputable or despicable person, a lowlife. Scumbucket, plural of scumbucket. Scumbar, a sleazy, disreputable or despicable person, lowlife. Scumbards, plural of scumbar. Scumma, a term of abuse. Scumbats, plural of scumbat. Scumbase, a term of abuse. Scumbases, plural of scumface. Scumba, a term of abuse. Scumucks, plural of scumfuck. Scumad, a term of abuse. Scumads, plural of scumhead. Scummole, a lousy, disreputable, or disgusting place. Scumholes, plural of scumhole. Scumwas, free of scum. Scum-like, resembling scum, scummy. Scumlord, a term of abuse. Scumlords, plural of scumlord. Igand, simple past and past participle of scum. Scour, someone connected with Southampton Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Scoured, simple past and past participle of scummer. Scummering, present participle and gerund of scummer. Scummers, plural of scummer. Dvalle, comparative form of scummy, more scummy. Tibaliest, superlative form of scummy, most scummy. Scumoy, in a scummy manner. Scuminous, the state or condition of being scummy. Scumming, the accumulation of sticky ink on a plate. Scummings, plural of scumming. Scubbish, synonym of scummy. Igami, covered in scum. Sbrambia, a village and commune of Falsti Rain, Moldova. Igams, plural of scum. Scomjit, term of abuse. Scomjits, plural of scomshit. Scomsucker, a vile, detestable person. Scumsuckers, plural of scumsucker. Scumsucking, vile, detestable used of a person. Scumwhy, term of abuse. Scumwads, plural of scumwad. Scumware, malware. Alternative form of scoon to skim along a surface. Scutcheon, the portion of a wall exposed by an opening in a wall such as a window or door frame, when the window frame does not conceal the entire width of the wall. Scuncheon, plural of scuncheon. Scunder, fed up, not content, not satisfied. Scunder, a village and commune of Valsia County, Romania. About muck, scum, dirt, dirtiness, also used attributively. The kite, Simple past and past participle of sconge. Scunging. Present participle and gerund of sconge. Deconders. Plural of sconge. Spundir. Comparative form of scundi. More scundi. Sgundius. Superlative form of scungi. Most scundi. Scundile. Alternative form of scungili. Scunduli. Alternative form of scungili. Scondulis. Plural of scunguli. Scundo. Alternative form of scungili. Spondili. Whelk, especially when prepared as food. Spondilis. Plural of scungili. Sponging. Present participle and gerund of sponge. Stondi. Dirty, messy, sordid. Acum. Simple past and past participle of scun. Scanner. The NATO reporting name of the R-1 ballistic missile built by the Soviet Union. Scanner. Simple past and past participle of scanner. Scunnering. Present participle and gerund of scanner. Spanners. Plural of scanner. Scummer some. Is hasting. Scunning. Present participle and gerund of scun. A bunny. Scunthorpe. The tons. Third person singular simple present indicative of scun. Scunthonian. Of or from Scunthorpe. Scun. Scunthonians. Plural of Scunthonian. Scunthorpe. An industrial town in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England, United Kingdom. OS Grid Ref SC 8910. Scunthorpe problem. The situation where a spam filter or search engine blocks or modifies content because the text contains a string of letters shared with an obscene word. Scuncheon. Alternative form of scuncheon. Scuncheons. Plural of scuncheon. Agat. A common sparoid food fish, Stenatomus crisps, of temperate regions of the Atlantic coast of North America, the porgy. Scubar. A fish, the scup. Scubarms. Plural of scupar. Scupper. A drainage hole on the deck of a ship. Scupper hole. A scupper on a ship, canoe, or other vessel. Scupper holes. Plural of scupper hole. Scupper hose. A pipe of leather, etc. attached to the mouth of a scupper on the outside to let the water run out and keep water from entering. Scupper hoses. Plural of scupper hose. Scupper nail. A nail with a broad head used to fix a scupper hose to the vessel. Scupper nails. Plural of scupper nail. Scupper plug. A plug used to close a scupper hole. Scupper plugs. Plural of scupper plug. Scuppered. Simple past and past participle of scupper. Scuppering. Present participle and gerund of scupper. Scuppernong. A large greenish bronze grape native to the southeastern United States, a variety of the muscadine grape Vitis rhinifolia. Scuppernongs. Plural of scuppernong. Scoppers. Plural of scupper. A gobbet. A shovel. A gobbet. Plural of scuppet. Stuppe. A socially conscious yuppie. Spabes. Plural of scoppy. Hiccups. Plural of scuff. There. A distorted horn, regrown after the disbudding operation of a goat, sheep, or cow. Spur. A skin disease. Scurfy. comparative form of scurfy, more scurfy. Scurfiest, superlative form of scurfy, most scurfy. Scurfily, in a scurfy manner. Scurvy, a particular forked protein involved in immune system responses. Scurviness, the quality or state of being scurfy. Scurfless, without scurf. Scurfly, resembling or characteristic of scurf. Scurfs, plural of scurf. Scurvy, characterized by scurf covered with scurf. Scurfy pea, synonym of prairie turnip. Scurfy peas, plural of scurfy pea. Skirrid, misspelling of C word. Skirrids, plural of skirrid. Scurrilous, misspelling of scurrilous. Scurli, a surname. Scurlox, plural of scurlock. Scur, simple past and past participle of scur. Skirrick, any small coin. Skirricks, plural of skirrick. Scurrid, any limpet of the genus Scurria. Scurrids, plural of scurrid. Scurried, simple past and past participle of scurry. Scurried away, simple past and past participle of scurry away. Scurry, one who scurries. Scurriers, plural of scurrier. Scurries, third person singular simple present indicative of scurry. Scurries away, third person singular simple present indicative of scurry away. Scurril, obsolete form of scurrile. Scurrile, scurrilous. Scurrilous, a scurrilous writer. Scurrilous, plural of scurrilous. Scurrilities, plural of scurrility. Scurrility, something that is scurrilous. Scurrilize, to address in a scurrilous manner. Scurrilize, simple past and past participle of scurrilize. Scurrilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of scurrilize. Scurrilizing, present participle and gerundive scurrilize. Scurrilous, given to vulgar verbal abuse, foul-mouthed. Scurrilously, in a scurrilous manner. Scurrilousness, the papilla of being scurrilous. Scurring, present participle and gerundive scur. Scurrinid, any grasshopper of the subtribe Scurrina. Scurrinids, plural of scurrinid. Scurry, a surname from Irish. Scurry away, to run away, especially fearfully. Scurry County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Snyder. Agurier, present participle and gerundive scurry. Scurrying away, present participle and gerundive scurry away. Aguriingly, with a scurrying motion. Scurries, plural of scurrying. Scurries, plural of scurry. Spurs, plural of scur. Scur de Mare, a village and commune of Teleorman County, Romania. Scurry, affected with scurvy. Scurvy, comparative form of scurvy, more scurvy. Scurvies, plural of scurvy. Agurviest, superlative form of scurvy, most scurvy. Scurvily, in a scurvy manner, in a low, disgusting, and mean way. Scurviness, the quality or state of being scurvy. Vileness, meanness. Scurvy, affected or covered with scurf skin disease causing flakes of skin to fall off or scabs, scurfy, scabby, also, of or relating to a skin disease causing scurf or to scurvy noun sense 1. Scurvy grass, alternative form of scurvy grass Kichleria spp. Scurvy grasses, plural of scurvy grass. Scurvy wrasse, any of several European plants of the genus Kichleria formerly believed useful in treating scurvy. Scurvy wrasses, plural of scurvy wrasse. Scurvigrass, alternative form of scurvy grass Kichleria. Scurvigrasses, plural of scurvigrass. Scurvywort, scurvy grass Kichleria spp. Plural of SCU. A hare, hunting, also figuratively a hare as the game in a hunt. Scott Monkey, a new medical student, beginning his or her clinical rotations often after the first 2 years of a 4-year medical program, or a new resident who is rotating off service. Scott monkeys, plural of Scott monkey. Scour, distasteful tasks. Tecuta, a scutum shield. Tecuti, plural of scuta. Tecuted, a tax paid in lieu of military service that was a significant source of revenue in England in the 12th and 13th centuries. Decutages, plural of scutage. Scutal, of or relating to a shield. Scutari, former name of Usgudar. Scudace, shaped like a shield or buckler. Scudated, alternative form of scudate. Scutation, the number and arrangement of scutes. Scutations, plural of scutation. Idut, to beat or whip, to drub. Scotch grass. Couch grass Elymus repens. Scotch grasses. Plural of Scotch grass. Tadaksh, simple past and past participle of Scotch. Scutson, an escutcheon, an emblazoned shield. Scutcheoned, escutcheon, having a coat of arms. Scutchemus, without any scutcheons, unshielded. Scutcheons, plural of scutcheon. Sputcher, one who scutches. Scutchers, plural of scutcher. Scutches, plural of scutch. Scutching, present participle and gerund of scutch. Scutching sword, a beating instrument for scutching flax by hand. Scutching swords, plural of scutching sword. Scutchings, plural of scutching. A horny chitinous or bony external plate or scale, as on the shell of a turtle or the skin of crocodiles. Scutal, obsolete form of scutella. Scutella, plural of scutellum. Scutally, plural of scutella. Scuteller, relating to the scutellum. Scutellarian, a flavone found in Scutellaria and other plants. Scutellarin, a flavone found in Scutellaria species. Scutellars, plural of scuteller. Scutellite, saucer shaped. Scutellated, scutellite. Scutellation. Collectively, the covering or arrangement of scales or scutella, such as on a reptile or the legs and feet of a bird. Scutellations, plural of scutellation. Scutellurid, any member of the family Scutelluridae of shield-backed bugs. Scutellurids, plural of scutellurid. Scutelliform, scutellite. Scutelligerous, having a scutellum. Scutelliplantar, having thick scutella on the front and small scales on the posterior side of the tarsus. Scutellosporae, similar to those of species of the genus Scutellospora. Scutellum, any of several shield-shaped structures in insects, grasses, etc. Scutelnici, a village and commune of Buzău County, Romania. Scutels, plural of scutel. Uts, plural of scute. Scutibranch, any member of the Scutibranchiata. Scutibranchae, having the gills protected by a shield-like shell set of gastropods in the former order Scutibranchiata. Scutibranchiates, plural of scutibranchiate. Scutibranchs, plural of scutibranch. Scuticoscillate, any protozoan of the subfloor Scuticosciliacea. Scuticoscillates, plural of scuticoscillate. Scutiferous, having a scute. Scutiform, having the shape of a shield. Scutate. Scutiforms, plural of scutiform. Scutigerellid, any pseudocenipede in the family Scutigerellidae. Scutigerid, any centipede in the family Scutigeridae. Scutigerids, plural of Scutigerid. Scutigeromorph, any centipede of the order Scutigeromorpha. Scutigeromorphs, plural of Scutigeromorph. Scutigerous, synonym of scutiferous. Scutoi, an induced genetic mutation in the fly Drosophila melanogaster. Scutoidal, of, pertaining to, or having the shape of a scutoid. Scutoids, plural of scutoid. Scutuscutellar, relating to the scutum and the scutellum. Plural of Scot. A surname from Middle English. Scotter, to run with a light pattering noise, to skitter. Spotter, very druck. Scutterer, one who scotters. Scotterers, plural of scotterer. Scottering, present participle and gerund of scotter. Spotterings, plural of scottering. Spotters, plural of scotter. Scotting, present participle and gerund of scot. Scuttle, a container like an open bucket usually to hold and carry coal. Scuttle flies, plural of scuttle fly. Scuttle fly, Megacelia scalaris, a ford fly. Scuttlebutt, alternative form of scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutted, simple past and past participle of scuttlebutt, alternative form of scuttlebutted. Scuttlebutting, present participle and gerund of scuttlebutt, alternative form of scuttlebutting. Scuttlebutts, plural of scuttlebutt, alternative form of scuttlebutts. Scuttlebar, misspelling of scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt, originally now chiefly historical, a cask with a hole cut into its top, used to provide drinking water on board a ship, now by extension, informal, a drinking fountain on a modern ship. Scuttlebutted, simple past and past participle of scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutting, present participle and gerund of scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutts, plural of scuttlebutt. Scuttled, simple past and past participle of scuttle. Scuttlefish, synonym of cuttlefish. Scuttleful, enough to fill a scuttle. Scuttlefuls, plural of scuttleful. Scuttler, a kind of streaked lizard. Scuttlers, plural of scuttler. Scuttles, plural of scuttle. Scuttlesful, plural of scuttleful. Scuttling, present participle and gerund of scuttle. Scuttlames, plural of scuttling. Alternative form of scuttock. Sputtocks, plural of scuttock. It has, plural of scut. Scutula, plural of scutulum. Scutulum, a yellow parafollicular saucer or cup-shaped crust with a cheesy odor, composed of dense mats of mycelia and epithelial debris, often occurring on the scalp and characteristic of Favis. Scutum, a small constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble a shield. It lies between the constellations of Aquila, Sagittarius, and the tail of serpens. Scutums, plural of scutum. Scutwer, tasks that are tedious and monotonous or trivial and menial usually in the operations of a larger project. But, alternative form of scuzz. But, a scuzzy person, an unpleasant or disgusting person. Scud bucket, alternative form of scuzz bucket. Scud buckets, plural of scuzz bucket. To go up, to ruin. Scuzzbag, scumbag. Scuzzball. Scuzzbags, plural of scuzzbag. To go to the ball, someone who does nasty things or plays harmful tricks, a person of very low ethics, a lowlife. To go to balls, plural of scuzzball. Scuzzbag, synonym of scuzz, an unpleasant or repulsive person. Scuzzbuckets, plural of scuzzbucket. Scud up, simple past and past participle of scuzz up. To us, plural of scuzz. Scuzzes up, third person singular simple present indicative of scuzz up. Scuzzy, comparative form of scuzzy, more scuzzy. Today's superlative form of scuzzy, most scuzzy. Tabily, in a scuzzy manner. Scuzziness, the quality of being scuzzy. Scuzzing up, present participle and gerund of scuzz up. Stow, a scuzzball, a lowlife. Sky, a dirtbag, a lowlife. Scuds, plural of scuzzoid. Scuzz, plural of scuzzo. Debelly, dirty or grimy. SCW, initialism of substorm current wedge. SCWS, initialism of CB combat warfare specialist. Cybala, a hardened mass of feces. Cybalas, plural of cybala. Cybos, relating to a cyballum. Cyballum, a manually palpable lump of stool in the intestines associated with constipation. Sidemened, Any beetle in the family Cydemenidae. Cydemenids, plural of cydemenid. Thought, an armhole or, occasionally, a leg hole in tailoring and dressmaking. Scilite, synonym of lizardite. Cyan, obsolete spelling of cyan. Cyance, obsolete spelling of cyan. Cyans, plural of cyan. Size, plural of cy. Cygonatin, an antimicrobial protein present in the crab scilla. Cygonatins, plural of cygonatin. Silicosauride, any therapsid in the family Silicosauridae. Silicosaurids, plural of silicosaurid. Sil, to hide, to secrete, to conceal. Siling, present participle and gerund of sil. Silurhinid, any shark in the family Silurhinidae. Silurhinid, plural of Silurhinin. Sile, a dangerous rock on the Italian coast opposite the whirlpool Charybdis on the coast of Sicily. The passage between Scylla and Charybdis was formerly considered perilous, hence, the saying between Scylla and Charybdis signifies a great peril on either hand. Salia, adiata families Saliatia of sea Salurus. Saliatis, plural of Saliat. Tylarian, any of the family Siluridae of crustaceans with depressed body and broad, flat antennae, as slipper lobster. Silarians, plural of Silarian. Silurid, any slipper lobster in the family Siluridae. Silurids, plural of Silurid. Silotoxin, an oligopeptide neurotoxin from the venom of a scorpion of the genus Laurus. Silite, a substance resembling an oocyte and metameric with dextrose extracted from the kidney of the dogfish, the shark, and the skate. Xylitol, siloinositol. Siloinositol, one of the stereoisomers of inositol. It is a plant sugar alcohol found most abundantly in the coconut palm. Cyanider, obsolete form of scimitar. Cyaniders, plural of cyanider. Scimitar, obsolete form of scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Scintigraphy, misspelling of scintigraphy. Sad, archaic spelling of cyan. Sans, plural of cyan. Cyphate, concave or cup-shaped. Cyphates, plural of cyphate. Cyphi, plural of cyphus. Cyphiform, shaped like a cup. Cyphiferous, bearing cup-like structures. Cyphostoma, an individual cell in a stage of the life cycle of a true jellyfish class Cyphozoa, a colony of such cells when it resembles a polyp and breeds asexually by stridulation. Cyphostomy, plural of cyphostoma. Cyphostomus, plural of cyphostoma. Cyphostomata, plural of cyphostoma. Cyphocrinitid, any crinoid of the family Cyphocrinidae. Cyphi, plural of cyphos. Cyphomjuicin, any jellyfish belonging to the Cyphomjuiceae. Cyphomjuicins, plural of Cyphomjuicin. Cyphopolyp, a cyphozoan polyp. Cyphopolyps, plural of cyphopolyp. Cyphos, alternative form of skyphos. Cysos, sci-fi. Scythozoa, plural of scythozoan. Scythozoan, any true jellyfish of the class Scyphozoa. Scyphozoans, plural of scyphozoan. Scythes, a kind of large drinking cup used in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, especially by poor people. Cydel, a cylinder with a strip of parchment wound around it on which a message is written, used for cryptography in ancient Greece. Cydales, plural of cydale. Cydalinid, any member of the family Cytalinidae of very slender burrowing fish called gravelditers. Cydalinids, plural of cytalinid. Cydalone, a tetralone derivative involved in certain redox reactions. Scythe, a scion. Sut, an instrument for mowing grass, grain, etc. by hand, composed of a long, curving blade with a sharp concave edge, fastened to a long handle called a snap. Scythe down, to violently cause to fall down. Scythebill, a bird having its bill in the shape of a scythe, such as those in the genus Campbell or Hamphus. Scythebills, plural of scythebill. Set, simple past and past participle of scythe. Scythe chariot, war chariot with scythe blades mounted on each side. Scythe down, simple past and past participle of scythe down. Scytheless, without a scythe. Scythe-like, resembling or characteristic of a scythe. Scytheman, one who uses a scythe and mower. Scythemen, plural of scythemen. Scyther, one who scythes. Scythers, plural of scyther. Scythes, plural of scythe. Scythes down, third person singular simple present indicative of scythe down. Scythesmith, a maker of scythes. Scythesmiths, plural of scythesmith. Scythestone, a whetstone for sharpening scythes. Scythestones, plural of scythestone. Scythework, the work of cutting with a scythe. Scythia, a geographic region encompassing the Pontic-Caspian steppe in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, inhabited by nomadic Scythians from at least the 11th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. Scythian, of or relating to Scythia, a region of Central Eurasia in the Classical era, or its inhabitants. Scythian lamb, synonym of vegetable lamb. Scythian lambs, plural of Scythian lamb. Scythianization, the process of Scythianizing. Scythianize, to make Scythian. Scythians, plural of Scythian. Scythe, Scythian. Scything, present participle and gerund of scythe. Scything down, present participle and gerund of scythe down. Scythings, plural of scything. Scythe, pertaining to Scythia, Scythian or the Scythians. Scythridid, any moth in the family Scythrididae. Scythridids, plural of Scythridid. Scythes, plural of scythe. Cytinopteroi, any extinct cicadomorph of the superfamily Cytinopteroidea. Cytinopteroids, plural of Cytinopteroi. Cytopsic, relating to tanning, applied to tannin and gallic acid. Cytidid, any spider of the family Cytididae, the spitting spiders. Cytidids, plural of cytidid. Cytidod, of or resembling spiders in the genus Cytodes or in the family Cytidae. Cytodoids, plural of cytodoi. Cytometaceous, of or relating to the Cytometaceae. Cytomatoi, resembling Cytoma algae. Cytomatus, of or relating to the genus Cytoma of photosynthetic cyanobacteria. Cytomin, a polycyclic pigment present in many cyanobacteria. Cytopalaceous, belonging to the Cytoptalaceae. Cytovirin, an antiviral protein isolated from the cyanobacteria Cytomyvarium. HCZ, abbreviation of schizophrenia. Shadazek, Shadazek, archaic spelling of scene. The is, plural of skeen. SD, initialism of South Dakota, is state of the United States. SD, alternative letter case form of SD standard deviation. SDUE, SD card, a type of non-volatile memory card. SD cards, plural of SD card. SD-WAN, acronym of Software Defined Wide Area Network. SD-WAN. Plural of SDWAN. SEA, initialism of Seventh-day Adventism, a Protestant denomination. SEA, a Seventh-day Adventist. SEAs, plural of SDR. SDAS, initialism of secondary dendrite arm spacing. SEA, plural of SDA. SDAS, plural of SDAS. SDAV, initialism of Sialotic virus. SEA, initialism of self-directed brokerage account. SEA, plural of SD. DBA. SEL, initialism of site draft on presentation of bill of lading. SEC, initialism of state dual credit. SEC, initialism of shared dictionary compression over HTTP, a compression technique for the World Wide Web. SDDNA, initialism of short duplex DNA. AA, initialism of stochastic differential equation. Astain, to disdain. Astain, alternative form of astain. Astain, simple past and past participle of astain. Astainful, disdainful. Astaining, present participle and gerund of astain. Astains, third person singular simple present indicative of astain. Astain, alternative form of astain. Astain, simple past and past participle of astain. Astaining, present participle and gerund of astain. Astains, third person singular simple present indicative of astain. Astera, Assyrian sung is a yell. Plural of SDA. ADF, initialism of Japanese Self-Defense Force S. SDG, initialism of single display groupware. SDG, plural of SDG. SH, initialism of synchronous digital hierarchy. SAAC, initialism of secure digital high capacity, a type of memory card. SAI, initialism of single document interface. SDI, plural of SDI. SDK, initialism Initialism of software development kit. SDK, plural of SDK. SAL, initialism of simple declarative language. SALC, synchronous data link control. SALC, plural of SDLC. SALP, initialism of Social Democratic and Labor Party. SDL, plural of SDL. SALT, initialism of stamp duty land tax. SAMA, initialism of spatial division multiple access. SDMARD, initialism of synthetic disease-modifying antirheumatic drug. SAMH, initialism of symmetrical diethylhydrazine 1,2-diethylhydrazine. SAN, initialism of Sun Developer Network. SDN, plural of SDN. SDNY, alternative form of SDNY. SDO, initialism of scattered disk object. SAO, plural of SDO. SDown, being or relating to the squark that is the superpartner of a down quark. SDown squark, a squark, which is the hypothetical supersymmetric partner of a down quark. SDown squarks, plural of SDown squark. SDP, initialism of Social Democratic Party, a center-left political party in the United Kingdom. SDPC, initialism of Singapore duty-paid cigarette. SDPD, initialism of self-defeating personality disorder. SEPO, initialism of serious disruption prevention order. SDP, plural of SDP. SDR, initialism of special drawing right. SDRA, initialism of single data rate random access memory. SDR-SRAM, initialism of single data rate synchronous dynamic random access memory. SRAM, initialism of synchronous dynamic random access memory. SAID, abbreviation of Siderode. SAID, abbreviation of Siderode. SRISE, abbreviation of symmetrical drug-related intertriginous and flexural exanthema. sDRNA, a small RNA derived from snow RNA. sDRNA, plural of sDRNA. SRA, the anabolic steroid methyldrostanolone, also known as Superdrol. SDI, plural of SDI. Estradiol, form of words stressed on their antepenults and rhyming on all three final syllables. SAS, initialism of Special Demonstration Squad. SD, plural of SD. SAS, plural of SD. SASL, symmetric digital subscriber line. SASS, initialism of Sloan Digital Sky Survey on the Galactic 3D Mapping Project. ASU, initialism of San Diego State University. SDUE, initialism of Standard Definition Television. SDU, initialism of Satellite Data Unit. SDOC, initialism of Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. SDU, plural of SDU. SDUE, initialism of Software-Defined Vehicle/Software-Driven Vehicle. SDW, initialism of 7 dirty words. SY, initialism of Safe Drinking Water Act. SDW, plural of SDW. SDWT, Initialism of self-directed work team. SDWT. Plural of SDWT. That. Abbreviation of Southeast. That. A type of ancient Chinese plucked zither. Si defendendo. A plea of self-defense. CSA. Abbreviation of Stripton Velobe Supernova. CSME. Plural of SESN. Abbreviation of Stripton Velobe Supernova. Senai. Alternative form of Senite. Senites. Plural of Senite. Senai. Alternative form of Senite. Senites. Plural of Senite. See baptism. Baptism carried out by and for oneself. See Baptist. A person who carries out his or her own baptism. See Baptists. Plural of see Baptists. See tenant. A set of postage stamps with differing values, colors, etc., but printed on the same sheet. Say tenants. Plural of see tenant. The. Abbreviation of Southeast. The. Abbreviation of Seattle. The. A large body of salt water. See acorn. An acorn barnacle ballinus. See acorns. Plural of sea acorn. See a European 15-spined stickleback, a fish of species Spinacia sin, Dastarustia spinacia. Sea adders. Plural of sea adder. Sea anchor. A parachute-like device designed to slow down the speed of a drifting ship or boat and to keep its bow pointing to the wind. Sea anchors. Plural of sea anchor. Say anemone. Any polyp of the order Actiniaria which occurs in marine and estuarine habitats and which captures its food using tentacles. Say anemones. Plural of sea anemone. Say angel. Any of a group of small swimming sea slugs of the suborder genus Amata. Say angels. Plural of sea angel. Say acer. Say eighths. Plural of sea a. Say ethel. A round, colorful sea cucumber of the genera Paracucumaria and Paracolochirus, found primarily in Indo-Pacific waters. Say apples. Plural of sea apple. Say an opening through a headland, leaving a bridge of rock over the water. Seaches. Plural of sea arch. Sea. Any of the 31 areas of sea surrounding the British Isles that are used in the shipping forecasts. Seayas. Plural of sea area. Seao. A squid of the genus Amastrephes. Seaos. Plural of sea owl. Sea asparagus. An edible herb of the genus Salicornia. Sea ball. A clump of seaweed produced by the action of the waves. Sea balls. Plural of sea ball. Sea barrow. The egg case of a ray or skate. Sea barrows. Plural of sea barrow. Sea bass. Any of various species of saltwater fish in various families or a specimen thereof in several families in order Perciformes. Sea bases. Plural of sea base. Sea bath. Methish. Sea baths. Plural of sea bat. Sieve. A drift seed or drift fruit. Sea beans. Plural of sea bean. Sea bear. A polar bear, Ursus maritimus. Sea bears, plural of sea bear. Sea beaver, a setter. Sea beavers, plural of sea beaver. Seabed, alternative spelling of seabed. Seabeds, plural of seabed. Theovate, Beta vulgaris subsp maritima, the wild ancestor of the cultivated beet which occurs naturally on Atlantic and Mediterranean beaches and salt marshes from northern Europe to North Africa. Sea reeds, plural of sea beet. Sea bells, synonym of sea bindweed. Sea belt, an edible brown alga of species Saccharina latissima. Sea bindweed, a perennial vine of species Calistegia soldinella that grows in beach sand and other temperate coastal habitats. Seabird, alternative spelling of seabird. Seabirds, plural of seabird. Sea biscuit, synonym of cake urchin. Sea biscuits, plural of sea biscuit. Sea blight, a plant Suida maritima of the goosefoot family, found in salt marshes. Sea blights, plural of sea blight. Sea blubber, a jellyfish and medusa. Sea blubbers, plural of sea blubber. Sea bluebell, Mertensia maritima, a flowering plant in the genus Borgineaceae. Sea bluebells, plural of sea bluebell. Seabow, alternative form of seabow. Seabows, plural of seabow. Seaboy, a boy employed on a ship, a child seaman. Seaboys, plural of seaboy. Seabret, the Brent goose. Seabrets, plural of sea brant. Sea breach, the breaking of an embankment by the sea. Sea breaches, plural of sea breach. Sea bread, synonym of hardtack. Sea bream, alternative spelling of sea bream. Sea breams, plural of sea bream. Sea breeze, a breeze that blows off the sea onto the nearby land. Sea breezes, plural of sea breeze. Sea brief, a sea letter. Sea briefs, plural of sea brief. Sea buckthorn, any deciduous shrub of the genus Hippophae. Sea buckthorns, plural of sea buckthorn. Seabut, a chitin. Seabugs, plural of sea bar. Seabunnis, plural of sea bunny. Seabunny, a species of Dord nudibranch sea slug, Jorna parva, having either a yellow, white, or green color. Sea burdock, synonym of Cockleburxanthium species. Sea butterflies, plural of sea butterfly. Sea butterfly, any of the suborder the Casamata of small pelagic sea snails. Sea cabbage, synonym of sea kale. Sea cabbages, plural of sea cabbage. Sea calf, a common or harbor seal Phoca vitulina. Sea calves, plural of sea calf. Sea cams, plural of sea calf. Sea campion, a flowering plant, Silene maritima. Sea campions, plural of sea campion. Sea cam, a kind of shipping container. Sea canaries, plural of sea canary. Sea canary, a beluga. Sea cans, plural of sea can. Sea cap, a cap worn on shipboard. Sea caps, plural of sea cap. Sea captain, the captain of a ship as distinguished from a captain in the army. Sea captains, plural of sea captain. Sea card, a mariner's card or compass. Sea cards, plural of sea card. Sea carnation, sea pink. Sea carnations, plural of sea carnation. Sea cat, an octopus octopoda spp. Sea caterpillar, a scaleback kind of marine annelid. Sea caterpillars, plural of sea caterpillar. Sea cats, plural of sea cat. Sea cauliflower, a polyp. Sea cauliflowers, plural of sea cauliflower. Sea centipede, any of various palate worms. Sea centipedes, plural of sea centipede. Sea change, a profound transformation, a metamorphosis. Sea changes, plural of sea change. Sea chanties, plural of sea chanty. Sea chanty, alternative spelling of sea shanty. Sea chart, synonym of nautical chart. Sea charts, plural of sea chart. Sea chervil, Alcyonidium diaphanum abraeozoan found in the North Atlantic Ocean. Sea chest, a box or case used to store a sailor's property. Sea chestnut, a sea urchin. Sea chestnuts, plural of sea chestnut. Sea chests, plural of sea chest. Sea chickweed, synonym of sea heath Frankinia leavis. Sea chickweeds, plural of sea chickweed. Sea chow, any fish in the family Kyphicidae. Sea chubs, plural of sea chub. Sea clam, the Atlantic surf clam Spicilla solidissima. Sea clams, plural of sea clam. Sea clown, Triophycatalini, a colorful nudibranch sea slug in the family Polyceridae. Sea clowns, plural of sea clown. Sea coal, alternative form of seagull. Sea cod, the gull, either the lesser black-backed gull or great black-backed gull. Sea cods, plural of sea cob. Sea cock, alternative form of seacock. Sea cocks, plural of sea cock. Sea coconut, cocodamer. Sea coconuts, plural of sea coconut. Sea colander, a large blackish seaweed Agarum turneri with perforated fronds. Sea colanders, plural of sea colander. Sea coal, synonym of sea kale. Sea colewort, sea kale. Sea coleworts, plural of sea colewort. Sea control ship, a class of small aircraft carrier proposed for use by the United States Navy. Sea control ships, plural of sea control ship. Sea cookie, synonym of clypeasteroid. Sea cookies, plural of sea cookie. Sea coot, any Scoter melanida spp. Sea coots, plural of sea coot. Sea cormorant. Sea crow. Sea cormorants, plural of sea cormorant. Sea core, a yellow cylindrical mass of egg cases of certain species of whelks, resembling an ear of maize. Sea couch grass. Elamus pungens, a species of couch grass. Sea cow. Eddy is several marine mammals of the order Cyania, including manatee and dugong. Sea cows. Plural of sea cow. Sea cradle. A chitin kind of marine mollusk. Sea cradles. Plural of sea cradle. Sea crayfish. Alternative form of sea crayfish. Sea crow. Alternative form of sea crow. Sea crows. Plural of sea crow. Sea cucumber. An echinoderm of the class Holothuriidea with an elongated body and leathery skin. Sea cucumbers. Plural of sea cucumber. Sea dace. The European sea bass. Sea daces. Plural of sea dace. Sea daffodil. Pancratium maritimum, a coastal plant. Sea daffodils. Plural of sea daffodil. Sea dahlia. Coreopsis maritima. Sea daisies. Plural of sea daisy. Sea daisy. A plant, ladies' cushion, Armiria maritima. Sea day. A day on which a cruise ship remains at sea all day, i.e. passengers cannot leave the ship. Sea days. Plural of sea day. Sea devil. Any very large ray, especially any species of the genus Mobuluscens, Manta, Cephaloptera. Sea devils. Plural of sea devil. Sea dog. Alternative spelling of sea dog. Sea dogs. Plural of sea dog. Sea dollar. Synonym of sand dollar. Sea dollars. Plural of sea dollar. Sea donkey. The common name for various fish, especially the hake or the spadefish. Sea donkeys. Plural of sea donkey. Sea dotterel. A bird, the turnstone. Sea dotterels. Plural of sea dotterel. Sea dot. A bird, the little auk. Sea doves. Plural of sea dove. Sea dragon. Various sea animals that are said to resemble dragons. Sea dragons. Plural of sea dragon. Sea drake. A sea dragon. Sea drakes. Plural of sea drake. Sea duck. Alternative spelling of sea duck. Sea ducks. Plural of sea duck. Sea duty. Alternative form of sea duty. Sea ado. An eagle with a distinctive white tail, specifically a white-tailed eagle Haliaetus albicilla. Sea adolf. Plural of sea eagle. Tit. And a balloon of the genus Haliotes. Tit. Plural of sea air. Tail. A conger eel. Tails. Plural of sea eel. Tit. Synonym of sea urchin. Seis. Plural of sea. Say elephant. The elephant sail. Say elephants. Plural of sea elephant. Sea fairies. Plural of sea fairy. Sea fairy. A type of fairy, typically female and beautiful. That inhabits the oceans, such as an undine or siren. Tirfa. Any gorgonian in order Alcyanacea which branches in a fan-like form, especially of species Gorgonia ventellina, common sea fan, purple sea fan, and Gorgonia flabellum, Venus fan, Venus sea fan, West Indian sea fan, purple Gorgonian sea fan of Florida and the West Indies. Sea fans, plural of sea fan. Sea feather. Any of a number of Gorgonians corals that branch out in a plume-like form. Sea feathers, plural of sea feather. Sea funnel, rock samphire, Crythma maritimum. Seafoot, Carpogratis chilensis, a succulent plant of coastal regions. Sea fir, a sertularian hydroid, especially Abiotenaria abiotina, which branches like a miniature fir tree. Sea firs, plural of sea fir. Sea fish, any fish found in salt waters. Sea fishes, plural of sea fish. Sea floor, alternative form of seafloor. Sea floors, plural of sea floor. Sea fox, fox shark, thresher shark Alopias sbp. Sea foxes, plural of sea fox. Sea fret, a fog that comes from the sea. Sea frets, plural of sea fret. Sea gate, a channel or waterway giving access to the ocean. Sea gates, plural of sea gate. Sea gaze, plural of sea goose. Sea gherkin, any of a number of small holothurians resembling in form a gherkin, especially Pausonia saxicola. Sea gherkins, plural of sea gherkin. Sea gilliflower, alternative form of sea gilliflower. Sea gilliflowers, plural of sea gilliflower. Sea gilliflower, the common thrift, Armuria maritima. Sea gilliflowers, plural of sea gilliflower. Sea ginger, Millipora alcicorneus, a hydrocoral with a calcareous skeleton. Sea girdles, a kind of kelp Laminaria digitata with palmately cleft fronds. Sea glass, rounded glass pebbles originating from glassware products that were lost at sea and broken up, which are found on beaches and have been rounded and aged through the action of surf. Sea goose, a phalarope. Sea gooseberries, plural of sea gooseberry. Sea gooseberry, alternative spelling of sea gooseberry. Sea gown, a gown or frock with short sleeves, formerly worn by mariners. Sea gowns, plural of sea gown. Sea grate, a small tree, Coccoloba uvifera, that grows on sandy beaches in tropical America. It has clusters of purple fruit. Sea grapes, plural of sea grape. Sea green, a blue-green color, mostly green. Sea greens, plural of sea green. Sea gadon, European black Gobigobius niger. Sea gudgeons, plural of sea gudgeon. Sea hare, any member of the order Aplysiamorpha or Anaspidia, large marine gastropod mollusks with a soft internal shell made of protein. Sea hares, plural of sea hare. Sea hart, Antatogegus. Sea harts, plural of sea hart. Sea a low perennial plant Frankinia leavis resembling heath, growing along the seashore in Europe. Sea ease, plural of sea heath. Sea hedgehog, a sea urchin. Sea hedgehogs, plural of sea hedgehog. Sea hen, any of various seabirds, especially the common guillemot. Sea hens, plural of sea hen. Sea hibiscus. Hallett ariti tiliaceum sing. Hibiscus tiliaceus native near Old World tropical coasts. Sea hibiscuses. Plural of sea hibiscus. Sea har. The purpose. Sea hards. Plural of sea har. Sea hollies. Plural of sea holly. Sea holly. The plant Eryngia maritimum. Sea home. Sea holly. Sea homes. Plural of sea home. Sea horse. Any of the small marine fish of the genus Hippocampus that have a horse-like head and swim upright. Sea horses. Plural of sea horse. Sea hound. A dogfish kind of shark. Sea hounds. Plural of sea hound. Sea hulver. Sea holly. Sea ice. Frozen seawater. Sea island cotton. Gossypium barbadense, a fine long-stapled variety of cotton grown on the sea islands off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. Sea island cottons. Plural of sea island cotton. Sea islands. A chain of more than 100 tidal and barrier islands on the Atlantic Ocean coast of the southeastern United States. Sea ivories. Plural of sea ivory. Sea ivory. Ramalina silicosa, a species of lichen. Sea jellies. Plural of sea jelly. Sea jelly. A jellyfish. Sea kale. Cram maritima, a halophytic perennial plant that grows wild along the coasts of Europe. Sea kidney, a polyp of the genus Ranilla. Sea kidneys, plural of sea kidney. Sea king, a Viking pirate chief. Sea kings, plural of sea king. Sea krait, any of the genus Laticata of venomous semi-aquatic elapid snakes. Sea kraits, plural of sea krait. Sea lace, certain algae of species Cordyphyllum, bootlace weed. Sea lamprey, a parasitic lamprey found in Europe and North America, Petromyzon marinus. Sea lampreys, plural of sea lamprey. Sea lion, a regularly used route for ocean-going vessels. Sea lanes, plural of sea lane. Sea lark, the rock pipit Anthus petrosus. Sea larks, plural of sea lark. Sea lavender, a plant in the genus Limonium. Sea lavenders, plural of sea lavender. Sea lawyer, a lawyer who specializes in maritime law. Sea lawyers, plural of sea lawyer. Sea legs, the ability, when walking aboard a ship, to anticipate the motion of the deck so as to walk steadily without losing balance. Sea lemon, any of several species of nudibranchs of the family Dortidae having a smooth, thick, convex yellow body. Sea lemons, plural of sea lemon. Sea leopard, any of several species of spotted seals, all in family Phocidae. Sea leopards, plural of sea leopard. Sea letter, the customary certificate of national character which neutral merchant vessels are bound to carry in time of war, a passport for a vessel and cargo. Sea letters, plural of sea letter. Sea lettuce, any of several edible seaweeds of the genus Ulva. Sea lettuces, plural of sea lettuce. Sea level, the nominal height of the surface of the oceans above which heights of geographical features and aircraft flight levels are measured. Sea levels, plural of sea level. Sea lice, plural of sea louse. Sea light, alternative form of sea light. Sea lights, plural of sea light. Sea lilies, plural of sea lily. Sea lily, any of several stalked crinoids which use the stalk to fix themselves in the bottom of the sea. Sea link, a regular connection between two or more ports, such as that provided by a ferry service. Sea lynx, plural of sea link. Sea lion, a marine mammal of any of several genera in the family Ateridiid seals. Sea lion, simple past and past participle of sea lion. Sea lioning, present participle and gerund of sea lion. Sea lions, plural of sea lion. Sea liquor, salt water, brine. Sea liver, a sea squirt of species Eudistoma hepaticum. Sea livers, plural of sea liver. Sea loach, a fish, the three-bearded rockling Gadropsaurus vulgaris. Sea loaches, plural of sea loach. Sea load, the weight of the payload on a vessel. Sea loads, plural of sea load. Sea law, an arm of the sea similar to a Norwegian fjord and to a firth. Most sea laws are on the west coast of Scotland. Loch Torridon is one example. Sea laws, plural of sea law. Sea lord, any member of the British Board of Admiralty who is also a serving admiral in the Navy. Sea lords, plural of sea lord. Sea louse, any copod within the family Caligidae order Siphonostomatoida, a kind of marine ectoparasite that feeds on the mucus, epidermal tissue, and blood of fishes. Sea mammal, synonym of marine mammal. Sea mammals, plural of sea mammal. Sea mannies, synonym of mannies shrimp. Sea mark, alternative form of sea mark. Sea marks, plural of sea mark. Sea mat, any bryozoan of the genus Flustra or allied genera which form frond-like corals. Sea mats, plural of sea mat. Sea mice, plural of sea mouse. Sea mile, synonym of nautical mile, a unit of distance now equal to exactly 1,852 meters. Sea miles, plural of sea mile. Sea milkwort, a plant of species Lysimachia maritima, sea milkweed, black saltwort. Sea mills, a western suburb of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5576. Sea mink, the kingfish, a kind of American whiting. Sea muck, monk seal. Sea monkey, a brine shrimp sold as a novelty aquarium pet. Sea monkeys, plural of sea monkey. Sea monks, plural of sea monk. Sea monster, a large and aggressive creature living in or under the sea that attacks ships. Sea monsters, plural of sea monster. Sea moss, any marine organism resembling moss. Sea mosses, plural of sea moss. Sea moth, any fish in the family Pegasidae with wing-like pectoral fins and body covered in bony armor. Sea moths, plural of sea moth. Sea mouse, a marine polychaete worm genus Aphrodita with the body covered in a dense mat of setae. Sea mouth, that part of a river, estuary, or lagoon which broadens out as it meets the sea. Sea mouse, plural of sea mouth. Seamouth, a rich slimy deposit in salt marshes and along the seashore, sometimes used as a manure. Sea muster, synonym of whack-aim. Sea myrtle, alternative form of sea myrtle. Sea necklace, synonym of sea corn. Sea necklaces, plural of sea necklace. Sea needle, the garfish. Sea needles, plural of sea needle. Sea nettle, a jellyfish of the genus Chrysaora. Sea nettles, plural of sea nettle. Sea oats, any species of oat-like grasses that can tolerate salty and alkaline conditions. Sea of Azov, obsolete form of Sea of Azov. Sea of Azov, obsolete form of Sea of Azov. Sea of Azov, rare spelling of Sea of Azov. Sea of Azov, a very shallow sea bounded by Russia, Ukraine, and the Crimean Peninsula, linked to the Black Sea by the Strait of Kerch. Sea of Carthage, synonym of Gulf of California. Sea of Galilee, a lake of Israel located next to the ancient city of Tiberias. Sea of Instability, the vast body of short-lived isotopes outside the stable or long-lived ones which form a curve on the table of nuclides. Sea of Japan, the body of water between Japan, Sakhalin, the Asian continent, and Jeju Island. Sea of Marmara, a deep inland sea in northwestern Turkey connecting the Black Sea to the Aegean Sea via the Straits of Bosphorus and Dardanelles. Sea of Moscow, a basin in the Moon, orbiting the Earth in the solar system. Sea of Ihasik, a sea between the Kamchatka Peninsula on the east, the Kuril Islands on the southeast, the island of Hokkaido to the far south, the island of Sakhalin along the west, and a long stretch of eastern Siberian coast along the west and north. Sea of Sodom, synonym of Dead Sea. Sea of Svarms, Mare Procellarum, synonym of Ocean of Storms, Oceanus Procellarum, a basin in near side, Moon, Earth, Solar System. Sea of the Hebrides, a peripheral sea of the Atlantic Ocean between the Inner Hebrides and Outer Hebrides off the west coast of Scotland. Sea of the Philistines, synonym of Mediterranean Sea. Sea of Tranquility, a basin in nearside, Moon, Earth, Solar System, location of the first manned-moon landing in 1969. Sea of Tranquility, alternative form of Sea of Tranquility. Ceonian, a sea squill Dreamia maritima, a plant native to Mediterranean and adjoining coasts. Ceonians, plural of sea onion. There, synonym of sea mud. Seahind, a large American Holothurian Solus fabaceae with a bright orange convex body covered with finely granulated scales. Sea oranges, plural of sea orange. Sea, the globefish. Sea, plural of sea are. Sea, a marine mammal native to the northern Pacific Ocean, of species in Hydreleuterus. Sea otter's cavity, a kelp of species Nereosyces lutkina, that forms very large beds in which sea otters make their homes of the North Pacific. Sea otters, plural of sea otter. Sea owl, synonym of lumpsucker. Sea owls, plural of sea owl. Sea a North American flowering plant of the species Borichia frutescens. Sea daisy, synonym of Siaxai. Siaxes, plural of siaxai. Sea pancake, a manta ray. Sea pancakes, plural of sea pancake. Sea pangolin, scalefoot gastropod Chrysomalin squamiforum. Sea pangolins, plural of sea pangolin. Sea pansies, plural of sea pansy. Sea pansy, Rhinilla reniformis, a colonial cnidarian of the family Rhinillidae. Sea panther, a South African fish Congeopodus torvis, brown with black spots resembling a lamprey. Sea panthers, plural of sea panther. Sea parrot, alternative spelling of sea parrot. Sea parrots, plural of sea parrot. Sea parsley, Scots Lovage Ligusticum scoticum. Sea parsnip, an umbelliferous plant of the genus Echinophora. Sea parsnips, plural of sea parsnip. Sea partridge, a gilt-head or corkwing Ras symphotis melops, a fish of the British coasts. Sea partridges, plural of sea partridge. Sea pass, a document formerly carried by neutral merchant vessels in wartime to show their nationality. Sea passes, plural of sea pass. Sea pea, a variety of Pilatheurus japonicus found on beaches. Sea peach, any of a number of ascidians of the genus Halicyndia resembling a ripe peach in size, color, and velvety surface, especially. Sea peaches, plural of sea peach. Sea pear, any of genus Boltenia of stalked sea squirts. Sea pears, plural of sea pear. Sea peas, plural of sea pea. Sea pen, a colonial marine cnidarian of the order Penitulaceae. Sea pens, plural of sea pen. Sea peoples, a confederacy of seafaring raiders of unknown nationality who invaded the eastern Mediterranean at the end of the Bronze Age. Sea perch, any of various species of saltwater fish in various families or a specimen thereof, many species in the genus Sebest. Sea perches, plural of sea perch. Sea pheasant, the pintail duck. Sea pheasants, plural of sea pheasant. Sea pickle, a pelagic colonial gelatinous marine life form, a type of pyrozoum, a type of colonial tunicate. Sea pickles, plural of sea pickle. Sea pie, a dish of crust or pastry with meat or fish, etc. cooked together in alternate layers, once a common food of sailors. Sea piece, alternative form of sea piece. Sea pieces, plural of sea piece. Sea pies, plural of sea pie. Sea pea, any deep-sea sea cucumber in the genus Scotoplanes. Sea pigeon, the black Guillemot cephas grill. Sea pigeon, plural of sea pigeon. Sea pigs, plural of sea pig. Sea pike, the garfish or needlefish. Belown. Sea pikes, plural of sea pike. Sea pineapple, Halicyndia rorsi, an edible ascidian mainly eaten in Korea. Sea pineapples, plural of sea pineapple. Sea pink, any of various plants in the genus Armuia, a thrift. Sea pinks, plural of sea pink. Sea plantain, a low, leafy plant, Plantago maritima, that grows near water. Sea plantains, plural of sea plantain. Sea Point, a coastal suburb of Cape Town, South Africa. Sea poison tree, synonym of fish poison tree. Sea poison trees, plural of sea poison tree. Sea poppies, plural of sea poppy. Sea poppy, horned poppy glossam. Sea porcupine, any porcupine fish of the genus Diodon. Sea porcupines, plural of sea porcupine. Sea pork, certain colonial tunicates, such as of genus Aplydium sin. Amarausium, which resembles salt pork when found washed up on the beach. Sea potato, the sea urchin Echinocardium cordatum. Sea power, alternative form of sea power. Sea primrose, Samolus repens, a species of water pimpernel of salt meadows and crevices in cliffs sprayed by the sea, common in temperate and subtropic coastlines of the South Pacific. Sea primroses, plural of sea primrose. Sea pudding, any of various sea cucumbers. Sea puddings, plural of sea pudding. Sea pumpkin, Arctitheca populifolia. Sea pumpkins, plural of sea pumpkin. Sea purse, alternative form of sea purse. Sea purses, plural of sea purse. Sea puss, a strong seaward current, a riptide or undertow, especially as results when a sandbar formed by waves suddenly gives way and which is dangerous to swimmers. Sea pusses, plural of sea puss. Sea pie, alternative form of sea pie the bird. Sea pies, plural of sea pie. Sea quail, a bird, the turnstone. Sea quails, plural of sea quail. Sea quark, a virtual quark-antiquark pair, formed when a gluon of the hadron's color field splits. Sea quarks, plural of sea quark. Tirette, a census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Sea rat, a fish, the chimera. Sea rats, plural of sea rat. Sea raven, an American caudoid fish, Hemitripterus americanus, allied to the sculpins. Sea ravens, plural of sea raven. Seary, synonym of maram. Sea rescue kit, a survival kit for survival at sea, usually containing an inflatable lifeboat, survival rations, first aid kit, and flares. Sea rescue kits, plural of sea rescue kit. Sea roach, a sea slater. Sea robin, a fish, the gurnard. Sea robins, plural of sea robin. Sea rocket, alternative form of sea rocket. Sea rockets, plural of sea rocket. Sea rot, a kind of sea pen with the polyps borne on short pinnae. Sea rods, plural of sea rod. Sea room, the space at sea necessary to maneuver a ship. Sea rosemary, synonym of sea lavender. Sea rover, a heron. Sea rovers, plural of sea rover. Sea ruff, any of various species of saltwater fish in various families or a specimen thereof, some species in the genus Sebastiscus. Sea ruffs, plural of sea ruff. Sea rush, a rush of the genus Juncus, a waterside plant with slender stem-like pith-filled leaves that grows on coastlines. Sea ruttis, plural of sea rush. Sea salira, synonym of marine mucilage. Sea salivas, plural of sea saliva. Sea salmon, a fish, the pollock. Sea salt, salt prepared by evaporating seawater. Sea salts, plural of sea salt. Sea sapphire, any parasitic copod in the genus Sapphirina. They are usually translucent, but the males of several species have the ability to shine in different hues, from bright gold to deep blue. Sea sapphires, plural of sea sapphire. Sea sais, marine blue-green algae cyanobacteria, actually brown-colored of the genus Trichodosmium. Sea scallop, escallop. Sea scallops, plural of sea scallop. Sea scooter, a propulsion device used by scuba divers to increase their range while underwater. Sea scooters, plural of sea scooter. Sea scorpion, a European sculpin, Myxoceles scorpius synonym Catus scorpius, having the head armed with short spines. Sea scorpions, plural of sea scorpion. Sea scout, a member of the scouting movement with a particular emphasis on boating and water-based activities. Sea scouting, the collective activities of sea scouts, members of the scouting movement with a particular emphasis on boating and water-based activities. Sea scout, plural of sea scout. Sea scurf, any bryozoan which forms rounded or irregular patches of coral on stones, seaweeds, etc. Sea scurfs, plural of sea scurf. Sea serpent, any unidentified sea monster, especially one resembling a snake or dragon. Sea serpents, plural of sea serpent. Sea shanties, plural of sea shanty. Sea shanty, a work song that sailors historically sang in rhythm to their movement. Seashell, alternative form of seashell. Seasheller, a collector or enthusiast of seashells. Seashelling, the act or practice of collecting seashells. Seashells, plural of seashell. Sea shroud, synonym of sea fan. Sea shrubs, plural of sea shrub. Sea sylph, an extremely fine, rare and valuable fabric produced from the long silky filaments or byssus excreted by several mollusks, particularly Pinna nobilis, rough penshell by which they attach themselves to the seabed. Sea silks, plural of sea silk. Sea skater, any of the genus Halobates of water striders insects that can walk on water. Sea skaters, plural of sea skater. Sea skimmer, a missile or aircraft that engages in sea skimming. Sea skimmers, plural of sea skimmer. Sea skimming, the practice of a missile or aircraft flying as low as possible, minimizing the range at which it can be detected by a target at sea. Sea slater, a literal woodlouse of species Ligia oceanica. Sea slaters, plural of sea slater. Sea slug, any marine invertebrate with a visual resemblance to terrestrial slugs, land slugs. Sea slugs, plural of sea slug. Sea smoke, a fog formed when very cold air moves over warmer water. Sea snail, any saltwater snail, a marine gastropod mollusk with a shell contrasted with sea slug. Sea snails, plural of sea snail. Sea snake, any of several snakes of the subfamily Hydrophini that live in the waters of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Sea snakes, plural of sea snake. Sea snipe, a sandpiper. Sea snipes, plural of sea snide. Seasonite, synonym of marine mucilage. Sea snots, plural of sea snot. Sea soldier, a marine soldier serving at sea. Sea soldiers, plural of sea soldier. CSR, acidui. Sea sparkle, the bioluminescent dinoflagellate Noctiluca scintillans sin Noctiluca miliaris that causes mariel. Sea sparkles, plural of sea sparkle. Sea spider, any arthropod in the taxonomic class Pycnogonidae. Sea spiders, plural of sea spider. Sea spleenwort, the Ferna splenia marinum. Sea sponge, sponge animal, porphyra. Sea sponges, plural of sea sponge. Sea sequel, a plant of species Dreamia maritima. Sea squills, plural of sea squill. Sea squirt, any sessile tunicate of the class Acidiacea which squirts water from two openings when touched. They are filter feeders. Sea squirts, plural of sea squirt. Sea stack, a pillar of rock that rises from the ocean, formed by surrounding softer ground eroding away. Sea stacks, plural of sea stack. Sea star, a starfish class Asteroidea. Sea star associated densivirus, alternative form of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star associated densiviruses, plural of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star wasting disease, a disease of starfish and several other echinoderms appearing sporadically, causing mass mortality of those affected. Sea star wasting diseases, plural of sea star wasting disease. Sea star associated densivirus, a single-stranded DNA virus belonging to the Parviviridae family. Sea star associated densiviruses, plural of sea star associated densivirus. Sea stars, plural of sea star. Sea state, the degree of turbulence at sea, generally measured according to average wave height. Sea states, plural of sea state. Sea stock, fresh provisions to be consumed during a sea voyage. Sea stories, plural of sea story. Sea story, an anecdote from a person's time serving in the Navy. Sea strawberries, plural of sea strawberry. Sea strawberry, a soft coral of species Jersenia rubiformicin, Alcyonium rubiform in the family Nephtheidae, found in the northwest Atlantic. Sea sunflower, synonym of sea anemone. Sea surface, the top layer of the ocean where it meets the atmosphere. Sea swallow, the common tern Sterna hirundo. Sea swallows, plural of sea swallow. Sea sweet, synonym of Mau-Mau-Scorpies equipanes. Sea sweeps, plural of sea sweep. Sea swine, alternative form of sea swine. Sea swines, plural of sea swine. Sea tench, synonym of black sea bream. Sea thaw, a kind of blackish seaweed Hemanthelia elongata found on the northern coasts of the Atlantic, with a thon-like forking process rising from a top-shaped base. Sea thongs, plural of sea thon. Sea titling, a bird, the rock pipit. Sea titlings, plural of sea titling. Sea toad, Sculbencati sbp. Sea toads, plural of sea toad. Sea tortoise, synonym of sea turtle. Sea tortoises, plural of sea tortoise. Sea trial, testing of watercraft. Sea trials, plural of sea trial. Sea trout, a fish of the species Salmotrutta morphotrutta, closely related to salmon and a subspecies of brown trout. It is lighter in color than a brown trout and lives in salt water, returning to fresh water only to spawn. Sea trouts, plural of sea trout. Sea trumpet, Eclonia buccinalis, a large blackish seaweed of the Southern Ocean, having a hollow and expanding stem and a pinnate frond. Sea trumpets, plural of sea trumpet. Sea ter, a breeze, gale, or mist from the sea. Sea terns, plural of sea tern. Sea turtle, any turtle that inhabits oceans. Sea turtles, plural of sea turtle. Sea twine, synonym of sea lace, is the seaweed Cordyphyllum. Sea unicorn, the narwhal. Sea unicorns, plural of sea unicorn. Sea urchin, any of many marine echinoderms of the class Echinoidea, commonly found in shallow water, having a complex chewing structure named Aristotle's lantern. Sea urchins, plural of sea urchin. Sea valley, a submarine valley. Sea valleys, plural of sea valley. Sea vampire, synonym of devil ray. Sea vampires, plural of sea vampire. Sea vegetable, any edible seaweed such as agar. Sea vegetables, plural of sea vegetable. Sea vomit, Didnum vexillum, a species of tunicate. Seawall, alternative spelling of seawall. Sea walls, plural of sea wall. Sea walnut, a comb jelly in the genus Nemiopsis, native to the western Atlantic Ocean but invasive around the world. Sea walnuts, plural of sea walnut. Sea wasp, any of several marine stinging box jellyfish found in northeast Australia and southeast Asia, some deadly, especially Chironex fleckeri, Carukia barnesi, and Molokingi. Sea wasps, plural of sea wasps. Sea water, alternative form of seawater. Sea whip, a coral of order Alcyanacea. Sea whip coral, any of a group of cnidarians of the order Alcyanacea lesser equal Gordonacea that form flexible colonies with few branches. Sea whip corals, plural of sea whip coral. Sea whistle, a kind of seaweed whose bladders may be used by children as whistles. Sea whistles, plural of sea whistle. Sea willow, a Gorgonian coral with long flexible branches. Sea willows, plural of sea willow. Sea wolf, alternative spelling of sea wolf. Sea wolves, plural of sea wolf. Sea woodlouse, plural of sea woodlouse. Sea woodlouse, synonym of sea slater, literal woodlouse. Sea worm, a marine annelid. Sea worms, plural of sea worm. Sea wormwood, Artemisia maritima, a European wormwood. Sea bass, located in or in proximity to the sea. Sea bat, alternative form of sea bat. Sea blubber, a jellyfish. Sea bludders, plural of sea blubber. Sea leukohistiocytosis, a cutaneous condition associated with excessive cytoplasm loading of lipids within histiocytes. Sea buff, alternative form of seaboat. Seaboats, plural of seaboat. Thibot, alternative form of seaboot. Thibots, plural of seaboot. Sea bottle, a green alga of species Valonia utricularis, having many bladder-like cells. Sea bottles, plural of sea bottle. Sibbo, a rainbow seen in the spray of the ocean. Sea boas, plural of sea bow. Sea rink, the edge of the sea, the seashore. Sea rinks, plural of sea brink. Sea buckthorn, alternative form of sea buckthorn. Sea buckthorns, plural of sea buckthorn. Sibbon, synonym of heart urchin. Sea buns, plural of sea bun. Sea calf, alternative spelling of sea calf, Fokovicilena. Sea calves, plural of sea calf. Sea cows, plural of sea calf. Sea cacti, synonym of sea laces, the seaweed Cordyphyllum. Sea change, alternative form of sea change. Sea changes, plural of sea change. Sea chickweed, alternative form of sea chickweed. Sea chickweeds, plural of sea chickweed. Sea coal, alternative spelling of seagull. Sea cow, hippopotamus. Sea cows, plural of sea cow. Sea crayfish, any of various marine lobsters, especially the spiny lobster. Sea crow, any of various birds which may be found at sea or along the coast, especially those of a size or color similar to a crow or with similar habits. Sea crows, plural of sea crow. Sea day, alternative form of sea day. Sea days, plural of sea day. Sea dar, alternative spelling of sea dog. Sea dogs, plural of sea dog. Sea rift, flotsam. Sea duty, duty at sea undertaken by personnel in the armed forces or other uniformed services of the United States. Sea alternative spelling of sea eagle. Seados, plural of sea eagle. It, alternative form of sea ear. Did, plural of sea ear. Sea elephant, alternative spelling of sea elephant. Sea elephants, plural of sea elephant. Say fire, biophosphorescence seen while traversing the ocean. Say fires, plural of sea fire. Sea floor spreading, alternative spelling of sea floor spreading. Say front, alternative spelling of seafront. Say fronts, plural of seafront. Sea gallowast, Alopsosaurus, a species of fish found in the West Atlantic. Sea girl, a youthful mermaid. Sea girls, plural of sea girl. Seagoing, alternative spelling of seagoing. Sea gooseberries, plural of sea gooseberry. Sea gooseberry, any of order Lobata of lobed comb jellies. Seagrass, alternative form of seagrass. Seagrasses, plural of seagrass. Sea green, alternative form of sea green. Sea green incorruptible, a person who is unswervingly dedicated to a cause. Sea green incorruptibles, plural of sea green incorruptible. Sea greens, plural of sea green. Sea ground, the bottom of the sea, seabed. Sea grounds, plural of sea ground. Seagull, alternative form of seagull. Seagulls, plural of seagull. Seahawk, alternative form of seahawk. Seahawks, plural of seahawk. Sea, alternative form of sea heat. Seas, plural of sea heath. Seahog, alternative spelling of seahog. Seahogs, plural of seahog. Seahorse, alternative spelling of seahorse. Seahorses, plural of seahorse. Sea ice, alternative form of sea ice. Sea kindliness, alternative form of sea kindliness. Sea kindly, alternative form of sea kindly. Coelaces, a kind of seaweed cordyphyllum with long blackish cord-like fronds. Sea lane, alternative spelling of sea lane. Sea lanes, plural of sea lane. Sea lavender, alternative form of sea lavender. Sea lavenders, plural of sea lavender. Sea lawyer, alternative form of sea lawyer. Sea lawyers, plural of sea lawyer. Sea legs, alternative form of sea legs. Sea lentil, synonym of gulfweed. Sea lentils, plural of sea lentil. Sea light, light from the sea, either due to reflection off the waves or from bioluminescence. Sea lights, plural of sea light. Sea lion, alternative form of sea lion. Sea locked, alternative form of sea locked. Sailors, synonym of Merlu's European hake. Sailorses, plural of sea loose. Sea lungs, synonym of comb jelly. Sea magpie, the oyster catcher. Sea magpies, plural of sea magpie. Sea maid, alternative form of sea maid. Sea maids, plural of sea maid. Sea marigold, synonym of sea acai. Sea monster, alternative form of sea monster. Sea monsters, plural of sea monster. Sea myrtle, synonym of groundsel-bush. Sea onion, obsolete form of sea onion. Sea onions, plural of sea onion. Seax, a walrus. Seaxen, plural of sea ox. Sea pad, a starfish. Sea pads, plural of sea pad. Sea barrus, a puffin Fratercula spp. Sea barrets, plural of sea parrot. Sea pert, synonym of a type of fish. Sea pheasant, alternative spelling of sea pheasant. Sea pheasants, plural of sea pheasant. Sea pie, alternative form of sea pie food. Sea piece, alternative form of sea piece. Sea pieces, plural of sea piece. Sea pies, plural of sea pie. Sea pike, alternative spelling of sea pike. Sea pikes, plural of sea pike. Sea pinction, a starfish of genus Goniaster. Sea pinctions, plural of sea pinction. Sip plant, any marine alga. Sip plants, plural of sea plant. Sea poacher, synonym of armed bullhead. Sea poachers, plural of sea poacher. Sebus, alternative form of sea puss. Sepuses, plural of sea poos. Sapurs, the egg case of skate, shark, or ratfish. A mermaid's purse. Sea purses, plural of sea purse. Sebus, alternative form of sea puss. Say buzzes, plural of sea puss. Seareed, the final reach of a river that connects with the ocean, the part of a river from which the sea is visible. Seareed, plural of sea reach. Sea rim, the horizon of an ocean or sea. Sea rim, plural of sea rim. Sea robber, one who robs at sea, a pirate. Sea robbers, plural of sea robber. Sea rose, synonym of sea anemone. Sea roses, plural of sea rose. Sea ruff, a spheroid fish of the genus Pagellus, inhabiting most European coasts, including the Mediterranean. Sea ruffs, plural of sea ruff. Sea salted, salted with sea salt. Sea salty, containing or tasting of sea salt. Sea scorpion, alternative form of sea scorpion. Sea scorpions, plural of sea scorpion. Seasickness, alternative spelling of seasickness. Sea sleeve, a cuttlefish. Sea sleeves, plural of sea sleeve. Sea snail, alternative form of sea snail. Sea snails, plural of sea snail. Sea spider, alternative form of sea spider. Sea spiders, plural of sea spider. Sea stack, alternative form of sea stack. Sea stacks, plural of sea stack. Sea star, a star used for navigation or guidance at sea. Sea star wasting disease, alternative form of sea star wasting disease. Sea star wasting diseases, plural of sea star wasting disease. Sea star associated densivirus, alternative form of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star associated densiviruses, plural of sea star associated densivirus. Sea stars, plural of sea star. Sea stick, I can give that see immediately out being got. Sea sticks, plural of sea stick. Sea surface, of or pertaining to the top layer of the ocean. Cesarda, one of a family of spinirate telosteans of tropical seas, especially those of the genus Acanthurus, characterized by a lancet-like spine ensheathed on each side of the tail. Sea surgeons, plural of sea surgeon. Sea swine, alternative form of sea swine. Sea swines, plural of sea swine. SeaTac, syllabic abbreviation of Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Seagree, any of a number of branching corals that look like underwater trees. Sea trees, plural of sea tree. Sea turtle, alternative form of sea turtle. Sea turtles, plural of sea turtle. Sea view, a sight or prospect of the sea or being at sea. Sea views, plural of sea view. Sea wave, alternative form of sea wave. Sea waves, plural of sea wave. Seaweed, alternative spelling of seaweed. Seaweeds, plural of seaweed. Sea whip, a kind of Alcyonarian. Sea whip cord, synonym of sea thong. Sea whip cords, plural of sea whip cord. Sea whips, plural of sea whip. Sea wife, alternative form of sea wife. Sea willow, a polyp with slender branches like the osier Pterygorgia anceps or other soft corals in the family Gorgonidae. Sea willows, plural of sea willow. Sea wing, a wing shell, often of the genus Pinna. Sea wings, plural of sea wing. Sea wise, plural of sea wife. Seaworthy, alternative form of seaworthy. Sitta, a duffel bag used by sailors or marines. Sea nags, plural of sea bag. Sea ball, alternative form of sea ball. Sea balls, plural of sea ball. Civac, a bank or mole to defend against the sea. Cibex, plural of sea bank. Cibes, a collection of support and supply ships supporting operations elsewhere that can function as a floating barracks, hospital, and base. Cibeses, plural of sea base. Cibas, alternative form of sea base, used especially in compound terms. Cyanasses, plural of sea bass. Citha, synonym of batfish Oggosphallidae. Cibaths, plural of sea bass. Ciba, a surname. Cibas, plural of sea baw. Tuit, a beach lying along the sea. Sea beaches, plural of sea beach. Sidir, a green seaweed Cladophora rubistris growing in dense tufts. Sive, the floor or bottom of the sea or ocean. Sedads, plural of seabed. Sidif, a construction battalion of the United States Navy responsible for building, bulldozing, etc. Sidias, plural of seabee. Saber, a surname. Sabers, plural of seaber. Satyrs, plural of seaberry. Seaberry, a surname. Seaberries, plural of seaberry. Sever, a male given name from Old English. Saber, any bird that spends most of its time in coastal waters or over the oceans. Seabirding, birdwatching specifically for seabirds. Seabirds, plural of seabird. Seablight, alternative form of sea blight. Seablights, plural of sea blight. Sabor, the area bordering the sea. A coastline, a sea line. Seaboards, plural of seaboard. Seba, a boat designed for use at sea. Sibots, plural of seaboat. Seaboat, a surname. Seabolts, plural of seabolt. Theater, a waterproof boot for use on ships in bad weather. Thitterts, plural of sea boot. Seaboard, alternative form of seaboard. Seaboards, plural of seaboard. Seabar, a surname from Swedish. Seaborgate, Yan SDO2 analogous to melibdate, any salt containing this ion. Seaborgates, plural of seaborgate. Seaborgem, a transuranic chemical element symbol Sg with atomic number 106. Seabor, a surname. Seabor, transported on the sea or ocean, especially by floating on the sea. Seaborns, plural of seaborn. Seabottom, synonym of seabed. Seabottoms, plural of sea bottom. Seabound, surrounded by the sea. Saarine, any of several species of marine fish of the families Sparidae or Bramidae found in shallow temperate and tropical waters around the world. Saarines, plural of sea bream. Ceres, a place in the United States. Ceres, plural of sea breeze. Sabrach, a habitational surname from Old English. Sabrix, a surname. Seabrixes, plural of seabrooks. Seabuckthorn, alternative spelling of sea buckthorn. Seaburger, a fried patty that contains seafood. Seaburgers, plural of seaburger. Sabre, a coastal resort and suburb of Sunderland, Tyne and Wear, England. OS grid ref and Z4159. Seaberry, a surname. Seaberries, plural of seaberry. Seadow, alternative spelling of sea calf, Fokovichelena. Seagas, plural of sea calf. Seagulls, plural of sea calf. Teda, alternative form of sea can. Seagans, plural of seakin. Seagash, alternative form of sea catch. Seagati, plural of sea catch. Seagare, a cave that is in or under the sea. Seagares, plural of sea cave. Sea change. A movement of people from cities to rural coastal areas. Sea changer, one who moves to a location in proximity to the ocean for whom such a move is an extreme shift in one's life. Sea changers, plural of sea changer. Sea changes, plural of sea change. Sequef, a census-designated place in Santa Cruz County, California, United States. Sequefs, plural of seacliff. Seacoal, coal from inside the sea, mineral coal that washes up from the sea onto beaches from which it can be collected and sold. Seacoast, the coastal land bordering a sea or ocean. Seacoasts, plural of seacoast. Tsufa, a valve in the hull of a vessel used to let in water, either to clean the bilges, flood a ballast tank, or scuttle the vessel. Seacocks, plural of seacock. Seacum, a neighborhood and Mersey Ferry terminal in Wallasey, Metropolitan Borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS grid ref SJ 3290. Seacums, plural of seacomb. Seacanes, plural of seacony. Seacami, alternative form of seacony. Secor, alternative form of sea corn. Sea corns, plural of sea corn. Sea cow, alternative spelling of sea cow. Sea cows, plural of sea cow. Seacraft, a ship or other vehicle capable of traveling on the ocean. Seacrafts, plural of seacraft. Seacrafty, skilled in navigating ocean vessels. Seacraft, a southern coastal suburb of Skegness, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 5661. Seacrow, alternative form of seacrow. Seacrows, plural of seacrow. Seaculture, the aquaculture of marine organisms. Seacanes, plural of seacony. Seatemy, a Lascar helmsman. Seacuter, could seafood ready to be eaten. DIF, acronym of suppression of enemy air defense. S. Sea day, alternative form of sea day. Sea days, plural of sea day. Sea devil, alternative spelling of sea devil. Lophiiforms. Sea devils, plural of sea devil. Sea dog, a sailor accustomed to the sea. Sea dogs, plural of sea dog. Seedornavirus, any member of the genus Seedornavirus of viruses in the family Reaviridae. Seedornaviruses, plural of Seedornavirus. Sea dragon, alternative spelling of sea dragon. Sea dragons, plural of sea dragon. Searect, a city in Texas. Seadrome, an airfield constructed at sea for the landing of aircraft unable to perform a non-stop crossing. Seadromes, plural of seadrome. Sidduck, any large duck found in coastal waters, especially those of the subfamily Mergini. Tenax, plural of sea duck. Teva, alternative form of sea fan. Sailons, plural of seafan. Safer, to travel or voyage by sea. Saver, a sailor or mariner. Seafarers, plural of seafarer. Seafarers, third person singular simple present indicative of seafarer. Seafaring, living one's life at sea. Seafarings, plural of seafaring. SAFDA, acronym of Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. Sea delve, a few places in Scotland. Seafish, alternative form of sea fish. Seaflood, a flood of seawater. Sea floods, plural of sea flood. Seafloor, synonym of seabed. Seafloor spreading, the outward movement of the seafloor from central underwater ridges as a result of plate tectonics, the major cause of continental drift. Seafloor spreadings, plural of seafloor spreading. Seafloors, plural of seafloor. Seafoam, a foam created by the agitation of seawater. Seafoam candy, honeycomb toffee. Seafoam salad, a dessert salad typically made of green gelatin, cream cheese, pears, maraschino cherries, and whipped cream. Seafoam salads, plural of seafoam salad. Seafoams, plural of seafoam. Seafoam, merpeople. Seaweed, fish, shellfish, seaweed, and other edible aquatic life. Seafood boil. Any of a number of social events where shellfish are cooked and eaten. Seafood boils. Plural of seafood boil. Seafood fork. Synonym of fish fork. Seafood forks. Plural of seafood fork. Seafooder. A seafood restaurant. Seafooders. Plural of seafooder. Seafoodie. A lover or connoisseur of seafood. Seafoodies. Plural of seafoodie. Seafooders. Plural of seafood. Seafoodie. Resembling or characteristic of seafood. Savor. A place name. Savards. Plural of seafood. Seafour. A surname. Seafowl. Any bird that spends most of its time in coastal waters or over the oceans. Seafowls. Plural of seafowl. Seafront. The seashore, the coast. Seafronts. Plural of seafront. Seafo. The amount that a sea can contain. Seda. Being or relating to a plant-based pescatarian diet in which some seafood, in essence, fin fish and shellfish, is incorporated into an otherwise vegan diet. Sedans. Plural of seagan. Seer. A surname. Searies. Plural of sea goose. Sayer. A surname from Old English. Sayers. Plural of seager. Sitter. Engirdled by the sea as an island. Siddha. A surname. Seals. Plural of seagull. Siddle. A surname. Seagoer. A seagoing person, one who travels out to sea. Seagoers. Plural of seagoer. Seagoing. Traveling out to sea. Seagoose. Alternative spelling of sea goose. Seagouse. Plural of seago. Seagram. A surname. Seagrams. Plural of seagram. Seagrape. Alternative form of sea grape. Seagrapes. Plural of seagrape. Seagrass. Any of various grass-like marine plants that grow underwater in salt water. Seagrasses. Plural of seagrass. Seagrave. A village and civil parish in Charnwood District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 618,261. Seagraves. A surname. Seagring. The house leek. Seagreens. Plural of seagreen. Segran. A surname from Swedish. Segrans. Plural of seagrin. Segrim. A surname. Segros. A surname. Seagroveses. Plural of seagroves. Seha. A surname. Seagull approach. The occurrence of casual, ill-informed and hasty decisions or comments made by outside authorities who lack an understanding of the local issues or a real understanding of the facts of a particular situ. Seagull intersection. A kind of three-way road intersection. Seagull intersections. Plural of seagull intersection. Seagull manager. A manager whose presence is rare and usually motivated by problems. Seagull managers. Plural of seagull manager. Seagull. filled with seagulls. Seawing. The practice, in rugby union, of forwards running in the back line rather than concentrating on their primary positional duties in open play. See rugby union positions. Seagulls, plural of seagull. It, a surname from Chinese. Seahabilitation, emotional replenishment afforded by time spent at the beach surfing, swimming, etc., viewed as therapeutic. Till, a coastal town and civil parish with a town council in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4249. Zihoi, a rapacious gull-like bird of the genus Stercorarius. Seahawks, plural of seahawk. Seahawk, alternative spelling of seahawk. Seahogs, plural of seahawk. Seahorse, alternative spelling of seahorse. Seahorse dad, synonym of birthing father. Seahorse dads, plural of seahorse dad. Seahorses, plural of seahorse. Seahound, alternative form of seahound. Seahounds, plural of seahound. Sea houses, a coastal village in Northumberland Parish, Northern Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 2132. Dit, plural of sea. Seadac, an illegal seizure of a vessel. Seadac, simple past and past participle of seajack. Seadaer, someone who seajacks, someone who illegally seizes a vessel. Seajackers, plural of seajacker. Seajacking, present participle and gerund of seajack. Seajackings, plural of seajacking. Seadax, plural of seajack. The soap prepared for use in milling cloth. Seacow, alternative spelling of sea kale. Seakeithe, effective operation of a ship at sea, remaining seaworthy. Seakindliness, the quality or degree of being seakinly. Seakindly, easy to sail at sea, having good handling ability in the ocean. So, ellipsis of Navy SEAL member of the sea, air, land unit. To, a surname. Seal Beach, a city in Orange County, California, United States. Seal bomb, an incendiary device used to keep seals and other mammals away from the site of fishing. Seal bombs, plural of seal bomb. Seal calf, a baby seal. Seal calves, plural of seal calf. Seal Cove, a community in Grand Manan, New Brunswick, Canada. Seal Dribble, in soccer, a move where the player bounces the ball on their head while running at the opponent. Seal Dribbles, plural of seal dribble. Seal Finger, an infection of the fingers of sealers and others who handle pinnites, potentially causing cellulitis, debilitating joint inflammation, and edema of the bone marrow. Seal Hunter, alternative form of seal hunter. Seal Hunters, plural of seal hunter. Sillen, synonym of shut up to put someone or something in a secure enclosed space, such as a room or container. Seal Island, an island of Angola. Seal Manual, the impression of a seal worn on a hand as a ring. Seal of Approval, an official approval, the mark denoting it in a document, a sanction. figuratively any semi-official, authoritative, or humorous approval. Seal of Solomon, a circular sigil attributed to King Solomon in medieval Jewish tradition and in Islamic and Western occultism, often depicted as a hexagram formed of two interlocking triangles, any of various similar sigils. Seal of the Prophets, Ma'ud. Seal off, to physically isolate an area or building for security reasons, preventing passage of humans or vehicles. Seal on a bedsheet, a flag that consists of a seal or a coat of arms on a monochrome background. Seal point, a dark brown area of fur on the ears, face, legs, and tail of a Siamese cat. Seal points, plural of seal point. Seal ring, a finger ring with an engraved, often heraldic seal, fit for sealing documents by pressing it in sealing wax or a similar substance. Seal rings, plural of seal ring. Seal row, a row prone on a bench, intended to prevent back rounding and posterior chain engagement at the benefit of greater range of motion and volume for the latissimus dorsi muscles. Seal rows, plural of seal row. Seal salamander, Desmognathus monticola, a Lundlist salamander of Appalachia. Seal script, alternative form of seal script. Seal script, synonym of small seal script. Seal scripts, plural of seal script. Seal someone's fate, to prevent a decision, event, etc. from being influenced or changed by a willful act, to preempt someone's future actions by deciding the course of events ahead of time. Seal stone, a precious stone with an engraving on it used to create an impression in a soft material and associated especially with the ancient Minoan civilization. Seal stones, plural of seal stone. Seal the deal, to come to an agreement, to finalize a deal. Seal up, to completely seal and close with a seal. Seals, archaic form of sealed. Seal bird, the slender-billed shearwater. Seal birds, plural of seal bird. Seal hunter, one who hunts seals. Seal hunters, plural of seal hunter. Seal man, a person who can transform into a seal the animal and back again. Sealman, plural of seal man. Seal up, an underwater laboratory. Sealability, the path of being sealable. Sealable, that may be sealed. Sealably, in a sealable manner. Sealands, plural of sealau. Talent, a self-proclaimed micronation full name, the Principality of Sealand, whose capital is HM Fort Ruffs, a former British sea fort. Sealander, a citizen or an inhabitant of Sealand. Sealanders, plural of Sealander. Zealandic, archaic form of Zealandic of or relating to Zealand. Sealing, alternative spelling of sea lane. Sealans, plural of sea lane. Any material used to seal a surface so as to prevent passage of a fluid. Sealant backing, a compressible material placed in a joint before applying sealant. Sealants, plural of sealant. Seal bore, the polished bore of an oil well that accepts a seal assembly as part of the production packer. Seal bores, plural of seal bore. Sealda, a neighborhood of central Calcutta, West Bengal, India. A surname. Seal and Sands, a civil parish in Guildford, Borough, Surrey, England, which includes the villages of Seal and the Sands. Seal, simple past and past participle of seal. Sealed beam, a type of electric lamp for producing a beam of light in which the filament is sealed inside a unit consisting of the reflector and lens so as to ensure the alignment of the beam and to protect the reflector from becoming dirty or tarnished. Sealed beams, plural of sealed beam. Sealed bid, a cost estimate or a proposal to buy something, the value of which is kept secret from competitors until all such bids have been made. Sealed bids, plural of sealed bid. Sealed in, simple past and past participle of seal in. Sealed off, simple past and past participle of seal off. Sealed source, a measured amount of radioisotope sealed within a protective container. Sealed sources, plural of sealed source. Sealed system, any device with inner workings obscured. Sealed systems, plural of sealed system. Sealed the deal, simple past and past participle of seal the deal. Seal the up, simple past and past participle of seal up. Seal legs, alternative spelling of sea legs. Tiller, a tool used to seal something. Sealeries, plural of sealery. Sealers, plural of sealer. Sealer, an industrial facility where seals are slaughtered. Seals, plural of seal. Zeus, without a C. Sealess, second person singular simple present indicative of seal. Sealeth, third person singular simple present indicative of seal. Tilly, a surname. Dillis, plural of sealy. Sealhon, a surname. Seal hunter, alternative form of seal hunter. Seal hunters, plural of seal hunter. Sealless, plural of sea louse. Sea life, organisms especially fish that live in the sea. Sealet, to transport by sea. Sealefted, simple past and past participle of sealef. Sealefting, present participle and gerund of sealef. Sealefts, third person singular simple present indicative of sealefs. Sealite, alternative form of sealite. Sealites, plural of sealite. Sealike, resembling or characteristic of a sea. Sealine, the coastline, seaboard. Sealines, plural of sea line. Sealway, used for closing securely. Sealing in, present participle and gerund of seal in. Sealing off, present participle and gerund of seal off. Sealing the deal, present participle of seal the deal. Sealing up, present participle and gerund of seal up. Sealing washer, a rubber or neoprene washer, sometimes metal-backed, typically placed on a fastener to prevent water from migrating into and through the fastener hole. Sealing washers, plural of sealing washer. Sealing wax, wax formerly melted onto a letter to seal it. The picture of the sender's seal was often pressed into the wax as evidence that the letter had not been opened. Sealing waxes, plural of sealing wax. Sealing wax, alternative spelling of sealing wax. Sealing waxes, plural of sealing wax. Sealings, plural of sealing. Celia. To intrude on a conversation with probing questions in an attempt to engage in unwanted debate, usually disingenuously as a form of harassment or trolling. Sea lion. Simple past and past participle of sea lion. Sea lioner. A sea lion, one who engages in sea lioning. Sea lioners. Plural of sea lioner. Sea lioning. A type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangential or previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity. I'm just trying to have a debate, and feigning ignorance of the subject matter, in order to wear down an opponent and incite angry responses that will discredit them. Sea lions. Plural of sea lion. Sealless. Without a seal mechanism for closing off. Seal-like. Resembling or characteristic of a seal the mammal. Seal-like. A surname. Seal-act. Of a geographical region, accessible only through a body of seawater and having no access by land. Sealox. Plural of sealock. Sealor. Knowledge, teaching, science, or study of the sea. Seaus. Alternative form of sea louse. Seal point. Alternative form of seal point. Seal points. Plural of seal point. Sealpox. A skin condition caused by parapoxvirus obtained by close contact with infected seals. So, plural of seal. Seals. A Cornish habitational surname. Seal in. Third person singular simple present indicative of seal in. Seals manual. Plural of seal manual. Seals of approval. Plural of seal of approval. Seals of Solomon. Plural of seal of Solomon. Seals off. Third person singular simple present indicative of seal off. Seals the Dale. Third person singular simple present indicative of seal the deal. Sails up. Third person singular simple present indicative of seal up. Seal ship. A ship used for hunting seals. Seal ships. Plural of seal ship. Sealskin. A type of fabric made from the skin of seals. Sealskin cloth. A cloth made of mohair with a nap and dyed to resemble the fur of a seal. Sealskin cloths. Plural of sealskin cloth. Sealskinned. Dressed in a sealskin. Sealskins. Plural of sealskin. Sealwax. Sealing wax. Sealwort. Synonym of Solomon's seal. Sealwort. Plural of sealwort. Tilly. A surname. Seal out. A Sealham Terrier. Sealham Terrier. A breed of terrier bred in Wales. Sealyham Terriers. Plural of Sealyham Terrier. Sealyhams. Plural of Sealyham. Dewis. Plural of Sealy. A folded back and stitched piece of fabric, especially the stitching that joins two or more pieces of fabric. Seam allowance. The part of the material or fabric added to the dimensions of a sewing pattern outside the seam. Seam allowances. Plural of seam allowance. Seam carving. A technique for resizing images so as to preserve the main contents by selectively removing less important regions, as defined by seams approximately horizontal or vertical paths of pixels. Seam lace. A lace used by carriage makers to cover seams and edges. Seam presser, a heavy roller to press down newly plowed furrows. Seam pressers, plural of seam presser. Seam set, a set for flattering the seams of metal sheets, leather work, etc. Seam sets, plural of seam set. Seamed, a mermaid. Seamads, plural of seamaid. Seamal, male transported by ship over the sea. Ta, a surname originating as an occupation. Seaman apprentice, an enlisted rate in the United States Navy and United States Coast Guard, ranking above seaman recruit and below seaman. Seaman apprentices, plural of seaman apprentice. Seaman recruit, an enlisted rate in the United States Navy and United States Coast Guard, ranking below seaman apprentice. Seaman recruits, plural of seaman recruit. Seaman craft, synonym of seacraft skill in navigating ocean vessels. Seaman I, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing boron, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Seaman-like, befitting a seaman. Seaman-like. Termans, plural of seaman. Seamanship, skill in and knowledge of the work of navigating, maintaining, and operating a vessel at sea. Seamanships, plural of seamanship. Seamer, a female seahorse. Seamers, plural of seamare. Seamark, any elevated object on land which serves as a guide to mariners, such as a hill or steeple. Seamarks, plural of seamark. Sen, having or furnished with seams. Seam stocking, a women's stocking having seams up the back, formerly common but now generally worn for effect. Seam stockings, plural of seam stocking. Seaman, plural of seaman. Seaman apprentice, plural of seaman apprentice. Seaman recruit, plural of seaman recruit. Sarah, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref NZ 4910. Sares, plural of seamer. Seamew, the common gull Larus canis. Theo, obsolete form of seamew. Seamus, plural of seam. Seamews, plural of seamew. Seamfree, seamless without seams. Seam, not seamless. Seamet, a devoted baseball fan. Seamads, plural of seamhead. Seamess, plural of seamouse. Dim, a diminutive of the male given name Seamus. Tidder, comparative form of seamy. More seamy. Timis, superlative form of seamy. Most seamy. Seemingly, in a seamy manner. Seemanas, the state or condition of being seamy. Seeme, present participle and gerund of seem. Seaming machine, a machine for uniting the edges of sheet metal plates by bending them and pinching them together. Seaming machines, plural of seaming machine. Seamings, plural of seaming. Seamless, having no seams. Seamlessly, in a seamless manner. Seamlessness, the state or quality of being seamless. Seamlet, a little seam, as of coal or quartz. Seamlet, plural of seamlet. Seam-like, resembling or characteristic Characteristic of a seam. Seam line. A line formed by the seam of a garment. Seam lines. Plural of seam line. Sema. A surname. Sciamenki. A Southeast Asian person. Temens. Plural of seaman. Sea monster. Alternative form of sea monster. Sea monsters. Plural of sea monster. Seamost. Closest to the sea. Seamoth. Alternative form of seamoth. Seamoths. Plural of seamoth. Seamouth. An underwater mountain with a prominence of more than 1,000 meters, which does not breach the surface of the water. Seamount chain. A series of underwater volcanoes or seamounts that are arranged in a line with a relatively flat seafloor between their bases. Seamount chains. Plural of seamount chain. Seamounts. Plural of seamount. Sea mouse. Polychaete worm of genus Aphrodita, especially Aphrodita achillida, found in the North Atlantic and in European seas. There's plural of seam. Seamster, a surname. Seamstering, the trade practiced by seamsters. Seamsters, plural of seamster. Seamstress, a woman who sews clothes professionally. Seamstresses, plural of seamstress. Seamstressing, the trade practiced by seamstresses. Seamstressy, the business of a seamstress. Shavas, a male given name from Irish. Seam, sordid, squalid, or corrupt. Seaneto, alternative form of sea myrtle. Shor, a male given name from Irish. Sina Éireann, the upper house of the Parliament of Ireland. Seance, alternative spelling of seance. Seance, a ceremony where people try to communicate with the spirits of dead people, usually led by a medium. Seanced, simple past and past participle of seance. Seanced, simple past and past participle of seance. Seancer, alternative form of seancer. Seancer, one who holds a seance communication with spirits. Seancers, plural of seancer. Seancers, plural of seancer. Seances, plural of seance. Seances, plural of seance. Seancing, present participle and gerund of seance. Seancing, present participle and gerund of seance. Shone, simple past and past participle of shone. Shotting, present participle and gerund of shone. Senati, a bard, genealogist, or storyteller in Gaelic culture. Senages, plural of senachi. Senati, alternative form of senachi. Johns, plural of Sean. Seabirch, alternative form of sea perch, used especially in compound terms, e.g. Japanese sea perch. Sea perches, plural of sea perch. Series, a picture representing a scene at sea, a marine picture. Services, plural of seapiece. Seaplane, any aircraft capable of taking off from and alighting on the surface of water. Seaplane carrier, a type of warship, a form of seaplane tender, and an early variety of aircraft carrier which carries seaplanes on board and can launch and retrieve them, as well as tend to them. Seaplane carriers, plural of seaplane carrier. Seaplane tender, a ship designed to tend to the needs of seaplanes, float planes, and flying boats at sea for resupply, refueling, sometimes including catapult launch. Seaplane tenders, plural of seaplane tender. Seaplanes, plural of seaplane. Tenders, alternative form of seapuss. Seabuses, plural of seapoos. Seaport, a town or harbor with facilities for seagoing ships to dock and take on or discharge cargo. Seaports, plural of seaport. Seapower, naval military power. Seafly, alternative form of seapoy. Seapies, plural of seapoy. Seabak, a fashion and visual art style characterized by aquatic themes and colors, rave culture, and the digital aesthetic of the 1990s. Seapunks, plural of seapunk. The initialism of stock exchange automated quotation. Seatway, a hydrostatic pressure disturbance caused by an earthquake or volcano in the seabed. Seaquakes, plural of seaquake. Seaquaria, plural of seaquarium. Seaquarium, an oceanarium. Seaquariums, plural of seaquarium. Seaquar, alternative spelling of seaquark. Seaquarkus, plural of seaquark. Tewa, a surname. Seara, alternative form of sea rat, a pirate. Searats, plural of searat. There's a sieve has strainer. There's simple past and past participle of seers. There it is. Third person singular simple present indicative of seers. Dart, a surname. Search and rescue, an effort to save persons whose locations are not precisely known from hazardous situations. Search and rescues, plural of search and rescue. Search as you type, an autocomplete feature when used to search for something. Search box, a text box for the input of text to be searched for in a database, on the internet, etc. Search boxes, plural of search box. Search engine, an application that searches for and retrieves data based on some criteria, especially one that searches the internet for documents containing specified words. Search engine optimization, the use of various techniques to improve the ranking of a website in search engines in the hopes of attracting more visitors. Search engines, plural of search engine. Search for, synonym of look for. Search leakage, the transmission of a user's search terms from a search engine to the site in the search results that a user chooses to visit, regarded as a privacy risk. Search me. I don't know. I have no idea. Search out, to find by searching. Search parties, plural of search party. Search party, a group of people who search for someone or something lost. Search space, the set of all possible points of an optimization problem that satisfy the problem's targets or goals. Search spaces, plural of search space. Search term, the word or phrase that a user searches for example, in a search engine. Search terms, plural of search term. Search tree, a tree data structure set up to facilitate searching. Search trees, Plural of search tree. Search unemployment. A form of frictional unemployment where a person is temporarily unemployed while searching for a suitable job. Search up. To obtain something, especially information about something from a source, especially electronic sources. Search wand. A handheld security device for detecting metal objects or transmitters, etc. carried by a person. Search wands. Plural of search wand. Search warrant. A court order in the form of a warrant authorizing the search of a home and / or other privacy-protected place, notably to seek unlawful possessions, evidence, etc. as part of a judicial inquiry. Search warrants. Plural of search warrant. Search and rescue. Alternative form of search and rescue. Search and rescues. Plural of search and rescue. Search as you typed. Alternative form of search as you type. Search engine. To look up on a search engine. Search engine optimization. Alternative form of search engine optimization. Search engine friendly. Of a web page, designed so that automated search engine crawlers can easily index and categorize its contents. Search engine. Simple past and past participle of search engine. Search engines. Third person singular simple present indicative of search engine. Search engineing. Present participle and gerund of search engine. Search foo. Synonym of Google foo. Searchlight. Alternative spelling of searchlight. Searchlights. Plural of searchlight. Search-oriented architecture. A software architectural approach that is focused on a search engine. Search-oriented architectures. Plural of search-oriented architecture. Searchabilities. Plural of searchability. Searchability. The state of being searchable. Searchable. Capable of being searched, especially something that has an automated search function included. Searchableness. The quality of being searchable. Searchables. Plural of searchable. Search box. Alternative form of search box. Search boxes. Plural of search box. Search. Simple past and past participle of search. Searched for. Simple past and past participle of search for. Searched out. Simple past and past participle of search out. Searched up. Simple past and past participle of search up. Searchest. Second person singular simple past indicative of search. Searcher. One who searches. Searcheress. A female searcher. Searcheresses. Plural of searcheress. Searchers. Plural of searcher. Searchership. The state or business of a searcher. Searcherships. Plural of searchership. Searches. Plural of search. Searches and rescues. Plural of search and rescue. Searches for. Third person singular simple present indicative of search for. Searches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of search out. Searches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of search up. Searches and rescues. Plural of search and rescue. Searchest. Second person singular simple present indicative of search. Searcha. Third person singular simple present indicative of search. Searchful. Characterized by searching. Active in searching, inquisitive. Searching. Pronunciations. Spelling of searching. Searching. Present participle and gerund of search. Searching for. Present participle and gerund of search for. Searching out. Present participle and gerund of search out. Searching up. Present participle and gerund of search up. Searchingly. In a searching manner. Searchingness. The state or quality of being searching. Searchings. Plural of searching. Searchless. Impossible to be searched, inscrutable, impenetrable. Searchlight. A census-designated place in Clark County, Nevada, United States. Searchlighted. Simple past and past participle of searchlight. Searchlighting. Present participle and gerund of searchlight. Searchlights. Plural of searchlight. Searchlit. Simple past and past participle of searchlight. Circ room. A room where the public can access archives. Circ rooms. Plural of circ room. Sir. Simple past and past participle of search. Searchy. Tending or inclined to search. Terze. Present participle and gerund of sears. Cerecloth. Obsolete form of cerecloth. Cerecloths. Plural of cerecloth. There. A surname. Searcy County. One of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat. Marshall. There is. Plural of Searcy. Simple past and past participle of sear. Tiredness. The state of being seared or callous, insensibility. Tear. A person or machine that sears food. Error. Plural of searer. Eris. Superlative form of sear, most sear. Sarah. Third person singular simple present indicative of seer. Searhas. A surname. Thera. Obsolete form of surge. Therade. Sergeant. Terdets. Plural of sergeant. Deirdres. Plural of Serge. Zerai. A surname. Sirites. Plural of Sirite. Siri. A surname. Searing hot. Extremely hot. Searing iron. A hot iron used to destroy tissue. Searing irons. Plural of searing iron. Searingly. In a burning, blistering, hot manner. Searings. Plural of searing. Sergeant. A surname. Sergeants. Plural of sergeant. Terra. A surname. Terra. A surname. Ceolan. Of or relating to John Rogers, Cyril, born 1932, American philosopher. Theras. Plural of Cyril. Cyril's Valley. A census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Cyrillicite. A sodium borosilicate mineral, an important ore of borax. Cyricites. Plural of cyricite. Eras. A surname. Erases. Plural of Cyrils. Airness. The state of being dry and wither. Cerebin. Alternative form of sea robin. Cerebins. Plural of cerebin. Cerakith. Any of various flowering plants in the genus Cacao. Cerakits. Plural of cerakit. Here, a surname. Sears Hawk body. The shape with the lowest theoretical wave drag in supersonic flow for a given body length and a given volume. There's a surname. Sears Sport. A town and census-designated place therein in Waldo County, Maine, United States. Seraph. Alternative form of sea, rough, used especially in compound terms. Teraphs, plural of seraph. Seroi, wood dry enough to burn. Theri, a surname. Dith, plural of sea. Seas of instability, plural of sea of instability. Sail out, alternative form of sea salt. Tedund, sand of the sea floor or seashore. Tedans, plural of Sezen. Sisdale, a coastal village and civil parish in Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY0401. Sisged, a view of the sea. Siscapes, plural of seascape. Siscapes, an artist who paints seascapes. Seascapists, plural of seascapists. Sea Scout, alternative form of Sea Scout. Sea Scouting, alternative form of Sea Scouting. Sea Scouts, plural of Sea Scout. Sea Scraper, a tall building that is built underwater, an underwater skyscraper. Sea Scrapers, plural of sea scraper. Is, a surname. This, simple past and past participle of seas. Des, third person singular simple present indicative of seas. Sea, the empty shell of a marine mollusk. Seashore, alternative form of seasheller. Seayellers, plural of seasheller. Seals, plural of seashell. Seashine, the shining of light reflected from the ocean. Seashore, the coastal land bordering a sea or an ocean. Seashores, plural of seashore. SEANE, abbreviation of Southeast Asian English. Suffering from sickness, nausea, or dizziness due to the motion of a ship at sea. Seasicker, comparative form of seasick, more seasick. Seasickness, superlative form of seasick, most seasick. Seasickness, nausea, dizziness, etc. caused by the motion of a ship, a form of motion sickness. Seasicknesses, plural of seasickness. Sihai, a city in Monterey County, California, United States. Seaside fescue, a perennial grass that thrives in sandy soils, Festuca rubra. Seaside grape, the sea grape, Coccoloba uvifera. Seaside oxeye, synonym of sea oxeye. Seaside oxeyes, plural of seaside oxeye. Seaside plantain. Sea plantain, Plantego maritima. Seaside plum. Sea grape Coccoloba uvifera. Seaside resort, a coastal location specializing in catering for holidays vacations. Seaside resorts, plural of seaside resort. Seaside rock, a type of confectionery made from sugar in the shape of a stick, rock. Seaside sparrow, a species of sparrow, Amyspisa maritima. Satire, someone connected with Blackpool Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Seasiders, plural of seasider. Seahides, plural of seaside. Seaside, reminiscent of the seaside. Sizek, present participle and gerund of cease. Seasnell, alternative form of sea snail-shelled marine gastropod mollusk. Seanels, plural of sea snail. Seasnake, alternative form of sea snake. Seasnakes, plural of sea snake. Tela, each of the 4 divisions of a year: spring, summer, autumn, fall, and winter. Season creep, a small but significant tendency for spring to start earlier and for autumn to end later, the result of global warming. Season finale, the final episode of a season of a television program, usually a situation comedy or drama. Season finales, plural of season finale. Season parking, a long-term parking concession sold to vehicle owners on a calendar month basis. Season pass, a season ticket. Season passes, plural of season pass. Season ticket, a ticket that is valid for all of the events in a series of related events for which individual tickets would otherwise be needed. Season tickets, plural of season ticket. Season's greetings, a greeting used by well-wishers near the Christmas season or holiday season. Seasonability, the quality or state of being seasonable. Seasonal, opportune, occurring at an appropriate or suitable time. Seasonalness, the state or quality of being seasonable. Seasonalist, superlative form of seasonably, most seasonably. Seasonally, in due season, at an opportune or fitting time. Seasonage, seasoning. Tell, of, related to, or reliant on a season or period of the year, especially with regard to weather characteristics. Seasonal affective disorder, a form of depression associated with the lack of natural light during the winter months. Seasonal constellation, a constellation that is only above the horizon and thus visible for part of the year. Seasonal constellations, plural of seasonal constellation. Seasonal depression, seasonal affective disorder. Seasonal hour, synonym of temporal hour. Seasonal hours, plural of seasonal hour. Seasonal lake, synonym of intermittent lake. Seasonal lakes, plural of seasonal lake. Seasonal mood disorder, synonym of seasonal affective disorder. Seasonal unemployment, a type of unemployment explained by a seasonal variation in the structure of jobs and or labor offered. Seasonal unemployment typically repeats the same pattern annually. Seasonal worker, someone who is hired to do work that is only required at a particular time of year, such as harvesting, working as a lifeguard, etc. Seasonalities, plural of seasonality. Seasonality, variation with the seasons. Seasonalization, the act or process of seasonalizing. Seasonalize, to offset data to compensate for seasonal variations. Seasonalize, simple past and past participle of seasonalize. Seasonalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of seasonalize. Seasonalizing, present participle and gerund of seasonalize. Seasonal, occurring every season. Seasonals, plural of seasonal. Sen. Simple past and past participle of season. Seasonally. In a season manner. Seasonness. The quality of being seasoned. Seasoner. Someone or something that seasons or gives a relish. Seasoners. Plural of seasoner. Seasoness. Second person singular simple present indicative of season. Seama. Third person singular simple present indicative of season. Seamful. A quantity that lasts or is produced during a season. Seamfuls. Plural of seasonful. Seasoning. Something used to add taste or flavor to food, such as salt and pepper or other condiment, herb or spice. Seasonings. Plural of seasoning. Seance. Without seasons. Seancelessness. Absence of seasons. Season long. Lasting through an entire season. Dance. Plural of season. Seasons. Plural of seasonful. Sea space. A designated portion of the sea for naval use. CISB. A controlled form of natural language based on English and designed to facilitate communication between ships whose captains speak different languages. CISPIDER. Controlled form of natural language based on English and designed to facilitate communication between ships whose captains speak different languages. Seaspider. Alternative form of sea spider. Sea spiders. Plural of sea spider. Sea spray. The water thrown into the air when waves break on the shore. Sea sprays. Plural of sea spray. Sea stain. Stained by contact with seawater. Sea star. Alternative spelling of sea star. Sea star associated densivirus. Alternative form of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star associated densiviruses. Plural of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star wasting disease. Alternative form of sea star wasting disease. Sea star wasting diseases. Plural of sea star wasting disease. Sea star associated densivirus. Alternative form of sea star associated densivirus. Sea star associated densiviruses. Plural of sea star associated densivirus. Sea stars. Plural of sea star. Seester. An American surname of Danish origin. Seestetter. A person involved in seasteading. Seasteaders. Plural of seasteader. Seasteading. The creation of permanent dwellings at sea, especially outside the territory claimed by any national government. Seasteads. Plural of seastead. Sea storm. A thunderstorm, waterspout, tropical storm, or other storm over an ocean. Sea storms. Plural of sea storm. Sea strand. Synonym of seashore. Sea strands. Plural of sea strand. Setter. Obsolete form of seizure. Severs. Plural of seizure. Sea-swept. Located on the sea. Seaswine. A porpoise. Seaswines. Plural of sea swine. Acronym of single-engine air tanker. A surname. Seat at the table. A status within a group that gives one sufficient authority to be taken seriously. Sit back. Alternative form of seatback. Seatbacks. Plural of seatback. Seat belt. A restraining belt attached to a vehicle's seat and fastened around occupants in order to keep them in place and decelerate them smoothly rather than suddenly in an accident, mitigating the risk of injury from uncontrolled impact with injurious objects. Seat belt sign. Relatively superficial bruising and/or abrasion caused by the sudden pressure of a seat belt during an auto collision, an indicator for severe internal injuries known as seat belt syndrome. Seat belt syndrome. Injury produced by a seat belt, especially severe internal injuries to abdominal organs resulting from the body folding over or flailing about a lap belt in the absence of the upper body restraint provided by a shoulder belt. Seat belts. Plural of seat belt. Seat cushion. Something you can sit on, or an integral part of a seat, for example on a bus or train. Seat cushions. Plural of seat cushion. Seat down. Synonym of sit down. Seat earth. A bed of clay that underlies a coal seam. Seat earths. Plural of seat earth. Seat filler. A person who fills an empty seat during a prestigious event to prevent it from appearing vacant. Seat fillers. Plural of seat filler. Seat hogging. The act of occupying more than one seat, especially on public transport. Seat lock. The lock of a reversible seat in railroad cars. Seat locks. Plural of seat lock. Seat of ease. A toilet. Seat of government. The location that is the center of authority to govern, usually the capital city of an area. Seat of honor. A seat for someone who is being honored, a place of honor. Seat of learning. An educational institution. Seat only. A package holiday rate without confirmed accommodation reservations, or using a dummy reservation, enabling the tour operator to sell charter airline seats in competition with the airlines. Seat out. To modify a horseshoe to relieve pressure from the sole. Seat posts. A metal tube that connects a bicycle saddle, usually by means of a saddle clamp, to a frame. Seat posts. Plural of seat posts. Seat rail. A crosspiece between the legs and below the seat of a chair or similar furniture. Seat rails. Plural of seat rail. Seat reservation ticket. A ticket that guarantees the holder's seating in a bus or train. Seat reservation tickets. Plural of seat reservation ticket. Seat sale. A sale of reduced price airline tickets. Seat sales. Plural of seat sale. Seat stay. One of the two bicycle frame tubes running diagonally downward from the top of the seat tube to the rear dropouts. Seat stays. Plural of seat stay. Seat time. The amount of time a student has spent attending a particular course. Seat 2. The near vertical tube of the frame of the bicycle that supports the seat. Seat tubes. Plural of seat tube. Seat belt. Alternative spelling of seat belt. Seat belts. Plural of seat belt. Seat mile. A unit of measure of passenger carrying capacity, equal to the number of seats available multiplied by the number of miles flown. Seat miles. Plural of seat mile. Seat of the pants. Done by feel, guess, or trial and error rather than by careful planning, thought, or technique. Sandoval. Able to be seated. Suta. A city in southern King County, Washington, United States. Container. A large container for shipping freight by sea. Containers. Plural of container. Sita. Synonym of tang, not rack, a kind of seaweed. Sithai, the usually vertical portion of a chair or similar piece of furniture that supports the back. Sit as, plural of seat back. Sit belt, alternative spelling of seat belt. Sit belted, wearing a seat belt. Sit beltless, not wearing a seat belt, and seat belted. Sit belts, plural of seat belt. Sit box, a box on which a person can sit, for example in a steam locomotive. Seat boxes, plural of seat box. Seat door, a cushion which covers some or most of a car seat in order to protect it and keep it clean. Seat powers, plural of seat cover. Cedar, the layer of sedimentary rock underlying a coal seam. Cedarus, plural of cedar. Sit, simple past and past participle of seat. Seated down, simple past and past participle of seat down. Seated out, simple past and past participle of seat out. Sir, a surname. Cedars, plural of cedar. Seatness, second person singular simple present, indicative of seat. Seat, third person singular simple present, indicative of seat. Seat holder, one who has a reserved seat as in a church or sports stadium. Seat holders, plural of seat holder. Sid, synonym of backy, a ride on the back of a cycle. Seaties, plural of seaty. Seda, pronunciation spelling of seating. Seating, present participle and gerund of seat. Seating chart, alternative form of seating plan. Seating charts, plural of seating chart. Seating down, present participle and gerund of seat down. Seating out, present participle and gerund of seat out. Seating plan, a diagram that shows each person's assigned seat at a gathering. Seating plans, plural of seating plan. Seating time, the allocated period of time in which customers at a restaurant are permitted to occupy a vacant table. Seating times, plural of seating time. Seatings, plural of seating. Sitless, lacking a seat. Sitlessness, lack of seats. Sit-like, resembling or characteristic of a seat. Seatmate, one who shares a seat such as a bench or other surface that seats more than one. Seatmates, plural of seatmate. Senan, the location where a person, facility, or community is established, settlement. Settlements, plural of seatment. Seat mile, alternative form of seat mile. Seat miles, plural of seat mile. SIDO, acronym of Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, in existence from 1955 to 1977. A number of places in England. Seaton Care, a coastal settlement in Hartlepool Borough, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 5229. Seaton de Lisle, a large village in Seaton Valley Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3075. Seaton Junction, a hamlet in Chute Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England, named after a former railway junction. OS Grid Ref SY 2496. Seaton Slurs, a village with a harbour in Seaton Valley Parish, southeast Northumberland, England, at the mouth of the Seaton Burn. OS Grid Ref NZ 3375. 76. Seaton Valley, a civil parish with a community council in southeast Northumberland, England. Seaton with Slingley, a civil parish in County Durham, England. Siddons, plural of Seaton. Elm, a hamlet in Chidiock Parish, Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SY 4191. Theithbe, synonym of seat posts. Seatbins, plural of seatbin. Seatposts, alternative spelling of seat post. Seatposts, plural of seat posts. Sea train, a ship designed to transport railroad cars. Sea trains, plural of sea train. Citron, a foodstuff made from candied kale. Sea trout, alternative form of sea trout. Sea routs, plural of sea trout. Plural of seat. Thence, plural of seat. Seats down, third person singular simple present indicative of seat down. Seats of ease, plural of seat of ease. Seats of government, plural of seat of government. Seats of honor, plural of seat of honor. Seats of learning, plural of seat of learning. Seats out, third person singular simple present indicative of seat out. Seats I, at a passenger's seat. Seat stay, alternative spelling of seat stay. Seat stays, plural of seat stay. Sitter, a surname from Old Norse. Satyrs, plural of cedar. Seattle, a seaport and the largest city in Washington, United States, and the county seat of King County. Seattle Free is the supposed difficulty of forming new friendships in the city of Seattle. Seattle roll, a form of sushi made with cucumber, avocado, cream cheese, and salmon. Seattle rolls, plural of Seattle roll. See the light, a native or citizen of the city of Seattle. Seedalites, plural of seedalite. Seatli, alternative form of seedalite. Seatlights, plural of seatlight. Sea turtle, alternative form of sea turtle. Sea turtles, plural of sea turtle. Satework, the schoolwork done by students sitting at their desks during school time. Sateworm, strongyloid stercoralis. Sateworms, plural of seatworm. A pottery pail. Sea alley, alternative form of sea valley. Sea alleys, plural of sea lily. A rush the plant. Tava, obsolete form of seven. Sevenfold, obsolete spelling of sevenfold. Seventh, obsolete form of seventh. Seor, a surname from Old English. Seaver-Cassidy syndrome, a very rare disorder characterized by certain facial, genital, and skeletal deformities, as well as an unusual susceptibility to bleeding. Davers, a surname. Severses, plural of sievers. Theos, plural of sieve. A surname. There is, plural of Seaview. Seaview, a number of coastal settlements. Seaviews, plural of Seaview. Seawall, a coastal defense in the form of a wall or an embankment. Seawall, defended by a seawall. Seawalls, plural of seawall. Dilla, wampum, small beads made from polished shells. Dillans, plural of seawan. Dillat, alternative form of seawan wampum. Dillat, plural of seawant. Seaward, a surname. Seawardly, toward the sea. Seawards, towards the sea. Tour, flotsam, articles cast up by the sea. Sea watching, a type of bird watching where participants observe seabirds from a fixed point on the mainland. Seawater, the salt water of a sea or ocean. Sea waters, plural of seawater. Seaway, a typical wave formed by the interaction of the wind with the ocean surface. Sea waves, plural of sea wave. Seaway, a lane or route at sea that is regularly used by ships, a sea lane or trade route. Seaway bell, a waybill for cargo being shipped by sea. Seaway bells, plural of seaway bill. Seaway max, of a freight ship conforming to the regulations concerning maximum permitted beam, length, and draft allowed to pass through the St. Lawrence Seaway. Seaways, plural of seaway. Dewey, any of numerous marine plants and algae, such as a kelp. Seaweed dermatitis, a cutaneous condition characterized by inflammation of the skin caused by marine cyanobacteria, specifically Lyngbia majuscula. Seaweed, covered in seaweed. Seaweed-like, resembling or characteristic of seaweed. Seaweeds, plural of seaweed. Seaweedy, resembling or characteristic of seaweed. Tewa, a surname. Tewals, plural of seawell. Sewa, alternative form of sea whip coral. Sea whips, plural of sea whip. Sea wife, synonym of wrasse. Sea wise, experienced in marine navigation. Sea wise, plural of sea wife. Sea wolf, a strong-jawed North Atlantic fish of wolfish family Anarchaechidae, Anarchaeches lupus. Sea wolves, plural of sea wolf. Sailwoman, a female sailor, a woman who serves on a ship at sea. Seawoman, plural of seawoman. Seaworm, alternative form of sea worm. Dayworms, plural of sea worm. Sea worm, smoothed or worn away gradually by the action of the sea. Seaway, comparative form of seaworthy, more seaworthy. Seawiest, superlative form of seaworthy, most seaworthy. Seaworthiness, the property of a watercraft that makes it fit to go to sea. Seaweary, fit for service at sea. Sira, mass ease of seaweed washed ashore and in piles along a shore, predominantly algae of family Fucaceae. Searai, a surname. Searites, plural of searite. Hit, a short Saxon sword. Seixwecca, a denomination of Wicca blended with modernized Anglo-Saxon paganism, founded by Raymond Buckland. Says, plural of Sikhs. Satani, a god or legendary king of the Anglo-Saxons. A surname. Plural of Sei. Dit, obsolete form of sees. Sit, simple past and past participle of sees. Des, third person singular simple present indicative of sees. Sire, present participle and gerund of sees. Sayer, obsolete form of seer. Sayers, plural of seizure. The, initialism of skeletal eroding band. The, a diminutive of the male given name Sebastian. Dove, plural of sebum. Sebake, any salt or ester of sebacic acid. Sebacates, plural of sebacate. Sebaceous, of or relating to fat, sebum. Sebaceous adenitis, an uncommon skin disease found in some breeds of dogs. Sebaceous cyst, epidermis cyst. Sebaceous gland, a gland of the skin which secretes an oily substance, sebum, usually into a hair follicle near the surface of the skin. Sebaceous glands, plural of sebaceous gland. Sebaceous Nevis syndrome, synonym of Schimmelpenning syndrome. Sebaciousness, the state or quality of being sebaceous. Sebacic, of or pertaining to sebacic acid or its derivatives. Sebacic acid, an aliphatic dicarboxylic acid, CH2, originally prepared from tallow. It is used in the manufacture of resins, plasticizers, and polyester rubbers. Sabacinaceous, of or relating to the Sabacinaceae. Sabacinalean, of or relating to any fungus of the order Sebacinales. They form mycorrhizas with many plants. Sabacinae, any fungus of the order Sebacinales. Sebacinides, plural of sebacinoi. Sebacoil, the radical derived from sebacic acid. Sebacoyl chloride, a diacyl chloride with the chemical formula CHCl2O2, a corrosive pungent yellow liquid. Sebago Lake, a large lake in Maine. Sebamide, the amide of sebacic acid. Sebastia, a village in Nablus Governorate, West Bank, Palestine, the former capital of the Kingdom of Israel. Formerly Samaria archaeological site. Sebastian, a male given name from Latin or Ancient Greek. Sebastian County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seats, Greenwood and Fort Smith. Sebastianism, the folkloric belief that King Sebastian of Portugal 1554-1578 will return from the dead to lead the Portuguese or Brazilian people as a messiah. Sebastianus, a believer in Sebastianism. Sebastianus, plural of Sebastianus. Sebastid, any member of the Sebastidae. Sebastids, plural of Sebastid. Sebastian, a male given name from Latin. Sebastocrator, a person holding a senior court title in the late Byzantine Empire and nearby states, generally restricted to members of the imperial family. Sebastocrators, plural of Sebastocrator. Sedestomania, religious mania. Sebastophon, a person who carried images and symbols in processions of the imperial cult of ancient Rome. Sebastophantes, plural of Sebastophon. Sebastophons, plural of Sebastophon. Sebastopol, a city in Sonoma County, California, United States. Sebastopols, plural of Sebastopol. Teva, alternative form of Shevat month of Hebrew calendar. Sebit, a salt of sebacic acid. Sebate, plural of Sebate. Dava, the capital city of Yaga, Burkina Faso. SABE, abbreviation of Southeast by East. Da, a place name. Sebase, any crocodilomorph in the family Sebasidae. Sebasids, plural of Sebacid. Sebicasacian, any of the Sebicasacia, an extinct group of Mesoacrocodilian crocodiliforms. Sebicasacians, plural of Sebicasacian. Sebicosacid, alternative form of Sebicasacian. Sebicosacids, plural of Sebicosacid. The alternative form of Sobuk, Egyptian crocodile-headed guy. Dax, plural of Sebek. Sabelepes, a recombinant form of lipase. Sabelepases, plural of Sebelepes. Sadaos, a surname. Sebenetic, of or relating to a certain one of the 7 ancient distributaries of the river Nile. Sediokian, of or relating to Thomas Sebiok, born Sebok, 1920-2001, American semiotician and linguist. Sealse, a Hangul keyboard layout or any of its derivatives. Chutsadi Chiasori and Disadi Kikitsori forms of consonants are input using different keys. Seberang Perai, a city in Penang, Malaysia consisting of the peninsular part of Penang. City center, Butterworth. The, a city in Alba County, Romania. Sebesta, a surname. Sebastan, alternative form of Sebastan. Sebastans, plural of Sebastan. Sebestas, plural of Sebesta. Sebasen, a medium-sized deciduous tree of species Cordia myxa or less often Cordia latifolia, Cordia sebastina, or other species in the genus Cordia, the wood of which is used for furniture and musical instruments. Sebasens, plural of Sebastin. The obsolete form of Sebacic. Sebit, any member of the family Cebidae of crustaceans. Setids, plural of sebid. Sebiferous, producing vegetable tallow. Tabave, relating to the fatty fluid secreted by insects from the coliterium in order to cement eggs together. Settle, a fountain, a small structure in a Muslim area where water is freely dispensed to members of the public. Sabella, in stonecutting, a wooden bowl used for holding the water used in sawing, etc. Sabellas, plural of Sabilla. Edels, plural of Sabil. Sebiferous, Sebiferous. Tabas, a river in Romania. Tapita, alternative form of Saka. Tabtas, plural of Sebka. Seblet, a basket to hold seed corn for sowing. Seblet cake, a seed cake traditionally made as a reward for the agricultural worker who had sown the seeds. Seblet cakes, plural of seblet cake. Seblets, plural of seblet. Sibo, related to the sebaceous glands or sebum. Sebicide, any of the cells that make up the sebaceous glands and secrete sebum. Sebacites, plural of sebicide. Sebacitogenesis, the generation and development of sebacites. Sebold, a surname. Sebolds, plural of sebol. Sebile, a concretion in a sebaceous gland. Sebalis, plural of sebalith. Sebometry. The measurement of surface lipids in skin. Sebopsoriasis. Seborrheic psoriasis. Seborrhea, a small town in Liguria in northwestern Italy. Seborrhea, synonym of seborrhea. Seborrhea, a skin disorder causing scaly, flaky, itchy, red skin. Seborrheal, or relating to seborrhea. Seborrheas, plural of seborrhea. Seborrheic, of, pertaining to or affected by seborrhea. Seborrhea, alternative form of seborrhea. Seborrheic, alternative spelling of seborrheal. Seborrheic, alternative form of seborrheic. Seborrheic, alternative form of seborrheic. Seborrhea, archaic form of seborrhea. Seborrheal, obsolete form of seborrheal. Seborrheic, obsolete typography of seborrheic. Sebastasis, a halt in the production of sebum by the sebaceous glands. Sebastatic, relating to sebastasis. Seborrhea, a surname. Seborrheas, plural of seborrhea. Seborrheic, a surname. Seborrheic Bantam syndrome, synonym of Albright's hereditarious dystrophy. Seborrheics, plural of seborrheic. Sebring, a surname. Sebrings, plural of sebring. SABS, abbreviation of Southeast by South. Sebsi, a traditional Moroccan cannabis pipe with a narrow bowl and fine metal screen. Sepses, plural of sebsi. Sebolshek, alternative spelling of sebialsic. Daba, a thick oily substance secreted by the sebaceous glands of the skin that consists of fat, keratin, and cellular debris. Sebums, plural of sebum. Sebendy, alternative form of sebendy. Sebendays, plural of sebendy. Sebendies, plural of sebendy. Sebendy, a native soldier or local militiaman in India. The initialism of Securities and Exchange Commission. The second of a minute. The alternative form of second. Sekis, plural of seki. Sectaries, plural of sectary. Sector, secretary. Sectaries, plural of sectary. Decade, abbreviation of secretary. The secondary form of a functional group, a branch functional group. The abbreviation of security. DECA, initialism of sulfur emission control area. Seizability, the capability of being divided. Saccharin, any of a family of prolamine glycoproteins present in rye. Seccaline, alternative form of seccaline. Seccalines, plural of seccaline. Seccalins, plural of seccalin. Secalonic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Cephalotrichum, a hybrid of wheat and rye, similar to triticale but using rye as the cytoplasm donor. Cephalotrichums, plural of cephalotrichum. Sarau, abbreviation of sequential couleur and mémoire, meaning sequential color with memory, a TV standard. Sakam, abbreviation of Southeast Coast Ambulance Service. Second, se, cutting, intersection. That a straight line that intersects a curve at two or more points. Second method, an iterative numerical method for finding a root of an equation f(x = 0, using a succession of roots of secant lines to better approximate the root. Second, so as to cut or divide. Secants, plural of secant. Secapen, antifibrinolytic and elastolytic and antimicrobial peptide in the venom of the bee Apis cerana. Deca, plural of Seca. Secas, a village and commune of Timis County, Romania. Secator, a pair of secators. Secators, small, handheld pruning shears. Decajas, a town in Hudson County, New Jersey, United States. Sec-butabarbital, a synthetic barbiturate used especially in the form of its sodium salt CHN2NaO3 as a sedative and sleep aid. Sehi, a surname from Italian. Secchi depth, a measure of the turbidity of a body of water, the depth at which a Secchi disk is no longer visible. Secchi depths, plural of Secchi depth. Secchi-dis, alternative form of Secchi disk. Secchi disks, plural of Secchi disc. Secchi disc, a circular disk used to measure water transparency and thus turbidity. Secchi disks, plural of Secchi disc. Sechis, plural of Secchi. Seco, dry. Thecum, a surname. Secos, plural of Seco. Secaf, abbreviation of United States Secretary of Defense. SecDef, abbreviation of Secretary of Defense, civilian head of the U.S. Department of Defense. SecDefs, plural of SecDef. Tesse, to split from or to withdraw from membership of a political union, an alliance, or an organization. To secede, simple past and past participle of secede. Sester, a member of the Free Presbyterian Church of Scotland. Sesters, plural of sester. Tessades, third person singular simple present indicative of secede. Seceding, present participle and gerund of secede. Setse, misspelling of secede. Setter, to separate or set apart someone or something from other persons or things. Cesserne, de cessern. Cessernates, third person singular simple present indicative of cessernate. Cesserned, simple past and past participle of cessern. Cesseret, that which promotes secretion. Cessernenting, any nematode of the class Cessernentia. Cessernentians, plural of Cessernentian. Cessernants, plural of Cessernant. Cesserna, third person singular simple present indicative of Cessern. Cesserning, present participle and gerund of cessern. Cesserment, the act or process of cesserning secreting. Cesserments, plural of cesserment. Cesserans, third person singular simple present indicative of cessern. Desaf, secessionist, supportive of the Confederacy during the United States Civil War. Satire, a secessionist. Satires, plural of secesher. Sesires, plural of sesesh. Adas. Retirement, retreat, secession. Secession. The act of seceding. Secession War. The American Civil War. Secession War. Synonym of secession. Secession Wars. Plural of Secession War. Secession Winter. The winter of 1860-61, following the election of Abraham Lincoln to the presidency, but preceding his inauguration, during which South Carolina and other states of the southern United States seceded and formed the Confederate States of America. Secessional. Relating to secession. Secessionalism. Synonym of secessionism. Secessionalists. Synonym of secessionist. Secessionalists. Plural of secessionalists. Secessionary. Of or pertaining to secession. Secessiondom. The realm or sphere of secession in the United States. Secessioner. Synonym of secessionist. Secessioners. Plural of secessioner. Secessionism. The doctrine or policy of secession. Secessionisms. Plural of secessionism. Secessionists. A person who secedes or supports secession from a political union or an alliance or organization. Secessionistic. Of or pertaining to secessionism. Secessionistically. In a secessionistic manner. Secessionists. Plural of secessionists. Secessions. Plural of secession. Secessive. Set apart, isolated. That. Pronunciation spelling of such. Setach. The roof of a succa made up of leaves or branches. Seton. A surname from French. Setchler. A surname. Setchlers. Plural of Setchler. Secrist. A surname. Thecrists. Plural of Secrist. Techiist. A surname. Sechiists. Plural of Secriist. Sechrist. A surname from German. Secrists. Plural of Sechrist. Sechsbane. Synonym of Hexad. Sechsbanes. Plural of Sechsbane. Sechuana. Archaic form of Tiswana language. Techura. A province of Piura, Peru. Sechura. Desert fox. Synonym of Sechuran fox. Sechura. Desert foxes. Plural of Sechura desert fox. Sechura fox. Synonym of Sechuran fox. Sechura foxes. Plural of Sechura fox. Sechura. Of or relating to the Sechura desert in Peru. Sechuran fox. Lycolopex sechuri, a South American fox. Sechuran foxes. Plural of Sechuran fox. Sechuran zoro. Synonym of Sechuran fox. Sechuran zoros. Plural of Sechuran zoro. A surname. Zatach. A village and municipality in Neckar-Rotenwald Kreis, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Seckel. A surname. Seckel syndrome. Microcephalic primordial dwarfism, a congenital nanosomic disorder characterized by intrauterine growth retardation and postnatal dwarfism with a small head, narrow bird-like face, and intellectual disability. Teckholes. Plural of Seckel. Secretaries. plural of secretary. Secretary, pronunciation spelling of secretary. Sekal, to kill an enemy within seconds. Sekald, simple past and past participle of sekel. Sekole, present participle and gerund of sekel. Tekals, third person singular simple present indicative of sekel. Sekinger, a surname. Sekingers, plural of Sekinger. Seckington, a village and civil parish served by Newton Regis, Seckington and No Man's Heath Parish Council in North Warwickshire District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2607. Sekal, to settle down, relax. Tekalt, simple past and past participle of sekel. Tekals, third person singular simple present indicative of sekel. Sekle, present participle and gerund of sekel. Sagman, a surname. Sagmens, plural of sekmen. Thek, plural of sek. Texas, plural of sex. Sexy, misspelling of sexy. Sekozone, a uricogenic drug. Decal, a century. Decals, plural of sekel. Secoe, a commune in Nord Department, Hauts de France, France. Tecour, to shut off or keep apart as from company, society, etc. Withdraw oneself from society or into solitude. Secluded, hidden, isolated, remote. Secludedly, in a secluded manner. Secludedness, the quality or state of being secluded. Secludes, third person singular simple present indicative of seclude. Tecudes, second person singular simple present indicative of seclude. Secluding, present participle and gerund of seclude. Decourse, teclude. Seclusion, the act of secluding, shutting out, or keeping apart. Seclusion lodge, a traditional dwelling placed apart from a community, tribe, etc. for the use of those under ceremonial or taboo restrictions. Seclusion lodges, plural of seclusion, lodge. Seclusionary, involving seclusion. Seclusionism, a policy of seclusion. Seclusionist, one who supports seclusionism. Seclusioniste, favoring a policy of seclusionism. Seclusionists, plural of seclusionists. Seclusions, plural of seclusion. Seclusive, serving or tending to seclude oneself, affecting seclusion. Seclusively, in a seclusive manner. Seclusiveness, the quality of being seclusive. Seclusives, plural of seclusive. Secnidazole, a nitroimidazole anti-infective. Go, acronym of sustainer engine cutoff. Saccharbarbital, a barbiturate CHN2O3 that is used chiefly in the form of its bitter hygroscopic sodium salt as a hypnotic and sedative. Sacchabarbitals, plural of seccabarbital. Seccabutanoli, a carboxylic acid derived from a butanolide by hydrolysis. Seccabutanolides, plural of seccabutanoli. Seccacarotenoid, any carotenoid based on a triterpenoid rather than the normal tetraterpenoid backbone. Seccacarotenoids, plural of secacarotenoid. Secavant, of teeth, blade-like, suited for cutting or slicing. Secadants, plural of secadant. Secafullerene, any of various compounds formally derived from a fullerene by breaking a carbon-carbon bond and adding 2 hydrogen atoms. Secafullerenes, plural of secafullerene. Secohm, the practical unit of electrical self-induction, the Henry. Secometer, an instrument for measuring the coefficient of electrical self-induction. Secometers, plural of secometer. Secoms, plural of secom. Sequaridoi, any of a subclass of iridoids resulting from cleavage of a bond in the cyclopentane ring. Sequaridoids, plural of sequaridoi. Secoi solaris-cyrcinol, a particular lignin. Secalogenate, a terpene glycoside that is a salt or ester of secaloganic acid. Secalogenates, plural of secalogenate. Secaloganic acid, a particular terpene glycoside. Secalogenin, a monoterpene synthesized from geranyl pyrophosphate in the mevalonate pathway, then proceeding with dopamine to form IPCAC alkaloids. Secalogenoside, a sequaridoid glycoside present in Olea europaea. Secalogenin, misspelling of secalogenin. Secamanolide, the anti-inflammatory compound 2E5E2,3-hydroxy, 3,2-hydroxy, 5-oxo-2,5-dihydro-3-furanil problidine 6-methyl-8,2,6,6-trimethyl-1-cyclohexane 1-il-5-octenol that is a metabolite of the sponge Lufariella variabilis. Secum, a surname. Decums, plural of secum. Secamol, a barbiturate drug used as a sedative and hypnotic, a trade name of secabarbital. Secanols, plural of seconol. Second, number 2, following after the first one with nothing between them, the ordinal number corresponding to the cardinal number 2. Second act, something a person devotes their later life to after retiring or quitting a former occupation. Second acts, plural of second act. Second Adventist, one who lives in expectation of a second coming of Christ to establish a personal kingdom on earth. Second Adventists, plural of Second Adventists. Second Amendment, the amendment to the Constitution of the United States pertaining to the right to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment sanctuaries, plural of Second Amendment sanctuary. Second Amendment sanctuary, a locality in the United States that has adopted laws or resolutions to prohibit or impede the enforcement of certain gun control measures which are perceived to violate the Second Amendment. Second aunt, a female first cousin of one's mother or father. Second aunts, plural of second aunt. Second banana, a comedian who plays a secondary or supporting role, especially as straight man and traditionally in vaudeville or burlesque theater. Second bananas, plural of second banana. Second base, the base opposite home plate in a baseball infield. Second baseman, the infield defensive player that stands between the first baseman and the shortstop, normally on the right field side of second base. Second baseman, plural of second baseman. Second bases, plural of second base. Second best, inferior to the best but better than other alternatives. Second bests, plural of second best. Second brain, the enteric nervous system. Second brains, plural of second brain. Second breakfast, a light meal eaten after breakfast but before lunch. Second breakfasts, plural of second breakfasts. Second chance, an opportunity to redeem oneself after a previous error or failure. Second chances, plural of second chance. Second childhood, the period or state of cognitive decline of an elderly person characterized by childlike judgment and behavior. Second childhoods, plural of second childhood. Second cities, plural of second city. Second city, nickname for the city of Chicago, Illinois, in the United States of America. Second city, the second most important city of a country or region. Second class, alternative spelling of second class. Second Cold War, alternative form of Cold War Roman II. Second coming, alternative letter case form of second coming. Second coming, the prophesied return of Jesus Christ. Second comings, plural of second coming. Second conditional, a structure used to convey about improbable or impossible events in the present or future, containing an if clause with a verb in the simple past and a main clause with would plus an infinite verb. Second conditionals, plural of second conditional. Second contact, the moments during an eclipse or transit when the smaller body is entirely inside the larger body, moving further inward, also known as interior ingress. Second contacts, plural of second contact. Second cosmic velocities, plural of second cosmic velocity. Second cosmic velocity, escape velocity of Earth interplanetary speed. Second countable, alternative form of second countable. Second cousin, a grandchild of a grandparent's sibling. Second cousin once removed, a child of a second cousin. Second cousins, plural of second cousin. Second cousins once removed, plural of second cousin once removed. Second cranial nerve, synonym of optic nerve. Second day, Monday the second day of the Judeo-Christian 7-day week. Second day cover, a letter or card with a new postage stamp, postmarked on the day after the official release of a stamp. Second day covers, plural of second day cover. Second death, describing a joint life insurance policy that pays out in the event that both of the lives assured have died not necessarily at the same time. Second derivative, the derivative of the derivative of a function. Second derivatives, plural of second derivative. Second distance, that part of a picture between the foreground and the background, the middle distance. Second division, the half of the standings containing the teams with the worst records. Second divisions, plural of second division. Second down, the second down in a series that has a maximum of 4 downs. Second downs, plural of second down. Second empire, ellipsis of Second French Empire 1852-1870. Second estate, the caste of nobility in medieval and early modern society, and in particular in France prior to 1789, as distinct from the clergy and the commoners. Second families, plural of second family. Second family, the family of the Vice President of the United States. Second family, alternative letter case form of second family. Second fiddle, a fiddle part in harmony to the first fiddle. Second fiddles, plural of second fiddle. Second 5/8, a position in rugby football in the back line. Second 5/8, plural of second 5/8. Second flower, relatively coarse flour, seconds. Second freedom rights, the right of an airliner of one country to land in another country for technical reasons such as refueling and maintenance. Second French Empire, the French Empire ruled by Napoleon Roman III from 1852 to 1870. Second from last, alternative form of second to last. Second gas effect, a phenomenon in which a rapid uptake of a large volume of a gas, for example nitrous oxide, taken up from alveoli into pulmonary capillary blood, leads to an increase in the concentration of gases remaining in the alveoli. Second gas effects, plural of second gas effect. Second gear, the second of the available gears in a transmission or other gearbox. Second gears, plural of second gear. Second gentleman, the male spouse of the second in command or first in the line of succession of a political jurisdiction. Second gentleman, a man that is or was a spouse of the political second in command or first in the line of succession of a political jurisdiction. Second gentleman, plural of second gentleman. Second girl, a female house servant responsible for relatively light work, such as chamber work or waiting at table. Second girls, plural of second girl. Second grade, the period in school that comes after first grade and before third grade. Second grader, a pupil who is in second grade. Second graders, plural of second grader. Second grades, plural of second grade. Second Great Awakening, a period of religious fervor in the United States, lasting from approximately 1790 to 1850. Second guess, alternative form of second guess. Second guess, simple past and past participle of second guess. Second guesser, a person who second guesses. Second guessers, plural of second guesser. Second guesses, third person singular simple present indicative of second guess. Second guessing, present participle and gerund of second guess. Second half, the period of play after half time as opposed to the first half. Second halves, plural of second half. Second hand, alternative form of second hand. Second hands, plural of second hand. Second happy time, a phase in the Battle of the Atlantic during which Axis submarines attacked merchant shipping and Allied naval vessels along the east coast of North America. Second helping, a second portion of the same thing, usually of food. Second refill. Second helpings, plural of second helping. Second home, a secondary residence. Second homes, plural of second home. Second impact syndrome, a rapid and severe brain swelling caused by a second concussion before the first one has sufficiently healed, resulting in possible death or permanent disability. Second impact syndromes, plural of second impact syndrome. Second imperative, the future imperative mood second and third person forms possible, indicating a command that is to be carried out both now and in future. Second imperatives, plural of second imperative. Second in command, alternative spelling of second in command. Second intermediate period, The period of Egyptian history from the end of the Middle Kingdom midway through the 13th dynasty to the start of the New Kingdom at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, characterized by political disintegration and later the conquest of Egypt by the Hyksos. Second inversion. The position of a chord when the fifth of the chord is the lowest note. Second inversions. Plural of second inversion. Second island chain. Alternative letter case form of second island chain. Second island chain. The next chain of archipelagos out from the East Asian continental mainland coast, beyond the first island chain, principally composed of the Bonin Islands, Mariana Islands, Caroline Islands, from Honshu to New Guinea. Second joint. The upper joint of the leg of a fowl, especially when used as food. Second joints. Plural of second joint. Second Korean War. A period of intense conflict between the two Koreas in the 1960s that included the attempted assassination of the South Korean president and the capture of the USS Pueblo by North Korea. Second ladies. Plural of second lady. Second lady. The female spouse of the second in command or first in the line of succession of a political jurisdiction. Second lady. A woman that is or was a spouse of the political second in command or first in the line of succession of a political jurisdiction. Second language. A language that is spoken by someone but is not their mother tongue. Second languages. Plural of second language. Second last. Penultimate, next to last, immediately preceding the end of a sequence, list, etc. Second law of robotics. One of the three laws of robotics, requiring a robot to obey humans, unless it would conflict with the first law of robotics, which forbids a robot to harm a human. Second leg. The second of the two matches or legs which are played between two teams in a two-legged tie. The winning team is usually determined by aggregate. Second legs. Plural of second leg. Second lieutenant. The lowest rank of a commissioned army officer, below a lieutenant. Second lieutenants. Plural of second lieutenant. Second lifer. A user of the online virtual world Second Life. Second lifers. Plural of second lifer. Second line. The second battle line used to support the front line. Second lines. Plural of second line. Second man. Alternative form of second man. Second mesa. A census-designated place in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Second messenger. Any substance used to transmit a signal within a cell, especially one which triggers a cascade of events by activating cellular components. Second messengers. Plural of second messenger. Second moment of area. A measure of a body's resistance to bending. Second moment of inertia. A measure of a body's resistance to bending. Second moment of area. Second moments of area. Plural of second moment of area. Second moments of inertia. Plural of second moment of inertia. Second most. Second to the most. Second morning. A style of dress dictated by etiquette to be allowable after strict mourning dress is no longer required. Second name. Surname. Second names. Plural of second name. Second nature. A mindset, skill, or type of behavior so ingrained through habit or practice that it seems natural, automatic, or without a basis in conscious thought. Second new ball. The first replacement new ball in an innings. In Test cricket, usually taken after 80 overs. Second new balls. Plural of second new ball. Second New England school. a group of classical music composers who lived during the late 19th and early 20th centuries in New England, based in and around Boston, Massachusetts. Second, normal form. A stage in the normalization of a relational database in which it is in first normal form and every non-key attribute is dependent upon the entire primary key. Second, normal forms. Plural of second normal form. Second of arc. An angle, 1/60th, 1/60th of a minute of arc or 1/3600th of a degree. Second officer. The flight engineer of an aircraft. Second officers. Plural of second officer. Second opinion. An appraisal or diagnosis by a knowledgeable professional, such as a lawyer or physician, who has been consulted in order to confirm or disconfirm the advice or view of another person previously consulted. Second opinions. Plural of second opinion. Second order stream. A stream formed by the confluence of two first-order streams, or of a first-order stream and a second-order stream. Second-order streams. Plural of second-order stream. Second palatalization. A sound change occurring in Proto-Slavic, which caused palatalization of velar consonants under certain circumstances, resulting in hushing sounds c-t, s-ash, 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 or s-ach, x-ash, s-ash, and d-z-ash, d-z-ash. Second parties. Plural of second party. Second party. An individual or entity related to the first party in a business or transaction. Second person. The form of a verb used when the subject of a sentence is the audience. In English, the second person is used with the pronouns thou and you. In many languages, the singular, applying to one person, and plural, applying to several people, are distinct. Second persons. Plural of second person. Second position. A position in which the feet point in opposite directions, with heels spaced a short distance apart. Second preimage attack. An attack on a cryptographic hash function that is able to find a second preimage for a hash and its preimage. That is, given a hash and an input that is that specific hash, it is able to find faster than by brute force another input with the same hash. Second preimage attacks. Plural of second preimage attack. Second rate. Alternative spelling of second rate. Second rates. Plural of second rate. Second reading. In the United Kingdom and various other countries, the second presentation of a bill proposed legislation to a parliament or legislature or chamber thereof, subsequent to the initial announcement of the bill at first reading. It is the first opportunity for debate on the main principles of the bill, and in the UK precedes the committee stage, where the bill is scrutinized in more detail. Second readings. Plural of second reading. Second Red Scare. A period in the United States between the 1940s and 1950s marked by a widespread fear of communism and socialism, McCarthyism. Second Reich. The German Empire from its consolidation in 1871 until the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm Roman II in 1918. Second Republic. The second in a series of republic governments of a country or nation. Second Screen. The screen of a mobile device, used to supply additional related content to its user while they are watching television. Second screens. Plural of second screen. Second Sir. Another attempt at a service, after a faulty first service. Second Sirs. Plural of second Sir. Second Service. Second Sir. Second Services. Plural of second service. Second Session. The session of a day's play between lunch and tea. Second Sessions. Plural of second session. Second Sheet. A sheet of paper on which a carbon copy is made. Second sheets, plural of second sheet. Second shift, a regularly scheduled period of work, being the second one in the standard working day of any particular company, usually in the afternoon through evening, often the second of three, with 24/3 equals 8 hours long, and often from 4:00 p.m. to midnight, sometimes the second of two, and sometimes with other time values. Second shifts, plural of second shift. Second sight, an additional sense beyond the 5 normal ones, the ability to see things that are not detectable by normal sight, clairvoyance, extrasensory perception. Second skin, describing something which so perfectly suits one that one does not notice it. Second slip, the fielding position between first slip and third slip. Second slips, plural of second slip. Second sound, a wave of fluctuating temperature or entropy propagated in the superfluid phase of liquid helium. Second source, a company that is licensed to manufacture and sell electronic components originally designed by another company, the first source. Second sources, plural of second source. Second Spanish Republic, a former country, the name for a leftist state in Europe and Africa that existed from 1931 to 1939. Second string, a unit of players which is considered to have a secondary level of talent and which usually plays after the first string. Second strings, plural of second string. Second Sunday of Easter, synonym of Quasimodo. Second Sundays of Easter, plural of second Sunday of Easter. Second team, the stand-ins used for setting up a shot as opposed to the first team of actors who will actually appear in the filmed scene. Second teams, plural of second team. Second temple, the Jewish Holy Temple, which stood on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem between c. 516 BC and c. 70 C. Second 30 Years' War, the period from 1914 to 1945. Second thought, singular of second thoughts. Second thoughts, the process of raising doubt or coming to a different conclusion through further consideration, the doubts or new conclusion resulting from this process. Second to last, penultimate, next to last, immediately preceding the end of a sequence or list. Second to none, as good as the best, as in quality or reputation, inferior to no one else or to nothing else of the same kind. Second Tuesday of the week, a time that will never come. Second uncle, a male first cousin of one's mother or father. Second uncles, plural of second uncle. Second unit, a separate team that shoots footage that is of secondary importance for the final cut of the motion picture as opposed to first unit. Second units, plural of second unit. Second violin, the second violin part in an orchestral score, generally a harmony to the first violin's melody and generally less technically demanding. The violin that supplies this part, or metonymic the violinist who plays it. Second violinist, a violinist who is assigned to play the second violin part. Second violinists, plural of second violinists. Second violins, plural of second violin. Second war, synonym of Second World War Roman II. Second wave, a phenomenon that can develop during a pandemic where after a group recovers and infections appear to decrease, another group becomes infected and causes a recurrence in cases. Second waves, plural of second wave. Second wind, a renewed feeling of energy after a period of inactivity. Second winds, Plural of second wind. Second world. Those countries aligned with the East during the Cold War, particularly in contrast to those aligned with the West's First World. Second World War. World War Roman II. Second year. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See second year. Second years. Plural of second year. Second yellow card. The dismissal from the game of a player who has already